microelectronics production. One of the things COVID taught us is supply chain is really critical. It's critical to the nation. It's critical to the nation's security. So a discussion on U.S. microelectronics production for national security is going to be chaired by Bong Gumahad, former senior executive service with the United States government, Adriana Elrod, Molly Just with the CHIPS Program Office, and the Honorable Ellen Schaefer, the former Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment. And in fact, Trent Overhue, who's the chairman of Silicon Heartland Holdings, will also join them. So I think that's an important topic. Then around noon, our own Nicole Robinson, our Chief Growth Officer at Comtech, will join Damon Feltman of the Space Development Agency, Ben Reed of Quantum Space, Joshua Carlson of Dauntless Space, and they're going to be talking about space, science, and technology partnering to win. They're going to move to a discussion of how government and industry partners together to really move the needle for all of us, okay? We're going to move then to topics about America's digital future, charting a path forward by harnessing technology in the current geopolitical environment. We'll look at that. We'll look at and we'll look at aerospace and defense investment. We got a really good panel led by Preston Dunlap, who's Arkenstone Ventures, but former, I think, chief architect of the U.S. Space Force. We all know Preston well. And then we've got David Caden of Blackstone. We've got Kirk Conert of AE Industrial Partners, Daniel Charnoff of Bain Capital, and Richard Wells of Insight Partners. So I think that this day two is going to be another compelling day. And in fact, all of our stuff, all of this material is going to be on
YouTube, yeah.
YouTube. Okay, I looked back at YouTube. I actually watched one of the sessions a second time yesterday and gleaned some additional insights. So we all have that opportunity. But David, we're pleased to be a sponsor. Love what you do. Looking forward to the day. Going to be very exciting, I think.
Well, fantastic. So we're going to cut over now to this conversation. I want to thank in particular Dr. J.R. DeStrazo, who leads the LBJ School for Public Affairs. He's going to have this great conversation, as Ken mentioned, with Adam Klein. We're going to turn it over to them. They're going to take it over, and when they come back, we'll just carry on with the day. Thank you so much for coming, and again, thank you, Ken.
You bet. Thank you, David.
Well, good afternoon. My name is J.R. DeStrazo, and I'm Dean of the LBJ School of Public Affairs here at the University of Texas. And I'm delighted this afternoon to have a conversation with Professor Adam Klein, who is the director of the Strauss Center for Law and National Security. He is a lawyer by training, but has also got some very significant expertise on the topics that we're going to discuss today. He was formerly the chairman of the U.S. Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. Adam, thank you so much for joining me in this conversation today.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
So, our focus today is going to be on the role of domestic data collection here in the U.S. and its relationship to national security threats. And this is a topic that has been in the news lately. And I think a lot of people don't really understand the existing sets of rules and regulations around this important topic of privacy for American citizens. If you would, please, could you just describe when and why does the government collect data on Americans for national security purposes?
Sure, absolutely. I think it's helpful to bucket the government's intrusions into personal data into a few categories. The most obvious for most people will be law enforcement, investigating crimes, solving crimes, producing evidence to get convictions in court, and so forth. And that takes place under a fairly familiar set of legal principles. The most familiar is the good old search warrant, which in the old days was used to come into your house or private residence or inspect your person's houses, papers, and effects, the categories of things that are protected under the Fourth Amendment to our Constitution. Nowadays, it can be used to get certain categories of stored data. So, for example, if the government seeks to get the contents of emails that you've sent, it will now use a search warrant to go to a provider and get the contents of those messages. So that's law enforcement. That's pretty familiar, but of course, it's become more exotic now that the types of information, the types of stuff that the government will use those powers to collect is so much more diverse in the digital age. So all kinds of apps and software services and so forth that are creating vast amounts of data about us, from location to preferences to communications, All of that is out there, and the government can use its different criminal investigative tools to go get that data depending on how sensitive it is. So that's one bucket, that's criminal. The second bucket is intelligence, and this is much less familiar to most Americans. We tend to think of the government coming for your stuff as the police or even the FBI, but there's a whole other category of agencies that may have interest in these things to investigate, for example, foreign hackers, foreign spies who are trying to get access to our government or our defense industry. And there is a separate set of tools that allows the government to get really the same types of information, communications, location information, stored data, but for intelligence purposes. And we can talk about why the standards and the processes are different in the intelligence context than if it's just a local police department investigating a hit and run that's trying to get the data. And then there's a third category, which is administering the law. So agencies like the IRS or the Homeland Security Department that are doing other important functions of government, like clearing people to get on airplanes or investigating tax evasion, that have their own special authorities that they can use to go out and collect private information, potentially from different types of companies.
Right. And it seems like, the concerns that Americans often have is whether there's any oversight over how the government collects this information. And of course, we're all familiar with the fact that for a search warrant, you need a court order and there are rules around that. And lately, there's been a big focus on the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act and all of its amendments over time, because I think a lot of people feel like that's got more far-reaching implications. Could you talk a little bit about maybe the origins of that act? Because I think it was meant to be protective initially. And now I think folks are concerned that maybe it's gone too far. And I know you've been very involved in trying to reassure folks that there are ways to do this that protect their privacy and protect national security interest as well.
Can I fight the question in a true lawyerly fashion for a minute?
Yeah.
Because I think it's useful to bring up some of the unspoken assumptions that we bring to these kind of discussions. So you started with the search warrant, and that's kind of familiar to Americans from TV shows and movies. Get a warrant. You want to come in here, get a warrant. And so we assume, with some reason, that the search warrant is very well established. It's familiar to us. It must be the gold standard of legal process. But remember that search warrants are issued by judges in and I'm going to throw a little Latin out here, what lawyers would call ex parte hearings, which means only one side is present, only the prosecutor is present. And the government has to establish probable cause to believe that a crime has been committed or is being committed. And then the judge, without hearing from the other side, will issue this piece of paper that enables the government to come into your house, to take your emails, or to do other very sensitive types of searches, potentially even on your person. So drawing blood to collect evidence of drug use or alcohol consumption, for example, in a drunk driving case. That's very, very intrusive. And again, that's issued without any adversarial process. You can challenge it later, but by that point, the deed is already done. And in the digital age, remember that all of the data that is stored by companies about us, all of the apps, health apps that people use and other things, the government can potentially get just by getting that piece of paper to a judge on suspicion of criminal investigation. So for most Americans, the criminal process, the criminal investigative process, you are far more likely to have your privacy or civil liberties affected by that process than you are by the intelligence agencies. Okay, I fought the question enough. Should we talk about foreign intelligence?
Yeah, so maybe with some historical context for...
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's helpful to remind people in sort of common English, what are we actually talking about here? The U.S. is obviously a very large, huge economy, high-tech economy, open society. We have millions of people traveling to the United States from all over the world all the time. And that's great. That's part of what makes us America, that makes our economy go. We have digital connections all over the world. People are clicking on dubious links all the time. And so all of these connections with the outside create opportunity, but they also create vulnerability. And going back to the dawn of American history, we, like every country, have had to worry about people from outside of our society who are trying to do us harm and who are doing that clandestinely, who are sneaking around or recruiting and paying Americans to sneak or coercing Americans to sneak around and do things that they shouldn't be to help those foreign powers achieve their goals, whether it's stealing defense information, stealing information about our government, infiltrating our spy services, etc. There are many, unfortunately, celebrated examples of Americans betraying their country to work for foreign powers. Nowadays, with the cyber angle, the ability to get into America and, for example, steal the blueprints, steal trade secrets, without even setting foot here, there are so many more opportunities for foreign powers to do this mischief. So the question is, how does our government fend off those clandestine infiltrations from abroad? And one way to do that is by surveilling people in the United States who you think might be compromised foreign agents, or who are themselves foreign powers, who are employees of foreign governments or representative missions of foreign governments. And so there's a long history going back to the dawn of electronic communication of doing this to protect your country. Now, there's a problem. Who is a foreign agent? Is someone who expresses support for a foreign power thereby a foreign agent? The answer is no. In the United States, we have freedom of speech. You can say that you think a foreign power is correct and the United States is wrong. That's within your constitutional rights. But from the perspective of the government, does it make you seem suspicious? And so there's always been this coexistent concern that looking for foreign agents is going to transform into investigating Americans because of their opinions. And so the laws that we have now reflect a desire to allow the government to protect us while preventing overreach that affects American civil liberties.
Okay. So could you run us through now what authority and what processes the government has to comply with under the current regime, and kind of what all the hubbub is about in terms of whether that should be extended or modified in some way?
Sure. Okay. So for people in the United States, there's a law called the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. And what that does is it allows the government to do the same kind of, let's just use a simple example, wiretaps that they can do on a mob boss, for example, but they can do it in ways that are slightly different. And those differences reflect how the intelligence context is different than investigating the mafia, for example. So there are two key differences. Number one, you can investigate people or surveil people under FISA, I'll just use the acronym, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, based on their status, not on something they've done. So if they're an agent of foreign power or an agent of a foreign power, you can surveil them just because you think they might say something that's interesting for foreign intelligence purposes. Not because they've necessarily committed a crime, even though spying is typically a crime, but you don't have to show that they've committed a specific crime. That status as an agent of a foreign power is enough. Now, why is that? Because that's the business of intelligence. You don't know what you don't know that you might need to be worrying about, and it's your job to find it out. So to some extent, it's okay to have a fishing expedition in the intelligence context, as long as the fish that you're trying to hook are foreign agents of a foreign power. So that's one interesting distinction. The second is that you don't go to a regular old court. You go to one single secret court that's housed inside the federal courthouse in a secure enclave in Washington, D.C., called the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. Now, why do you need a secret court? Why don't you just go to the regular court in Omaha or wherever the foreign agent is and go to a regular old judge and do it that way? And the answer is that those places aren't secure. They're not equipped to handle classified information. And a lot of the information that the government puts into these applications to prove that people are agents of a foreign power is classified. And so if you're introducing classified information systematically into these unclassified settings, that's a security risk that foreign powers like Russia, like China, who are sophisticated, would capitalize on to find out whether their agents are under surveillance, thereby blowing the whole operation. And so because your adversaries are operating in this clandestine way, the process has to have a degree of secrecy attached to it. So that's the old version, the traditional version of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act for people in the United States with this whole court process. I think what you're alluding to is the newer internet age version called Section 702. I'll pause here, and if you want to get into that, we can talk about that.
Yeah, let's move on to that. I mean, my understanding is that as technologies have evolved, the scope and reach of FISA has also expanded over time to keep up with that. And maybe if you could sort of talk us through that, and if there are any particularly interesting or concerning cases in your mind, why don't you share those with us?
Yeah, so traditionally, the type of FISA surveillance we were talking about, the old version, has a person who's in the United States, suspected foreign agent, and they are using communications facilities in the United States. And so because they're in the United States, maybe certain constitutional protections attached. There's actually some uncertainty around that if the person is a foreign power agent of a foreign power. And the people they're talking to are more likely to be Americans as well. So there are more ancillary civil liberties considerations, right? Have you ever called a foreign embassy? Have you ever spoken to someone who worked for a foreign government here in the United States? Probably. You're the dean of a public policy school. You're having contact with foreign nationals here all the time. Those people's networks, because they're in the United States, will have more Americans in them. And so the general civil liberties concern around those is higher. Mm-hmm. Now, what if you're dealing with a person overseas who's using communications networks here? That's a very different situation. That person's contacts are going to be mostly foreign people whose civil liberties interests vis-a-vis the US government are much lower. Now, you might ask, how could that happen? They're foreign people abroad. Why are they using communications infrastructure here? And the answer is because of the internet. The US is the leader in the global internet. Our services, our providers are dominant. These are household names. You know all of them. You probably use all of them. And so people around the world, sometimes unknowingly, often willingly, for very good reasons, because they're the best, are using these platforms, using these services. And that means that people who are of legitimate foreign intelligence interest to the United States and who have very low civil liberties interests vis-a-vis the US government, they're foreign people, they're overseas, most of their contacts are foreign people, are using our communications infrastructure. Okay. And so that gives the US government, frankly, a very special opportunity to collect valuable intelligence because of that home field advantage we have in the internet domain. And the question is, should the government have to go to a judge through a lengthy court process? I've seen many FISA applications. You're talking about something that can be 50, 70 pages long, lots of detail, takes forever to prepare, requires lawyers in the Justice Department. Should that whole, what we might call a full dress process, be required to do overseas intelligence collection on someone who's not a US citizen and has no real connection to the United States?
And what do you think?
Well, Congress's judgment in 2008 was that it should not. And it's not feasible for us to do that. And to give you a sense of the numbers, that traditional process with the court hearing and all that stuff that an American would get, last year the government did something on the order of 200 to 300 of those. Mm-hmm. Very small number. I think that's actually way too small given the numbers of foreign agents, agents working for the People's Republic of China, the Russian Federation, really strong intelligence powers who we know to be running aggressive operations against the United States. Under this new law, Section 702, which allows you to go and target those foreign people who are overseas when they use American internet infrastructure, the government is covering roughly 200,000, 250,000 foreign targets a year. Right. So it's orders of magnitude different.
Right. So let me ask you, you gave us the really helpful example of the search warrant and how a prosecutor could go to a judge and ask for that. What's that process look like under the FISA framework?
Yeah, so there's a judicial role, but it's much narrower. Mm-hmm. Every year, that secret court, the FISA court, reviews the rules for the program, reviews the government's record of complying with the rules surrounding the program, and then approves a certain number of certifications allowing the government to use that legal authority to collect intelligence on certain topics. The number and name of the certifications were classified for a long time. They've recently been declassified. So we now know that there are 3 certifications, one for counterterrorism, one for counterproliferation, and one for foreign governments and their affiliated entities. So we know that the government can use Section 702 to collect information for those purposes. So once that rule set is in place on an annual basis, the government can then go and target specific people using the authority without going back to the court to approve each target. That's how you can do 250,000 in a year. And so there's a process for confirming that the person is not a U.S. citizen or lawful permanent resident, that the person is not in the United States, and that they're a legitimate foreign intelligence target, that they are communicating foreign intelligence information in the jargon.
Right.
And so once that targeting determination is in place, the government can task, I'm going to get a little jargon here, what are known as selectors. So think of a phone number, an email address. It's a personally identifying communications handle or something else that is specifically personally identifying. So it's not the word terrorism, for example. It has to be personally identifying of the target, and can task those selectors for collection, and can then collect that information in two ways. One is by filtering it out of internet backbone cables, and the other way is by going to electronic service providers and requisitioning the account data for those accounts. So if a Russian military officer in Siberia happens to be hypothetically, using a US platform to maintain an account and do various things with that, the government can go to that platform and receive that account data once it's made that showing.
Right. Well, and let me come back to American citizens. So let's say that American citizens' data is being collected in this process. I guess I have two related questions. What are the oversight protections that to make sure that the court is affording them all of the privacy and liberty, civil liberties that they're due? You know, kind of who is watching the watchers, so to speak.
Yeah.
Is there any legislative oversight?
There are a few separate questions there, right? The first one is, how would an American get into this data at all? So let's assume that a very large quantity of data is being collected, which is quite a reasonable assumption. 250,000 targets. This is digital, so everything is happening at big scale. Lots of data is coming in through this program. None of the targets are American. That's very important to remember. This cannot be used on Americans. It can only be used on foreign people on foreign soil. But Americans talk to those people, and they are talked about by those people. So there can certainly be information about Americans or even Americans' communications in those databases. But the Americans are not the targets. So we call this incidental collection. You targeted the foreign person, but you incidentally, but not accidentally, incidentally got something about an American. Why do I say not accidentally? Because if we're targeting a terrorist mastermind in Yemen, the fact that that person might communicate with somebody in the United States is actually a great boon for U.S. counterterrorism. If that person is talking to someone in Denver, and we find that out by targeting that person in Yemen, oh my God, we need to respond to that yesterday and figure out who that person in Denver is and why are they talking to this terrorist mastermind? And are they planning an attack? And who else is in that person's network? And so the government, the FBI, would take that piece of intelligence, that connection between Denver and Yemen, and run down all of the connections on the Denver end and see who else is this person talking to? Who's in their network? Is this person planning something? And that could save, and similar situations have saved lives here in the United States. So the fact that Americans can get entangled in this is not in itself a bad thing. It depends on how it's used. Okay, so that's how Americans could be in the database. So then you've got this question, is the American stuff in the database fair game? And what are the rules? And so there are rules around that. The agencies are allowed to search. If they want to search for J.R. DeShazo in the database, they have to have a specific foreign intelligence reason for doing so. The FBI can also run such searches looking for evidence of a crime under current law, but it rarely does so and rarely finds anything useful when it does so. So most of these searches, when they're trying to find out more about an American, are motivated by a national security concern related to that American. So an example is if the FBI finds someone who's, and this is a hypothetical example, appears to be radicalizing, the FBI can check the database to see if there's evidence that person has been in contact with the many foreign terrorists we're targeting under the 702 program.
Okay, so one other question I'm curious to ask you about. I mean, we talked about the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, which you described earlier. You are also the chairman of the U.S. Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. Now, a layperson might get these two things confused. Can you help explain the difference in their purview and their responsibilities?
Yeah, and maybe it also helps to step back and just talk about oversight in general, because there are many, many bodies, and I'm not going to list them all, but just to give a sense of what the landscape is like. So if you go back to right after World War II, this is when the United States first gets real peacetime foreign intelligence agencies. We get the CIA. The NSA is created in secret, not by legislation, but by a presidential memorandum. We get the National Security Council staff and all these other legal authorities that hadn't existed before. So the U.S. really starts to bulk up its peacetime intelligence capabilities. But oversight, the people who were keeping an eye on this, did not follow. In theory, the Armed Services Committees and the Congress were supposed to keep an eye on the CIA. They barely met. They were not interested. It was a, I don't want to know, don't tell me things I don't want to hear situation. And that more or less endured until even after the Bay of Pigs, even after other situations, until the 1970s, and a series of scandals surrounding Watergate and the subsequent investigations of the intelligence community. People said we need permanent intelligence committees. And so then you start this process of building out an oversight, you might call it an oversight architecture or superstructure, to sit around these intelligence agencies and watch them from different perspectives. So the most important is not the body that I used to lead, it's Congress. Congress has the power of the purse. Congress has the power to make laws. Congress has subpoena power, and they wield it. They have the power over nominations. They have many things that they can use to motivate the agencies to care about what they say. They have expert staffs, people who have served in the intelligence community, people who have supervised the intelligence community for years. So Congress is number one. Then you've got the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. It has certain advantages, right? Judicial independence, the prestige and stature of the judiciary. It also has certain limitations. The courts can only weigh in on what the Constitution calls cases and controversies. They can't just decide to opine on things that seem important. So they're powerful within their remit, but their remit is pretty narrow. Then you've got all of the stuff in the executive branch. And that includes things within the agencies like privacy and civil liberties officers, who are a voice at the table. They don't have a veto over what the agency does, but they're a voice at the table. And I can tell you from working with these people for years that they're serious people, and that increasingly, especially after Snowden, heads of agencies care what they say, because they know that these things can create blowback and headwinds for the agencies. Then there are bodies that are sort of independent within agencies, like inspectors general, who can ruin careers and cause big problems if they find violations of the law. You've got the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, which is closer to the White House and can kind of opine on the efficacy of intelligence programs. In fact, someone that we both know, Jim Langdon, here in Austin, was a member of that board under President Bush. And then you have my former body, the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. And that's distinctive because it is statutorily independent. It has bipartisan membership with Senate confirmation. And so that creates a degree of insulation from political pressures. It also has 6-year terms rather than terms that track presidential administrations. And the board's job is specifically to look at civil liberties issues that arise from what you might call the full stable of post 9/11 counterterrorism efforts. Many of those things are clandestine intelligence programs, and we looked at a lot of those. Some of them are not. So we also looked at, for example, facial recognition in U.S. airports run by the Department of Homeland Security, which is something that continues to expand apace.
Great. All right. Well, I think we're out of time. So I want to thank you for sharing your experience and your expertise with us. Any final words you want to leave the sort of listener with who are interested and maybe even concerned about these different capabilities?
Yeah, I know this is a pretty sophisticated audience, and many of the people have influence and are engaged in public policy in Washington. With Section 702 now only temporarily extended until April, The idea that the United States might give up this type of intelligence collection would be quite foolish, in my opinion, and would leave us as an outlier among sophisticated countries around the world in intelligence collection. Every country uses its connection with the global internet to collect intelligence on people of foreign intelligence and defense interest to that country. And if the United States were to give that capability up at this time of real instability around the world, that would be extremely foolhardy. And I hope it won't happen.
Excellent. Well, Professor Klein, thank you so much for spending this time with us. And I want to thank the audience for listening. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Today's world is driven by access to technology and information. We rely on it for everything, from doctor visits and education to military operations and emergency services. Connectivity sits at the heart of it all. But a large amount of the global population remains unconnected, putting them at major economic and social disadvantage. Comtech has made it our mission to solve the toughest technology and networking challenges in the world, democratizing access to smart connectivity, delivering meaningful insights, and empowering a truly connected planet. With more than 50 years of proven technology leadership across global satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets, Comtech enables ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime, creating new opportunities for industries, businesses, communities, governments, and individuals. Leading the effort to revolutionize satellite and space connectivity, Comtech connects global communities through integrated, software-defined satellite communications technologies, virtualized multi-orbit solutions, and multimodality services. We also have our feet on the ground as one of the most trusted terrestrial and wireless technology providers in the market, delivering precise location-based services and next-generation 911 solutions with cloud-native networking capabilities. Comtech is leading the convergence of satellite, space, terrestrial, and cellular technologies to enable unified hybrid network infrastructures based on open standards and delivered through the cloud to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and deliver access to the latest services, technologies, and insights when and where they matter most. Comtech allows individuals to thrive, businesses to get work done anywhere, anytime, entrepreneurs to take advantage of new market opportunities, government agencies to provide essential technology-driven services to citizens, and first responders to anticipate, coordinate, and respond faster to emergencies. Smart-enabled, insightful connectivity from Comtech helps you enhance productivity and collaboration, optimize operations and create new ecosystems, visualize the supply chain, improve customer experience, and open the door to new possibilities. Fulfilling humanity's destiny requires seamless, smart-enabled connectivity. Only Comtech has the experience, innovation, and vision to build connections around the world that set ideas free. Learn more at comtech.com.
Good morning. I'm Bong Gumahad, and I have the privilege and honor this morning to moderate the next panel focused on microelectronics, looking at the implications of microelectronics to both our national defense and U.S. economic prosperity. So we'll have a rather interesting interactive discussion this morning on the whole subject area. I'm also privileged to have with me a distinguished group of experts in the field. And I'll do the introduction now. But before that, I also want to thank the America's Future Series for hosting us for this event. Next to me is the Honorable Al Schaefer. He's currently a board member of the Potomac Institute of Policy Studies, as well as Global Foundries. He was formerly the Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment at the Pentagon. I worked for him then in that capacity. He's had a tremendous experience and background, retired from the Air Force 24 years, doing weather in command and intelligence, and has had a long career as a civilian employee at the Pentagon. Prior to his last role as the Undersecretary, his previous jobs included as the Director of the NATO Collaboration Support Office. He was also the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Research Engineering at the Pentagon, and the Executive Director for the MRAP program, a highly successful program at the Pentagon in support of the war. Thank you, Al, for joining us
Thank you,
this morning. It's always important to have our industry partner involved in any discussions around supply chain and microelectronics. So I'm very pleased to have Trent Overhue with us this morning as well. Trent is an American investor. He is currently the chairman of the Silicon Heartland Holdings, as well as the chairman of the board for Nantero, which is a U.S.-based company focused on nanotechnology and specifically NRAM memory. He's also leading a group to pull together a collection or a consortium of universities, calling it the University Supercluster, with the University of Nebraska, University of Arkansas, in Wichita State, focused on developing workforce development strategies to support the entire microelectronics ecosystem, which we're going to have to ensure that we continue to lead in that group. So thank you, Trent, for joining us. I also have two virtual members kind of joining us virtually this morning, and first is Adrian Elrod. Adrian is joining us from Arkansas. Hello, Adrian. She was most recently, good seeing you. She was most recently the Director of Engagement and Government Affairs for the CHIPS Program Office for the Department of Commerce, where she was involved with the early successes of the CHIPS program and engaging with industry. Adrian's got a very interesting background. She started out as a special assistant to the president under President Clinton. She was also the Director of Strategic Communications for Secretary Clinton. She's owned her own company, and she was chief of staff for a couple of members of of Congress. You might have also seen her on TV. She's appeared in many news outlets like MSNBC, CBS, Fox, and the BBC as a political consultant and advisor. Thank you for joining us, Adrian. And we had one change in the agenda today. We were expecting Molly Just Burr to join us this morning. Molly is the new director for the CHIPS coordination cell being stood up at the Pentagon. The Pentagon being the Pentagon, she got called out and couldn't join us today. But we do have a replacement for her, Dr. Matt Kay. From Crane, Naval Surface Warfare Crane. Matt is the program manager for the Trusted and Assured Microelectronics program at the Pentagon, at DoD, which is a multi-billion-dollar program looking at ensuring access by the DoD for key microelectronics technology. Matt was also a member of the Defense Microelectronics functional team when it was stood up a couple of years ago, and I credit him for being the architect for developing a $6.5 billion program instituted in FY23, which is kind of directing kind of where we're heading now with microelectronics at the Pentagon. Matt is a PhD in physics, a distinguished scientist at Crane. So welcome, Matt. Thank you for being able to join us this morning.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
So I wanted to focus the discussion today around progress we have made around microelectronics, and specifically talking about the CHIPS and Science Act. I know that the CHIPS Act contains other elements within it, including the 5G Innovation Fund, but I want to focus on the CHIPS part of CHIPS, if you will, semiconductors. The $52.7 billion program approved in FY22 to develop and domestic capability, incentivize companies to invest in domestic production of needed semiconductors for the United States. So I kind of wanted to get everyone's sense as the way to kick off our discussion of your views and perspective on where we have been, the successes we've made with the CHIPS Act, and the challenges we have facing us to continue to make sure that we live up to the vision of the CHIPS. You know, I think the CHIPS Acts have done a great job. I think it's actually delivering on the intent and the objectives of it. Companies have announced investments in hundreds of billions of dollars, creating thousands of jobs. So I think from that perspective, it's doing what it's supposed to do. But I kind of wanted to, again, just talk about your particular views on the successes of the program and where we need to go to achieve the objectives of and the goals of the CHIPS Act. And I think I'll start with Al, you know, with your background in DoD, Al, and having worked microelectronics within OSD while you were there. Could you give us a sense of where you think things are and what the challenges are moving forward?
Thank you, Bong, and thank you for a very thoughtful question. I think in general, the execution of the CHIPS Act is going pretty well. Very pleased to see the first two awards announced were for national security, and I think that's a good thing. I do think that we are kidding ourselves if we think that the CHIPS Act is only going to be one-time effort. When I look at the horizon, I see China doing tremendous amounts of investment and doubling and tripling their capacity over the next decade. I see South Korea investing somewhere around $400 billion in microelectronics. So we have got to, and I think we've been slow in this regard, we've got to figure out a way to better marry up government funding with private capital and equity funding from some of the venture capitalists. We have to tap into the power of venture capitals, and I know that there's some plans ongoing in that direction, but they have, VC folks have to see a return on investment. The other thing I would say, and this will sound critical, I have not yet seen a coherent investment strategy in prioritizing what we have to fund. And in fact, when I've talked to folks in commerce, I think commerce has done a very good job. I mean, the $52 billion is way beyond what their annual budget has ever been in the past. They've done a very good job setting up an organization, but we haven't looked at the problem holistically. And what I mean by that is the commerce program, the CHIPS program office is focusing on everything from design to package and test. They are not focusing on printed circuit boards. So that means we're going to increase capacity a little bit in the US of our semiconductors and then put them on printed circuit boards made in China. So we still will have a vulnerability to outside exploitation. And I think that's something that has to be addressed. If we're doing chips for both economic and national security, We can't be mounting things on Chinese printed circuit boards. That's my opinion.
Yeah, to pick up on that a little bit, Al, before I go on to ask the other panel members, so there's a concern about perhaps the scope and making sure that it's a balanced attack on the entire ecosystem. How about your views around advanced versus legacy or mature chipsets? You think there's enough of a focus on both for this to succeed?
I think so. I mean, initially people were talking state of the art, and a couple of our companies were going out and trying to get very large awards. But I've been very heartened to see the first 2 awards were for state of the practice or legacy chips, because that's 70 to 80% of what we use in America. And to show the power of those chips, when you think back to the beginning of the pandemic, we lost a large amount of revenue in our auto industry because TSMC, we were relying on TSMC, stopped making one small component, and that cost the slowdown in the auto industry and hurt us economically. Right. So I think we have to pay attention to not just state of the art, but also the legacy chips that go into everything that we use in the U.S. And by not having a domestic capacity of those state of the present and legacy chips, we put ourselves in tremendous economic jeopardy.
Yeah. Thank you. Excellent points. And so let me pivot to Trent. With your perspective coming in from industry, Trent, supporting Nantero, a small company, kind of focused on memory. Yeah. Your views on where we are with chips and way forward to make sure we achieve the goals of it.
No, I would equally voice the concerns that Al just laid out about the vulnerabilities that we have in the United States regarding mature and legacy technology. We have a real lack of capacity in the United States within the mature nodes, and that would be nodes plus 40 nanometers. And as Al alluded to, 90% of an automobile is on mature technology, and that's the same thing for most of the technologies that we use for national security. And so I would like to see added focus, not necessarily on the advanced nodes, but on legacy fabrication. I do think we have some issues within the supply chain with the lack of components in and out of fab. So we have a lack of capacity in substrates, U.S. chemicals. We have a lack of high volume packaging, and then the tail end of that, which is the printed circuit board. And so I do think there is a need for further investment to have a more holistic solution. Yeah. I think this is a great start, but by no way, shape, or form is this going to be sufficient to bring resiliency back to the U.S. economy. Right. So I think, obviously, it's the automotive industry kind of highlighted some of the critical needs of why we need to onshore chip capacity, but with the tensions amongst the world, the vulnerabilities that we have for U.S. manufacturing is real. So I see that from a small scope on the Nantero side. We have a non-volatile memory, and it is very difficult to get technology developed in the United States because of the lack of opportunity to manufacture. And so we look to work with the program office and help mature technologies where they become readily available on the commercial scale. And so we put together a consortium of small to medium-sized companies that look to join together, address DoD interests, but also foster growth. And so Al kind of alluded to this a little bit earlier, but there needs to be a little bit more focus put on connecting the capital markets into some of the mission sets within commerce. Currently, the VCs have not flooded into semiconductors and aligned with projects. We, from the Silicon Heartland side, have over $9 billion of projects that have submitted for funding, but very little interest from the VC community, even though these projects financially are rock solid. And so there needs to be a little bit more focus to stimulate some of the smaller companies that have high growth opportunity in the United States.
Why do you think the VCs are not engaging at the moment with is it because the way the bill is constructed, it's kind of maybe limiting in some aspects or not pulling in the right people to get involved?
It's difficult for a smaller company, let's say, to go do a $4 billion chip fab. Maybe it's a mature node, and gain the interest when the unknown is there's not a milestone on what you would expect to receive from the program office. So it's a moving scale. So you don't know on that $4 billion if you need to raise $2 billion or $3.5 billion. And so it makes it difficult to go out to the financial market when you don't really have the full deck of cards to line up the funding.
No, excellent. No. So sounds like from what I'm hearing from both you and Al, I mean, a great start with the way the CHIPS Act has been constructed or constituted, but we need to expand it to include other areas of interest. And so the next question then becomes, and I'll point to you, Adrian, whether there's enough political will across both sides to continue with the investments we started with the CHIPS Act, and whether it's going to survive and endure. It sounds like we need to have this thing endure to make a real difference. So, Adrian, I'd like to get your perspective around that, having come from the CHIPS Program Office, engaging with the government as the Director for Government Affairs. Just your views around whether or not you see an enduring capability, capacity, with CHIPS Act starting it out, but additional investments required, in the future.
Yeah, look, I think there's no doubt. A lot of this has to do with the fact that we have a really strong bipartisan group of members of Congress, from Mike McCall to Senator Warner. Sorry, do I have an echo?
A little bit, but we'll see if we can fix it from this end, Adrian.
Sorry, it's just a little, I don't mean to be distracting to with an echo, but we've got a bipartisan group of members of Congress. John, there we go, that's much better. From John Cornyn to Mark Warner to Mike McCall in the House, to a number of members of Congress in both the House and in Senate who are focused on making sure that this is a sustainable effort. Obviously, this was a Herculean effort in many respects, as you all know, and your audience knows, to get this legislation passed. The CHIPS and Science Act has been attempted on a number of occasions, but under President Biden's leadership, it actually got done. But I think there's no question, $52 billion is a drop in the bucket. And the members of Congress who are leading the effort, along with industry and all the stakeholders on the outside, are fully aware of this. When you look at other countries that are passing their own versions of the CHIPS Act, and a lot of countries, of course, don't have to go through the legislative process because they don't live under a democracy. They can just put money into the program as opposed to having to go through a process. We have to stay on top of the game. And I think the only way that we can truly effectively do that is to keep, funding this effort. I will say this, though, as a quick aside, I can tell you that every single dollar that's going out the door from the CHIPS Program Office at the Department of Commerce, every single dollar is being very carefully thought through. How do we maximize this dollar to achieve our national and economic security goals? How are we doing this to, make sure that we are creating more and more manufacturing jobs, that we're really boosting the semiconductor industry to reimagine America's industrial policy and do that effectively. Again, in statute, it says national and economic security initiatives are the two most important pillars that we have to look at in terms of deciding where the money goes. But the ancillary benefits, of course, are, we're creating jobs, we're rebuilding communities, we're really, making ourselves more competitive on a global level when it comes to producing, especially those highly sophisticated leading edge chips here at home. But that being said, we will see where we are in a couple of years. $52 billion, when you look at the cost of building a fab, which can cost as much as $40 billion, sometimes more, just for one fab. $52 billion is a drop in the bucket. So it'll be interesting to see what this leadership in Congress does. What President Biden, who I'm confident is going to get reelected, what he does in his second term in terms of continuing this monumental effort to spur the semiconductor industry here.
Adrian, well said. Again, just kind of going back to what Trent said. $52 billion you set yourself is kind of drop in the bucket. May not be sufficient to really get everybody involved and incentivized. It's certainly incentivizing the big guys, right? I mean, Micron making, they have all announced kind of plans to build, foundries here and there at TSMC. The small guys, though, are kind of a concern in that, again, without the infusion of funding from government, they may not have the capital necessary to make the right investments to create and develop foundries and the like. Your views on how do we get and pull the smaller companies into the mix and have them participate more holistically and wholly to make this entire ecosystem work as we had envisioned. Any thoughts around the small companies?
Sorry, is that geared toward me?
I'm sorry?
Is that question for me?
Yeah, Adrian. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, my audio cut out for a second. Look, the second NOFO that we put out, the first funding opportunity that we put out in February of 2023 was for those large leading edge mature node companies. And the funding that has gone out, as you mentioned, it's not actually funding that's gone out the door, but the 2 PMTs that we've announced so far were part of that first funding opportunity. We released a second one that extended the first funding opportunity for large scale suppliers of projects that are $300 million or more. But when it comes to some of the smaller companies, we did release a smaller supplier NOFO I think it was in September of 2023. And that will be to help some of these smaller companies. I mean, look, Secretary Raimondo has made it very clear, she says this time and time again, this is not a small business loan program. We are not here to dole out money because we think a small business is doing great. We are doing this to achieve, the 6 pillars that are in statute to help achieve the goals of those pillars, which are, of course, first and foremost, enhancing our national and economic security, making sure a project is commercially viable, making sure that a project is going to create jobs, et cetera. So, we're not in the business of just giving out money to small businesses because we think they make sense, but there are a lot of applicants, of course, small businesses that have applied through the second funding opportunity for those smaller suppliers that will help us achieve those goals. So, I heard you guys talking obviously about some of the venture funding. It is a challenge. And, we have a financial vertical led by Todd Fisher, who was a longtime partner at KKR, who's really focused on, he and his team are focused on working with some of those financial institutions and investors. And, number one, engaging them to see, are they investing? Is this, are they going to invest in the semiconductor industry here in the United States, given that this CHIPS and Science Act passed? If not, why? And there is a back and forth, conversation constantly going on with the financial industry. But I think you guys are right on the mark. I mean, the CHIPS and Science Act is not intended to replace capital. It is intended to catalyze growth and catalyze capital. So if you're an applicant and you say, if I just had, some additional funding here, I could quadruple my capacity on producing this very mission critical chip that goes into, a very important piece of military equipment. I'm just creating hypotheticals here. Those are projects that our team is going to find far more interesting to invest in, as opposed to someone saying, man, if I could just get an extra $1 billion, I could accomplish my current goals. We want to catalyze growth. And so we do rely on the venture industry. We do rely on the financial industry to come in and really invest in this industry, because if they don't, we can't rely on government to do this alone. If they don't, then, our goals for the semiconductor industry in terms of producing more leading edge chips in the United States are not going to be as lofty as we want them to be.
Excellent. Thank you. Matt, let me ask you of your views. You're managing a huge portfolio within the Pentagon there for TNAM. Any thoughts around, does your program supplement or complement what's being done from the CHIPS Act and all the derivative programs coming out of that? Could you comment on that, Matt?
Yeah, happy to. A couple things I would just highlight in general. I agree with Mr. Schaefer's points about we need to prioritize everyone. There's general consensus that it's not enough funding. So prioritization is key in making sure we execute that effectively, and appreciate the comments from other folks that already stressed this point. by the way, that issue paper that you mentioned, printed circuit board was part of that issue paper, and there is investments that we're addressing that. That is a definite concern, and I appreciate that comment as well. As it relates to the CHIPS Act in general and my program, and T&M programs have been around since about 2017. It's grown significantly over the course of that time. And so we've had a lot of experience working with the U.S. industrial base. And so we have a wealth of knowledge and experience with prior performance and who's actually executing well. And we are making sure that all our colleagues and partners in the Department of Commerce have access to that information so they can make the most informed investments going forward. So I am excited. I am very appreciative of our great working relationship with our colleagues in the Department of Commerce. And in general, I hope that now that we're taking on this industrial policy, right, to support that overall national security, whether that be economic or defense, that they can onshore that manufacturing infrastructure and capability, and DoD can be very focused on addressing those needs, which require us to augment commercial technology to support our men and women when we call upon to go to war. When we talk about technology, there's three key activities, and this is key to what Commerce is looking at for criteria and investments, is that we need affordable, sustainable, asymmetric technology. And how we get that from a DoD perspective is we try to work in it and leverage and take advantage of best-in-class commercial technology and augment that, because many times we have to augment it for extreme environments like space or strategic environments. So overall, it's good. I think that, as I said, that relationship has been very fruitful in providing our colleagues a lot of information. Obviously, Molly's not here. You guys are stuck with me. She is the director of the DMCFT now and the CHIPS coordination cell. So she is leading that interface to Commerce. I think that overall is going well. We're providing the expertise within the DoD to help support our colleagues to vet those claims of when performers say, hey, this is a really important technology, not only commercially, but this has strategic importance to our national defense. So we're standing opposed to make sure that we are able to answer that call and provide that information to our colleagues. And one thing I would highlight in general, though, that I think is key, and when I talk about the T&M program and what we're trying to do at OSD, is that we're trying to provide a complete solution for the warfighter. There are four key dimensions to that solution: our workforce, policy, technology, and assurance, right? And first and foremost is our workforce, making sure we have the right men and women with the skills, knowledge, and abilities, the right place, the right time to actually execute that mission. That workforce writes policy, dictates how and what we do and when we do it. And then there's the technology. We really focus on the technology portion, which is obviously key, but that's not the complete solution. ChatGPT is not making our parts for us yet, right? So we got to make sure we have that workforce. And SIA, if you look at their projection, over 90,000 to 160,000 folks needed. There's a dearth of talent in the United States. We got to do something about that. And then finally, there's the assurance piece that's absolutely key and something that the DoD is incredibly sensitive to when you talk about things like nuclear surety, right? Verifying and validating the technology does exactly what it's supposed to when it's supposed to do it. So I would to add to the list, Mr. Schaefer, the conversations have been made, that workforce piece is something that can't be overstated, the importance thereof. Over.
No, thank you, man. I'm really glad that you mentioned that piece of it, which I think is we're not focusing enough around workforce development, it seems, right? Technology's been the focus, but if you look at what's needed, and you mentioned the 90,000 gap in talent that we need to have to support once CHIPS Act is fully implemented. So it's a big to-do around workforce development that's not, I think, being heavily addressed currently. At least that's my opinion. I know technology is the key thing, but the need to have technicians and educated workforce to support a lot of these things we're trying to do is key and very important. You know, the DoD just published their National Defense Industry Strategy, where they have a great big section around workforce development. So for the next question, I'd like to get your sense as a group here of what we need to do to really focus on that need to have the right people involved with making all this happen. You know, creating the jobs, having a workforce that's at throughput from colleges and other training places. Pushing out trained people to support the things we want to do. And I'm going to start with Trent, because I know he's got an initiative around the University Supercluster, which I think is very interesting. So I'd like maybe for Trent to address that area, Trent, and what you're doing to try to incentivize students, the right people, create the right curriculum at different colleges and so on, to support this initiative.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the question. So one of the initiatives that has come out from the Silicon Heartland manufacturing is how to address the workforce, and we've saw a gap on the technical skills needed to address the 130,000 workers that are needed by 2030. 70% of those workers simply need a technical skill set to be able to work with inside of these facilities that we look to create in the United States. Traditionally has done within the semiconductor industry, but help complement that. And so we put together a coalition of educators and created a virtual platform to quicker address the needs that we have in the United States that would plug into academia. I think we are in the United States somewhat solid on the 4-year and PhD level programs, but we need to put a large effort into the education on the technical side. And so we've teamed up with several universities right now to craft curriculums and plug that into a virtual platform. Right now we have the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, Wichita State, Arkansas. We have interest from Cal Poly, Purdue, Michigan State, and I think the list will continue to grow as we look to onboard universities that have semiconductor interest. My biggest concern is the efficiency and the need to address the workforce. Obviously, within 4-year degrees, 4 to 7 years till you get an accreditation. So that is not fast enough, and the throughput is not large enough to address 130,000 workers. And so I do believe we need added virtual platforms that can educate across the United States much more rapidly to address the workforce needs that we have in the United States. And so one prime example is done in Omaha, Nebraska, which is IXL. They're world renowned for medical virtual reality education in the medical industry. And we've worked with them on replicating that into the semiconductor industry. And so I have high hopes that we can put together more programs to address some of the workforce needs that we have in the United States.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Trent.
Can I also react to that?
I was going to ask a question about that.
Well, first off, Trent, I don't think we're okay in our universities. I think the last I saw, nearly 75% of our graduate level electrical engineers are not U.S.-born citizens. They're not domestic. So we have to think very hard about the whole issue of incentivizing domestic U.S. people to go to advanced universities. I think we have to very, very quickly examine our immigration programs and policies. It's much harder now for a foreign student who wants to stay in America compared to how it was when I was coming up. We used to have very, very coherent immigration programs for educated people, but I don't think that that's enough, and I don't think it's enough to say we need to create more workers. I think we have to look at other models that work. I think about Huntington Ingalls and shipbuilding. We don't have shipbuilding in universities. So Huntington Ingalls created Huntington Ingalls Institute, where they give the equivalent of a 2 or 4 year degree for people in skill sets like welding that you need for building our ships. When I was a young kid, IBM was a giant in microelectronics, and they had a factory in the town I grew up in. Most of my friends went to work at IBM, and the first 2 years they were there, they were trained in how to do the technical things that they needed to do. I don't see that happening now, and I believe we need to have a coherent strategy, and we have to help invest in the workforce of the future with concrete steps to increase the numbers of technicians and increase the numbers of advanced people who are staying here and working in U.S. factories.
Yeah. No, but it sounds like, though, a model that might work is to have, especially for DoD, the primes invested in making sure that the workforce is trained. And what I was going to ask you specifically, the Pentagon, they don't buy microelectronics or chips per se. They buy weapon systems, right? Of course, chips are embedded throughout the entire DoD ecosystem with weapons and so on, computers to missiles and so on. So we have PMs that may not be knowledgeable of the importance of microelectronics. And while you were the deputy undersecretary, of course, the Defense Acquisition University fell under your tutelage, if you will. Any comments around what DAU can do to train our PMs or upcoming PMs for major programs, in this whole area?
So there is a very small block that is taught at DAU. In fact, Jen Santos, who is our Deputy Assistant Secretary for Industrial-Based Policy, actually taught that course. But that was a 2-hour course.
Yeah, right.
It's not enough. We need to expand, to own the technical baseline. We have to demand that our program managers get sufficient technical training so they can make wise choices and trade-offs. And we have to extend that to the primes. I mean, we don't emphasize microelectronics. In my opinion, we don't know what's in our defense systems. But it would be very easy, not retroactively, but to change the federal acquisition regulation and flow down the requirements to get a supply part list of every subcomponent. If you do that and make that part of the contract, that's terrific. Right. We don't do that.
Right.
So we have not, in the Department of Defense, we have not really set ourselves up as we need to for success. And there are concrete steps that we could take.
Yeah. No, thank you. No, matter of fact, I read and was interested in the fact that the industry strategy talked about the importance of visibility to the supply chain. We gotta know where things are coming from, maybe all the way down to the third tier level. So thanks for that perspective.
Bong, I would like to
go ahead,
highlight a little bit more on the education side, if you don't mind. I do think we have to start at a very young age and get kids reinterested into electronics at a K through 12 level. And so part of our effort at Silicon Heartland is how to address kids and to get them excited about the industry. And so I think if we can do that, truly, I mean, from a kids in second grade and up, we have a much greater chance to get the dependency that we need, or the workforce that we need in the states. And so that's part of our effort. Obviously, we try to address a holistic solution, but there's a lot that we have to do on the education side to be able to meet the demands of the industry.
Yeah, and it's really part of kind of this issue around not having the STEM pipeline, through the colleges, starting them early and so on. Well, even it just compounds the problem.
You take a computer science degree, and most of those jobs integrate into the software side. Right. And so we need to have a little bit more throughput on the hardware side that is not near as attractive. And so we do have a little bit of disconnect on that, but I do think with the jobs and the high wages that they demand in the United States, that we can fulfill a lot of a lot of that demand.
Right. You know, Matt, let me pivot to you. I know that the Microelectronics Commons coming out of DoD stresses workforce development as well. Could you comment on any concrete programs you have today or being planned to make all that happen?
Yeah, a couple things. So, by the way, wholeheartedly agree on what Mr. Schaefer said about undergrad and grad school. Like, we do really well in the undergraduate programs, but by and far our graduate programs are full of foreign nationals. And one thing that I would highlight, that one thing that the NSTC and Deirdre Hanford is going to have her hands full is that I really appreciate what Adrian said about catalyst, but we want to catalyst the U.S. economy, and we inject $10 billion into a domestic ecosystem. The last thing we want is that workforce, that IP, that innovation being exfiltrated to our adversaries, right? That's a real challenge, and this is a very heated topic about guardrails and how do we control that information, because we want America to be vibrant and thrive. So there is a huge challenge that we have in our graduate programs, and I absolutely agree with exposure. The number one thing that it dictates what young men and women go into as a career is how early they're exposed to it. And the comment I often make is, I want to put semiconductor physics in the baby bottle if I could. I don't know if that's ethical or moral if we can do that, but like the earlier we can expose our children, our future engineers to the opportunities, the challenges that we have in this technology sector, the better off we are. And also, I would highlight that our strategies for workforce are going to be different for K through 12, the 2-year undergrad and grad school, and then there's obviously retraining and continuous learning. These are all things that have to be part of this holistic strategy as we address the gap that we have in the workforce we need. And I really, really, really appreciate the highlighting of immigration reform and saying there are people across the globe that want to come to this country, become U.S. citizens, and work in this industry. We need to enable that. This is something that's been highlighted by SIA and many others. So that is a key thing that needs to be taken very seriously. With that, Bong, I will highlight a couple things that we are doing. So there's 2 major activities that have been funded under TANM. There is the MEST, which is a microelectronics for security training, I believe. And then there's SCALE, which is the Scalable Asymmetric Lifecycle Engagement. SCALE is a program that I kicked off at my first tour of TANM. And the idea is we want to scale our workforce. We want to do it in an asymmetric manner where we're not educating our adversaries, and we want to engage throughout that life cycle, right? K through 12, undergrad, grad school, continuous learning. And under the SCALE program, we have a series of initiatives that are being stood up. We have pilots under K through 12. We are making investments in HBCUs, as well as we're kicking off and hopefully partnering with the Department of Commerce under the EDGE Consortium. This is an EDGE Consortium that's looking about engaging underrepresented demographics. One statistic, 25% of women in undergrad go into STEM. That drops to about 17% as it relates to computer science and electrical engineering. They're probably, I think it's really clear, we spend a lot of money in this country for merchandising and selling things. How we educate, how do we engage with the kids in undergrad is really important. So there is some real pedagogical reform that needs to be done so we can enable people. There's a lot of demographics that drop out early because it is challenging, but how we go engage these students and get them to inspire them to work and enable them to have these careers is really key. So we're working with the Department of Commerce on that and saying, hey, 50% of the population are women. We should really spend some time to think about what we could do better to capture more of that population, support this industry. On the ME Commons, there are hubs that are leveraging SCALE and others. There is a big component with the ME Commons supporting workforce initiative. That's a key part of that. I can't speak to all that because Dr. Allison Smith and Dr. Shenoy can probably give some more feedback, but I know they're trying to leverage existing programs. And one quick comment on ME Commons is the discussion was mentioned about small businesses and engaging in small businesses. I think the ME Commons, there's 8 hubs across the United States. There's projects being vetted right now to move out, and a lot of these ME Commons hubs are engaging with those small businesses, and obviously that $2 billion is part of that CHIPS Act that OUSD-R&E is executing in collaboration with the Department of Commerce, and so I think that is a great feeder system and enabler for those small businesses. And two of the things I'd highlight is we talked about venture capitalism. The challenge with that is that the bar of entry to actually get funding and to do something that's innovative is very high in the semiconductor industry. If you want to buy, I guess, a mask set at Global Foundries, it's $10 million. If you want to show you have some hot chip, right, you have to build it and demonstrate it, right? It's a very high bar to entry to get that reward, right? And you could easily go invest in an app or software where there's very little, but then the impact of that and the return on that can be very large. So I think it's very challenging to get those VCs in the semiconductor industry. We also talk about finance and how do we get other investment in this. OUSD-R&E has stood up the Office of Strategic Capital, which is enabling small businesses and others to get guaranteed loans to help them enable the opportunity, enable them to enter this market. So a lot of great things happening at Workforce. It's not enough, and I thought I'd highlight a couple other.
Thanks, Matt. I'm getting the hook here, so I'll give Adrian kind of the last set of words here. Adrian, I'm sure you've engaged with a lot of these companies, the big guys, even the small. Has workforce development come up in any discussions, and are they focused in making sure that they have the right skill set to help develop things?
Yeah, not only are they focused on it, but we require it. If you are applying for funds through the CHIPS and Science Act, you have to submit a workforce plan. And what does that mean? It means that we want you to tell us what you're doing with your local communities to ensure that you can get the workers in these jobs. We take being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I say we, I'm no longer on the CHIPS team, but when I was there, and I can still speak, I think, for the CHIPS team in terms of their goals, when we are being good stewards of taxpayer dollars, we want to make sure that, for example, if a company is receiving X amount of funds, and in order to achieve the goals of the project, which we are funding or helping to fund, that they can actually put workers in those jobs who are qualified and who can do the jobs. We want to see a workforce plan to make sure we can do it. If we're doling out $52 billion, but we can't find the workers to fill the jobs that we're creating with this funding, then what are we doing? So creating a workforce plan, submitting a workforce plan that is done in tandem with local stakeholders, from, government leaders to workforce development entities in key regions and states. And also we encourage people, when necessary, when it makes sense, to apply via a consortia. So meaning that, you get a couple of different entities that it can all work together and show how, as a conglomerate, they will achieve X, Y, and Z goals. And then together they can support a workforce plan, because we want to make sure that entities are not, quote unquote, going at it alone, that they're just applying for funds, but they're not really thinking through how, if the funds that they apply for, if they receive those funds, how they're going to use them to create the job. So again, workforce plans are critically important to the success of the CHIPS and Science program. We have the luxury right now in the United States of being in a really tight labor market, which means that the unemployment rate is low, which means that there are plenty of jobs out there for anyone and everyone. But at the same time, we got to make sure that we can actually fill the jobs that we're creating with qualified workers. So partnering with community colleges, partnering with academia, partnering with workforce development organizations is really important. And I also just want to touch on really quickly something that everyone has sort of talked about in terms of making sure that we are training the next generation of semiconductor workers at a very young level. It's critically important. STEM, we've always talked about STEM as being in the United States as being a major goal, and funding efforts around that. But on the CHIPS and Science team, we're going even a step further to say, go work in the semiconductor industry. It is a very promising career. Let's train that next generation of workers at a very young age, so that it doesn't feel like something when they even hit the level of high school, they don't really understand what the semiconductor industry is. There is so much potential, so much, professional growth that can take place in this industry. But if we're going to remain competitive on a global level, we've got to make sure that we're training that next generation of workers starting at a very young age, so that by the time they hit high school, they can get out without even having to go to a 4-year college to get a really good job in the industry. So that's something else that we're focused on. And that's something else that really is going to take, the partnership of state and local communities along with industry to make it happen.
Thank you. I wish we had a couple more hours to spend here, but I'm getting the hook. I think the time is up. I just want to thank the panel for their spirited discussion this morning around an important topic for both national security and our economic prosperity. So thank you, Al, Trent, Adrian, and Matt. Thanks for joining me this morning. So we'll say goodbye. Thanks.
Thank you all so much.
For 40 years, Space Foundation has been the leader in delivering excellence in education, collaboration, and information to advance the global space community. From the premier assembly of the global space ecosystem to classrooms and business centers around the world, Space Foundation works with its partners to create opportunities and inspire generations. Today, space presents more possibilities than ever before. With nearly 100 countries active in space and thousands of companies providing operational support, millions of jobs are generated around the world and across diverse sectors: government, business, education, medicine, and more. There has never been a more exciting time for space, and it's only just begun. At Space Foundation, we believe there is space for all, and we invite you to join us in creating new opportunities and inspiring generations to be part of today's adventure in space. Learn more at spacefoundation.org.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Ben McNally. I'm a client lead at Gallium Solutions, where I work with dual-use technology companies that are pursuing government contracts. I'm also a graduate of the University of Texas at Austin and a former fellow at the Clements Center for National Security. Eric Schmidt, the first chairman of the Defense Innovation Board and former CEO of Alphabet, has famously said that the Department of Defense does not have an innovation problem, but an innovation adoption problem. This administration's national defense strategy states that we live in a decisive decade, and that getting the technology we need more quickly is a key step to building enduring advantages for our force. Certain leaders in the Department of Defense have recognized that much of the technology we need in this decisive decade is coming from new companies, and that the government needs to be a better adopter of this innovation coming out of these companies. Thanks to the work being done at organizations like the Defense Innovation Unit and AFWorks, it's never been easier for a new company to prototype solutions to priority military mission problems. But there's still a significant obstacle: transitioning companies from contracts that use funding from research and development budgets to contracts that use funding from procurement budgets, which at present is the only way the department will be able to field new critical capabilities at scale. Today, I'm honored to be joined by 4 individuals who have all worked this problem inside government and are now leading change in industry. Cameron Holt is a retired Major General in the United States Air Force, where he finished his career as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Contracting in the Office of the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics. In this position, he was responsible for all aspects of contracting related to the acquisition of weapon systems, logistics, and operational support for the Air Force. He held numerous assignments throughout his 32-year career, including serving as commander of the Air Force Installation Contracting Agency, Director of Contracting for the Air Force Lifecycle Management Center, and Commander of the 14th Contracting Squadron. Pete Modigliani is a Vice President at Beacon Global Strategies. Prior to joining Beacons, Pete spent 26 years as a defense acquisition professional working at MITRE, where he led initiatives including the Adaptive Acquisition Framework, Rapid, and Software Acquisition Pathways. Prior to MITRE, Pete was an Air Force Program Manager and Assistant Vice President with Allian Science and Technology. He is part of 3 commissions on defense innovation and acquisition reforms and manages a defense acquisition substack. David Rosside is currently an investor at Shield Capital, a San Francisco-based firm which closed its first fund at $186 million this past September. Shield Capital invests in early-stage companies building solutions in cybersecurity, autonomy, space, artificial intelligence, and other technologies for commercial and national security use cases and customers. Prior to his current role at Shield, he spent 13 years on active duty in the Air Force as an acquisitions officer, where he served in a myriad of roles to include assignments at the Pentagon, Silicon Valley with the Defense Innovation Unit, Hanscom Air Force Base in Massachusetts, Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado, and a deployment with the Special Operations Command. He's still a reservist at the Pentagon and lives here locally in D.C. with his wife Lauren and dog Bentley. And last but certainly not least is Dr. Zachary Mears. Zach is Senior Vice President of Strategy at Anduril Industries. Prior to Anduril, he was a senior advisor at Covington & Burling, where he worked with companies in the aerospace, defense, and national security sectors. During his time in government, he served as Director for Strategic Planning on the National Security Council, Chief of Staff to Deputy Secretary of Defense Robert Work, and Deputy Chief of Staff to Secretary of Defense Ash Carter. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks.
I'd like to first start by talking about the threat environment, which is really the ultimate reason why we're here talking about why we need to solve this problem of transition and this problem of innovation adoption. Zach, you served on the National Security Council during Russia's invasion of Crimea, which heavily influenced Robert Work's thinking when he was championing the third offset strategy. It's now been almost 2 years since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. What has this conflict taught us about the future of warfare and the importance of making it easier to spend money today to get capabilities in the hands of our service members tomorrow?
Well, thanks, Ben, first for shepherding our conversation over the next hour or so. Thanks for all the audience members that are tuning in to both hear our remarks and hopefully be inspired to take some actions that come out of the dialogue today. So very much hope this is a back and forth across all of us. Ben, as you laid out, part of the discussion that we had in advance of the panel was, how the department continues to organize itself today against the capabilities needed for little R requirements that both U.S. forces as well as our allied and partner forces are facing forward. And this was an animating problem for Bob and Ash back in 2012, moving through their tenure in early 2017, and certainly underpinned as we thought about third offset and the differentiated capabilities that could move at a speed to respond to the threats that were challenging both the ability of U.S. and allied forces to understand their disposition on the battlefield, to understand the disposition of the adversary, and to generate timely effects, be those passive or active, against adversary forces. And what was quite plain then, and I think has been made plain over the last 2 years in our experience in Ukraine, is that we still lack the mechanisms to deliver forward at relevant speed responsive capability to that threat. There are existing authorities that exist within the department to enable us to do so, but our practice so far has not yet adopted. If you look at the broad balance of capability that has moved through aid packages over the last 18 months, it is largely traditional systems. If you look at what the Ukrainians are identifying and advising us back through SAG-U are important and relevant, their adoptions on the battlefield. And it is that test environment that is very difficult for us to replicate today. The cyber security attacks, electronic warfare attacks across that spectrum are incredibly difficult to mimic and ensure the resilience of capability. So how do we build that into the way we think about T&E, demonstration, experimentation, to fielding? Not just building, as others in industry, especially amongst the primes and middle tiers, have discussed, building some level of anti-fragility into their current capability. How do we build resilience into the new commercially developed technology that we have an opportunity to start near zero building forward today? And so part of the underpinning of how Bob, Ash, and the rest of the team that built up the Advanced Capability Deterrent Panel that was basically the underbelly of animating third offset was, how do we tap into those other areas of technology and commercial development that are largely happening outside of and being seeded by capital that lives outside the department's RDT&E budget, and bring that capability in at relevant speed and scale to address these threats that are not moving at a generational pace like we plan for our capital assets. They are moving at a time and a speed that requires the responsiveness of a commercial product and a commercial business model.
General Holt, when you first became Deputy Assistant Secretary for Contracting, you organized a threat briefing for the entire Air Force contracting workforce that explained the threat from China in great detail. When looking at the Chinese Communist Party, the PLA, and their strategy of civil-military fusion vis-a-vis our military and industrial congressional complex, what concerns you?
Well, yeah, thank you for the question, Ben, and again, thank you for having this important discussion. When I did that, what I wanted to achieve is, frankly, I still don't see it. There's a lot of talk in the press about China. There's a lot of good speeches about it. I frankly don't think I still don't believe we're on a wartime footing. And I think that our acquisition community, our contracting community, our financing and resourcing process has to get on a wartime footing. We're behind in many important ways. We're ahead in a lot of ways. And so, I probably should say that China should think twice about challenging us militarily. But having said that, they're moving faster than we're moving. When I sit in the Pentagon and I hear a lot about the Taiwan Straits or about the military instrument of national power, I actually think that our adversaries are sophisticated enough to attack our supply chains, to corner the market on key materials, to deter other nations economically, to deter business leaders and government leaders economically, and through information power. Having said all that, I still believe that military overmatch, if we can achieve strategic military overmatch in capability, that will have a deterring effect against war. And so, as the new head of contracting, I didn't want my first conversations with my community to be about FAR 15402. I wanted them to see somebody that has sat in the same cubicles that they've sat in, have felt the same frustrations that they have felt, have endured the withering criticisms of a bureaucratic contracting enterprise that they did not invent themselves. And I wanted them to see somebody like them stand up and talk for an hour in detail about the actual operational threat and where the U.S. and China and Russia are against each other today and where we will be after the planned 6-year future years defense plan. And of course, I can't get into the details of that discussion here, but I wanted them to understand their role in disruptively changing it. And I wanted to ask them, not tell them, I wanted to ask them to follow me by using their detailed knowledge of the FAR and the acquisition and the contracting rules that are so far antiquated. And instead of using that to keep everybody out of jail or just to be compliance oriented, to turn their attention towards the mission and hacking that old system. So that we can start to harness the private sector capitalist motivation and align those incentives with national defense priorities. And if we can inspire a workforce and frankly protect them against the recrimination culture in doing that and remove a lot of the barriers and align industry and government, I think we could actually move so much faster than any of our adversaries can.
David, Zach mentioned earlier having a good structure for major capital assets, but there being the sort of new dimension of warfare that companies that are coming up, that are being funded by venture capital firms like yours are working with. Dr. Mears' colleague at Anduril, Chris Burrows, wrote a white paper entitled The Moneyball Military, where he advocates for an alternative defense process with the reverse polarity of the PPBE system that would have DIU become more of a program office that's empowered to bypass the traditional suppliers of military power in the PPBE system and deliver commercially derived but appropriately militarized solutions directly to operational forces, with the expectation that those systems will be consumed and quickly bought anew. Do you think that this is an appropriate role for DIU, and if so, what kind of changes would need to be made there to execute this strategy?
Great. Well, thank you, Ben, for having me. Thank you to my fellow panelists. It's an honor to be here with you. I had an opportunity to reread Christian's white paper on Moneyball Military, and you know he's prolific. I also had the opportunity to read his seminal book, The Kill Chain, which I think really did jumpstart a lot of the discussions that we're having today, helping us understand and use the right lexicon to even be able to transverse these different ideals and norms of what the military-industrial complex does on a day-to-day basis, and then how the commercial ecosystem operates. And having been at Defense Innovation Unit and then in the bowels of the Pentagon, I sort of get to see, I've seen that side play out as well. You know, if I were to be petty about Christian's title, the Moneyball, you know, I would say the Oakland A's, they never actually won the World Series. And barring a miracle, they will no longer be playing in Oakland. So I'm not exactly sure if that's necessarily the strategy, but the intent of what he is getting after, I think, is spot on. And that's saying that the planning, programming, budgeting, and execution, the PPB&E, which is, you know, the 4-letter word that everybody sort of rankles at around here for why we can't move and modernize faster, certainly has a part to play. And what Christian is advocating for is that we start to move away from that centralized sort of Soviet-style central planning mode, right? That preferences huge R&D for long-tail sustainment where you're making 9 to 11% of profit on a cost-plus contract, and instead start to maneuver more of that funding to procurement, relying on the third-party capital markets to help spin up the R&D based on, you know, signaling or just tech advancement that can then be used in consumable ways that will allow us to kind of refresh the defense industry base. And, you know, what role Defense Innovation Unit has to play, I think they've proven that they can take things and prototype them from the commercial sector, apply it to the military context, perturbate the system, right, if need be, to make it more relevant to the warfighter. And then, of course, they've kind of, through the teachings of the General Holtz of the world and the Lorna Tedders and others, crafted a contracting mechanism that allows you to move quickly from prototype to production. So all that being on the table, if you want to scale Defense Innovation Unit, and I think they still need to maintain their strong relationships with the services and the co-coms because that's who originates the needs, I think in a zero-sum bureaucracy, unless we're going to continue to fall prey to the Parkinson's law of the bureaucracy just forever grows, we need to start actually making cuts, right? So for every DIU person we add, should we be cutting from the research labs that are predominantly doing R&D that maybe isn't moving at the speed of relevance to meet the needs of the warfighter? I don't see that ever quite being talked about, and I think if we're going to have an honest conversation around putting more resources behind the AFWorks, the DIUs, the Chief Digital Artificial Intelligence Office, then it's got to come out of hide from somewhere else because we can't just continue to grow and grow and grow because more people just adds more time. Time adds friction, and friction puts us further behind the 8 ball. So I think, love what Christian's putting out there from a Moneyball military affect. I think we also need to recognize what are the secondary and tertiary steps that have to be addressed in order to achieve it.
Sure. Zach, any comment on that?
Yes, I mean, it won't surprise you to hear. I had many conversations with Chris as he drafted the article, as did many of us within the company. I think rather than debate, like, is DIU the appropriate program office, as I think Cameron would attest, if there's one thing that will turn the service's nose up quite quickly, it's an OSD component as the executive agent for a program. And outside of MDA, we largely see OSD as a component that is seeking to support the capability providers within the department, which are our services. At the same time, we do need to reconcile what I think the piece does well, which is diagnose the fact that our current system, relative to what we are currently observing in Russia and Ukraine, and as we think about the benefits of affordable mass across domains using commercially derived solutions, cheaper ways of fabricating our core hulls for underwater vehicles, more available commercial sensors, core basic compute that can power not just one but many smaller devices. As you think about the decision advantage that you can generate from sensing across that network set of capabilities, either within a domain or across, and as you think about those capabilities on some spectrum of attritable to expendable, both relative to each other and then relative to the band asset that would otherwise be performing that mission, how do we reconcile having diagnosed this problem and align incentives that actually give us the mechanisms to field these capabilities at scale? One could argue that Replicator has the intent to start to address some of those challenges.
Sure.
I think the proof will be in the pudding in terms of the first tranche of capability that is delivered. And then ultimately, I think many of us would probably agree with, how you think about the command and control of those capabilities. It's one thing to demonstrate mass. It's another thing to use that mass effectively to generate decision challenges for your adversary. So how you think about the command and control and how we organize around these capabilities also deserves, to David's point, the secondary and tertiary evaluation of how we actually man, train, equip, and organize around these capabilities that don't have the sustainment tail, that require a different manufacturing sustainment approach. So how companies in the industrial base think about inventory carry, how we think about IRAD spend against those types of things, and the durability of that IRAD over time. Requires a different incentive structure. And if there's one thing that I think remains true, is that the department broadly doesn't lack for the authorities to do these things. And as the deputy herself said, over 18 months ago, in one of her first trips out to Silicon Valley, it's, we don't lack for the authorities or the organizational structures to do these things. We lack incentive alignment. Mm-hmm. So how you think about incentive alignment from privately capitalized businesses like ourselves, those that David and the team at SHIELD are funding, I think requires us to actually shine a light on that problem and have a deliberate conversation about how we actually move some of these things into the field at some reasonable scale. And I think that's one of the areas that I think the piece from Chris, whether you want to quibble with the title or quibble with whether DIU should ultimately be that program office, the underlying diagnosis, I think, would get a lot of head nods and shared recognition across the acquisition community as being true. Now, what can we do to start aligning that with the types of threats that we're seeing in Ukraine and Russia and those that we believe that we would confront in the Indo-Pacific, especially on the surface, in the air, and in space.
Absolutely. General Holt, on the subject of folks not lacking authorities, in 2021, during a fireside chat with Joe Lonsdale at Fed Supernova in Austin, you said that we still have the acquisition and resourcing system of the Cold War, and that's not going to win in this next challenge. But the vehicles that have been used to put companies like Anduril, Hawkeye 360, other new innovative firms doing great things on contracts have been around for decades. Things like SBIR, OTs, others. Is the problem the system or the resources that it makes available, or is it that simply too many contracting and acquisition professionals aren't incentivized to use all of the resources at their disposal to find a way to get to yes?
Well, I hate to tell you this, but it's actually both. There is, to Zach's point, there is a ton of things that we can do that I would call inside the box innovation. And the organizations like DIU and others have blazed paths that show that that's possible. As I was a young lieutenant colonel on the Joint Staff years ago, when General Petraeus needed a lot more ISR in theater, in just 2 years, we pushed $9.2 billion worth of non-traditional ISR into that theater. We didn't violate any rules for doing it. We did need congressional support to move money around with great alacrity rather than having to get Mother May I's through that system. So that speaks to the PPBE process. But when there is alignment of incentives and when we are on a wartime footing, everybody's process objections seem to fade away because of the objective at hand. Right before I left the Pentagon, I led a task force to execute the Air Force's responsibilities in the pandemic relief effort. And frankly, we were asked to shore up the defense industrial base that had been threatened immediately and also reshore all the medical manufacturing that was critical to the response effort. We spent $5 billion in a few months building whole factories at a time. We did that in a compliant way. We did that in addition to the regular job that we have. So yes, there's a lot to be said about protecting the workforce from a recrimination culture. And instead of honoring the process, honor the outcome. And if attempts fail because they were just a bad idea or they didn't work out, instead of reacting to them in a way that shuts down programs or ends careers, we have to celebrate those things. Now, ethical problems I don't support. Now, those are inside the box innovations. I led a change effort I called mission-focused business leadership to turn our attention away from what I thought was compliance-focused business advice, a more passive role, a more compliance-oriented role, and instead just hack the system and find the best ways to get the mission done. Having said that, you probably know I sat on the Section 809 panel as well as a participant with Pete and others. And so I don't think that the FAR or some of our structures are necessarily bad documents. They certainly never stopped me from doing anything that I wanted to do. But the assumption that all of those rules have been based on since the 1960s in the PPBE process that Robert McNamara gave to us, and we're still using that to fight the CCP? Are you kidding me? The assumptions that underline that rule set have changed, and there's no acknowledgement really that that's happened. And as a result of that, you get a lot of inertia from Congress and the way they oversee to industry and the way that they get money in the bills to be spent by the Department of Defense and to several jobs in the Department of Defense and org structures in the Department of Defense that protect themselves by making sure that you're in the right lanes, you're following the right process, not that you get the right outcomes. So there is a lot of structural outside the box type of systemic change that's necessary. We talked about PPBE. That's definitely in sore need of change, and frankly, it's not DOD down, it's got to be Congress down. Congress has a right to oversee, and that's their constitutional responsibility. We should never do away with that. In fact, I think the transparency level needs to come way up throughout the POM build and all the way through execution. It should be transparent to all, apart from classified lines. But at the same time, we've got to stop trying to centrally manage everything. We're not going to beat China by being China. And so we've got to start allowing real authority to get results in these PEO portfolios where PEOs can actually move money in execution. And instead of protecting an established program of record that it took everybody 8 years to go through the requirements process and the budgeting process and the acquisition process to get to, we're buying old technology to begin with, and the industry is incentivized to lose money up front and then make sure that weapon system's around for decades so that they can get their money back. That's going to lose with our adversaries in the world today. So there is a lot of change that's necessary. I would tell you the commercial tech marketplace has automatically changed their approach from a very much so IP vendor lock type of an approach to a speed to market approach for sustained profitability. And I think that's a lot of what Chris is talking about. Yes. Is why do we think that we have to develop everything with a very, very slow and linear process? Why don't we align the incentives and create the right incentives to simply buy it and bring it to market? But we've got to remove the barriers to entry, and the level of competition needs to increase dramatically. And so there's a number of ideas that we don't have time to get into on how you do that. So the answer to your question is there's a lot we can do without asking anybody's permission, but there is structural change and systemic change that's necessary, and it needs to be done really, really rapidly. We are wasting time just talking about it.
So Pete, obviously on this panel, as well as very often in these kinds of discussions, we hear people talk about the vagaries of the PPPE process. We also hear people talk about the need for acquisition reform, which is a whole other conversation. But one thing that we don't often hear people talk about is the need for the joint capabilities, integration, and development system to be modernized for an era where lower cost, hardware-defined, software-enabled systems are redefining warfare. What should or would a 21st century JSIDS process look like?
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, and that's a critically important question. You know, it's often overlooked the DoD's requirement system is the third major enterprise process that is in dire need of modernization for the current environment. Because if the requirements aren't set up properly, you're just setting up the program to fail. We have the JSIDS process, which has been around for a while, managed by a joint staff. It is a massively bureaucratic, painfully slow, rigid process that needs to change. You look at the policy, and the manual itself is 500 pages just to navigate the process, where we'll spend years up front documenting, defining requirements for a new system that replaces a 30-year-old legacy system. We'll define it, lock it down, and then say, all right, that's your requirements for the next X number of years of development, then production, with the hopes that we'll keep it operational for the next 30 to 50 years. Guaranteed to get that wrong. So we need a modern approach. We talked about this with the Section 809 panel as we were fixing acquisition. We clearly understood you needed to modernize requirements. We've had reports that were included in NDAA legislation. In the recent Atlantic Council Commission, which we just finished up, had a key recommendation on modernizing DoD requirements, and it's now in the current FY24 NDAA. So for that modern approach, it's a much more rapid and dynamic approach to capturing requirements that harnesses what leading technologies out there, particularly in industry, to move from hey, I'll have a rapid iterative approach. We'll do an MVP. We'll have a prototype. We'll experiment with some commercial technologies. If it works, great. Let's scale it. If it doesn't, let's pivot to a new environment. But break from that mindset of I'm going to define a program system-centric requirements document and navigate that through the process and focus more on what are the broader threats, what are the combatant command's priorities, where are the capability gaps that they see, and put it in that broader, whether it's mission threads, broader capability areas, and have that integrated suite of capabilities to deliver that. Highlight what's the priority to the operational commanders, and let the community come and build capabilities to meet those needs. How do we move the needle on whatever the operational performance priorities that they value? We need better alignment between the requirements and acquisition pathways. We need better alignment across the various organizations. what Joint Staff is doing versus the services versus combatant commands versus OSD and the broader community. There's so many disconnects and competing interests. So it still goes back to how do we get better capabilities faster to the warfighter? How do we harness what's commercially available? So again, it's that operational pull versus the tech push. If industry has some great tech, clear military capability, how do we validate that and get that out to the field? But it all, fills into that broader portfolio approach. So it's the greater alignment, greater speed and agility in the system.
So, Pete, it's really interesting that you mentioned, building capabilities in the absence of requirements. David, during your time at DIU, you worked at an organization whose charter was to accelerate commercial technology for national security. Practically none of those commercial technologies had requirements, but quite a few of them ended up providing a really important capability to solve a military mission problem. In 2020 on the DIUX podcast, you advocated for being able to do a cash infusion for a promising technology that has a DoD customer, but requires a bridge to wait out the 2-year-long PBBE cycle. And you've also talked about the need for DoD to dedicate more money to funding scale-ups that have the promise to deliver critical capabilities to service members, but again, because it's not a requirement, sort of gets stuck in the valley of death. Do the hedge portfolio that HACD proposed for DIU, new programs from the Office of Strategic Capital, or OSD's APBET program get after that problem, or is something else needed?
Yeah, thank you. And, just real quick before I answer that, Pete, 500 pages for the JSIDs. General Holt, what's the FAR?
It's between the FAR and DFARs, it's over 4,500 pages.
Yeah.
And the financial management reg is
7,000. 7,000. So, come on, Pete. Chump change. Okay, so let's talk about some solutions. So on that podcast, I was 2020, so well done, Ben, on finding me. I was talking about this idea that I've now sort of refined and called it the preemptive year of execution. So what happens when you have a prototype project that's just crushing it and the COCOM says, I need that now? What if you had a kind of a revolving door fund where you could, instead of paying for non-priorities with your unfunded requirements end of your slush fund, which is what happens today, and I would guess 10 to 15% of procurement, R&D, O&M funding goes towards that valley of nowhere, right, which pays for TVs and all kinds of things that aren't truly critical because we're making decisions at the last second. You could actually forward fund promising technology that is making its way into the POM for the future year, and then you back pay it the next year. So this requires a flexible funding format that I don't think the appropriators are going to go for yet, but I just don't think we've advised them in a compelling enough way to really send it home. So this is one idea, and I got to give credit. It was on a conversation with Moshe Schwartz, who at the time was at the Congressional Research Service. Now he's with Etherton and Associates. He's a brilliant guy.
Yes.
And we talked about that years ago. On the other idea, scale-ups. So, General Holt, 20% of all contracts, primes must go to small businesses, 30% of subcontracts must go to small businesses. This is a federal agency-wide mandate, so it's not just the DoD. And I fear that a lot of what we're getting for that 20% and 30%, which is all good intentions, right, coming out of the small business acts of yesteryear, is to kind of seed small entrepreneurs to be able to build new companies. But they get stuck in the small business game where they don't necessarily want to grow to a certain level because then maybe they won't be relevant to be able to compete. And so what you get is a lot of services out of those types of companies, and probably services that are fairly replaceable between each other. Instead, with scale-ups, what if we created a policy that mandated a certain type of structure, maybe the Andurils of the world and other venture-backed startups that are building product that want to grow. They don't want to stay small. They want to be able to compete, and they're going to sell into the defense tech market. They're going to sell into healthcare. They're going to sell into fintech, right? And there's probably going to be a through line that makes that technology relevant regardless of the industry. And we had a subset of mandating that certain amount of prime contracts, and I think even more importantly, subcontracts went to this pool of folks. You now have you've pushed the contracting officers and the program offices to really think hard about who's going to win these competitions because they've got to meet the policy mandate. but you're also going to get the defense primes thinking a lot more about who are they going to partner with and start pulling that technology into the system. And this breaks that barrier where the appropriators are mandating where the money is exactly going, because this is a policy that HASC and SASC on the other side of the Congressional Defense Committee can kind of force. And now we'll see a proliferation of new non-traditional defense contractors, which the Atlantic Council talked a lot about, but didn't maybe make this type of recommendation to be able to think through, like, how do we really accelerate and adopt change? As for the DIU hedge portfolio, I think that falls more into that revolving door bucket, right, where they're going to be given a funding line. And we can talk, I think, a little bit later about how they can ensure some guardrails that they don't become a self-fulfilling ice cream cone, or self-licking ice cream cone in that respect. You know, Office of Strategic Capital, huge fan of what the department is doing, and Jason Rathje. But that's, I think, tackling a much larger, more macro problem around how do we put different types of funding to work, leveraging authorities that other agencies have to be able to shore up the defense industry base, not necessarily tied to direct funding to specific companies. And then what was that third piece of it? It was APFIT. Yeah, I think APFIT, it's starting to address a little bit of this bridge, you know, to get across the valley of death. I don't, you know, personally think it's maybe being executed as judiciously as maybe it ought to be, with when you look at how the process is being worked. But I think it's a start in the right direction. I think Rep. Calvert's intent is definitely in line with the types of innovative thinking we need to able to harness and bring compelling technology to the forefront.
Zach, speaking from industry perspective, you know, running into these kinds of issues on a daily basis with you know, navigating these different procurement contracts that exist, what do you think the impact would be to a company like Anduril if Pentagon did a better job of doing this?
Be $6 billion? Would you be like 60 billion?
Yeah. Well, I don't put this just on the building. I don't put this just on the services. It really is, to Cameron's earlier point, about being more transparent against need and how we can characterize that need more effectively for commercial companies to address. I think for privately capitalized companies, it's transparent about how we think about product and where we're building product. So how can we give each of the service acquisition executives a better shadow of the future to understand where we're investing our capital, how we've structured that capital investment against a suite of products that are tackling a mission-oriented problem. We're not tackling a big R requirement, we're actually tackling a mission need. So how do you marry up the balance of operational end user need validation to an acquisition strategy that is laying in the right incentive structure to attract our continued investment in capital? And so this is the interesting valley that we find ourselves in right now, where like, just reflecting back on the joys of sequestration back in the early 2010s and the harm that frankly that we did to ourselves within the building, and then in conjunction with Congress to delay hard decisions. Ultimately, this is about trade-offs. This is about leaders making decisions that actually trade, to David's point, capability that we might otherwise being invested in today to that is proving most effective. And in order to persuade folks that you are either making the right decision or that you are willing and open to being held accountable such that you've made the wrong decision, being more transparent about that trade-off structure, that incentive structure is going to be critical to us putting our capital to work in the best way, to our investors believing that their return on invested capital has a horizon and a multiple that's going to enable them to put more cash in our business and enable us to put more cash into commercial product. And I think that, from a product focus, I think that's where there's more work to be done for the department to understand how a product-centric business builds capability in ways that are different and incentivized differently than program or contract-oriented businesses, where you're not focused on a consumable per se, you're focused on delivering a more generalized product that meets needs across a range of end users. That business model requires the department, again, not with any new authorities, to engage and understand what incents the develop of that product differently at a different speed, and how do I acquire that and sustain it in different ways. So the scaffolding exists. We just have to make it more mature, a bit more durable, such that others that are, especially commercial dual-use companies, can balance the trade-offs between the dualities of their business, where a long sales cycle, an uncertain future in the federal market makes it much harder to continue to justify that capital investment in the federal side of their business. And they will be pulled by closer speed to market, more customer intimacy, and shorter rate of return, quicker rate of return on their invested capital in their respective commercial markets. We have to recognize that about the business. And I think that's where the recently released National Defense Industrial Strategy does recognize some elements of these problems. It diagnoses our ailments well. Now we all have to align on what are we doing to address it. Long-winded answer to your more basic question of like, yeah, we'd be better off. But we want to be helpful in being part of that solution. There's a lot of us, that have experience in the department that are now out in industry that want to help as best as we can to align capability delivery against threats that our U.S. forces and allied and partner forces are facing. That's the motivating factor. How we take advantage of our incentive structure and our capital allocation should be considered a lever for the department. And how do we best help them pull that lever more effectively?
Pete, both the interim report from the Commission on Defense Innovation Adoption and the Defense Innovation Board's Strategic Investment Capital Task Force have advocated for consolidating various DoD budget accounts, also known as acquisition speak as program elements, into portfolios to bring 1, greater flexibility, 2, align various services around creating mission impact instead of servicing a particular platform, and 3, foster greater participation from industry, including small businesses. Can you shed a little more light on this issue and give an example of a particular capability that's currently maybe stovepiped across a few PEOs that would benefit from this portfolio approach?
Sure, yeah, and this, starts to unpack the broader PPE, reform that is desperately needed. And we've all advocated for some pretty bold reforms to various commissions, including the PPE Commission, that's coming out with the report next month. And we need to continue to push. There's some resistance in the system. And we saw the PE consolidation as one stepping stone to enable some of the greater speed and flexibility required in the system. When we talk about, right now the current environment is across the RDT&E and procurement accounts, there are 1,700 different program elements. So, the department, puts in a request and Congress appropriates, down to, pretty finite details of how you're going to manage each program, each capability. And a program element doesn't even equate equally to a program. Some programs are funded out of a dozen program elements, so it's a messy environment. But one of the things, when we studied the issue is, of those 1,700 accounts, nearly 40% of them are under $20 million. So fully appreciate Congress's oversight authority. When we're talking about $850 billion budget to get into $10 and $20 million accounts, and then if you want to move any money, if you didn't accurately predict 2 to 3 years out how to properly allocate all that funding, and you want to move funding around, it is a very laborious process that you have to go through many months through the departments and then go get approval from all 4 congressional committees. So by consolidating some of those program elements, it's still staying within the broader capability areas, whether it's within a PEO portfolio or some other mix, but to say take the like program elements, whether you're merging some smaller ones, merging small ones with some larger ones. But again, Congress is authorizing and appropriating to validate, yes, you have a need for that broader capability area. As things emerge, as new tech emerges, as the threats emerge, your strategy may change. That you may now be able to acquire something as a service, going through different appropriation issues. But there's nuances. There may be programs that are slipping. There may be higher priority issues. There may be new environments to tackle. So it's empowering portfolio managers to allocate resources to maximize that mission impact. So it's going to enable more companies to compete. Again, it's part of that broader portfolio environment of breaking down the program stovepipes to more of that integrated suite of capabilities. So you allow the best and brightest ideas to prosper, whether it's within the department or from industry solutions, again, to move out for that capability area. And when you look at where's the opportunity to start, it's anywhere where there's smaller, many high quantities of systems. So don't start with the aircraft carriers, nuke subs, and others. But, we see with Air Force with software factories, when you have enabling infrastructure that's supporting multiple programs and then they get starved or it gets, piecemealed across separate accounts. Whether it's counter UAS, ISR programs, there's an enduring capability need for these areas. But to properly predict 2 to 3 years out on 1,700 different accounts is ridiculous. So some consolidation, and again, it's a negotiation between the department and Congress on where it makes sense.
Just briefly on that, Pete, to follow up, one of the ways in which at an executive level we try to tackle this with Ash and Bob was to focus executive committee engagement on these mission areas that truly did cut across so many program elements, and in many cases cut across so many program executive authorities. How do you align these things effectively? One way in which, as an industry partner, we're now thinking about solving these problems, and let's use counter UAS as an example. So we partnered with U.S. Special Operations Command to provide counter UAS as a service. Recognizing that, from when I left the department back in 2016, that threat has meaningfully evolved and is continuing to evolve at a rate and a pace and in a manner and at a volume that we cannot plan our way into. We need a contract structure, a competitive capability development environment that enables SOCOM to evaluate, test, and then integrate that capability, which is proving itself in any part of the value chain in solving the counter-UAS mission, whether that's detect, track, and ID, whether that's passive defeat and capture, or whether that is kinetic intercept. And that change in the nature of that architecture is going to be very different from detecting and tracking and then ultimately defeating DJI, other Group 1s and Group 2s, to now detecting, defeating essentially low-flying cruise missiles. How do you enable the architecture and then a competitive environment for industry to understand, how do I best understand the problem today? How do I understand the contract mechanisms that enable me to deliver and then have my capability evaluated, and such that I prove to be more operationally effective at solving this threat now, I have a pathway into some meaningful volume of sale that I know I can then invest back into further capability development to continue to improve that, because I don't want to lose that opportunity. I want to make sure that my passive detect is the best passive RF detect that's out there. How do we think about competition in an environment that inherently involves many aspects that are anti-competitive, because we have, depending on your service, depending on your program, monopsony-like characteristics. For those programs and those mission threats, especially where you're trying to derive capability that's commercially developed, how do you think about breed competition and take advantage of that in different ways? I think these types of missions actually enable you to think about the contract structure, incentive alignment in ways that are not capture-laden with the aspects of PPB that we all recognize are a challenge to confront and ultimately not well-suited to fielding capability of speed and relevance across these mission areas.
Yeah, so that ties perfectly into the portfolio management approach. The combatant commanders are screaming about the UAS threat. Dr. LaPlanta at Reagan National talked about we need production at scale for counter UAS solutions like we did 155s. So it's capturing that broader requirement set. We have the JCO, Joint Counter UAS Office, that's supposed to look across the services, but capture the broader requirements set, Group 1s and 2s, 3s and beyond, and then what each of the services and agencies are doing, and then from a program aspect, from an acquisition strategy and a contract strategy, weave it all through.
David, real quick, the main critique I've heard from Congressman Calvert's hedge portfolio proposal for DIU is that it would result in them transitioning technology in this parallel acquisition system that would allow PEOs to tell people receiving OTs from DIU, hey, you have your own budget, leave us alone. Do you think that that's a valid concern, and what could be done to prevent that?
Right. So the fear is if DIU gets its own funding, then they don't need to create transition partners for the follow-on production contracts. And with the hedge funding, which is, it was proposed to be $1 billion. We'll see where it ends up shaking out in the appropriations bill. I think the reality is that that's not nearly enough money to be able to provide the long tail for the types of projects that DIU has undertaken. So, I think I look at it as 3 steps. There's the validate step, the accelerate step, and then the codify step. Today, we're already doing the validate. So they're getting requirements, whether they're JSONs approved or JUONs, UONs, GEONs, just commander letters of intent. They're figuring out a way to go ahead and do these prototype projects with small dollars to just validate that this thing works. The hedge fund operates as the accelerant towards, let's go from prototype to, let's call it LRIP if we're staying within the acquisition framework. Let's get it out to the users. Let's see it operationalized in small contingents. But there's still that long tail of going full on, or full rate production. And I think in order to apply money to the accelerate, step 3 or stage 3 of codify is you need to make sure that the combatant commanders have put that requirement high on their priority list through the integrated priority list, which is how they tell the services what's important to them. And then you go back to the services and you say, before I put this money in, you're working the POM right now for 2 years in advance. Are you going to highlight which program elements this accelerant of hedge funding is going into so that Congress and the American people can trace back exactly what you're doing with that hedge fund and how it's leading towards faster adoption into the areas that are very important and already codified within the justification books. So this is all procedural. I think it can be done. We already have a framework for it. This is just, again, a way to ensure that DIU does not become sort of self-fulfilling, that they are engaged and entrenched with the larger system, but getting the needs of the combatant commanders solved much faster at the speed of relevancy versus the speed of bureaucracy. So,
General Hull, from all your experience, all the time you spent in government and now in industry, if you became Undersecretary of Defense and Acquisition and Sustainment tomorrow and had to make 3 changes to the way that Pentagon buys capabilities, what changes would you make and why?
Yeah, and I have 2 minutes to tell the audience about that. No, it's a great question. I would work transparently with the Congress, with the defense industry, and with the department to do 2 primary things. One is immediately put us on a wartime footing. Stop talking about it, let's do it. And one of the things that means is removing all the barriers to entry. Every single regulation, DoD 5000, the financial management regulation, all of those provisions in there would have to defend itself against my cut. I did this in the Air Force. We called it Operation Clean Sweep. In the first year of my change initiative, we deleted every single mandatory procedure in Air Force contracting and every PGI reference because people were trying to hide the mandatory procedures in the PGI. We deleted over 700 pages of mandatory guidance, and it freed up an enormous amount of innovative thinking. I don't think we can rely on just what I call the cool kid organizations, the rapid acquisition cells, the DIU, the haves versus the have-nots. And I'll tell you the truth, with the right rule set and leadership, I can grab at random 100 people across the department acquisition program will stand up a rapid acquisition cell. The other side of putting us on a wartime footing immediately is standing up a DPA Title III line that actually gets after it. Not SBIR's money, not $1 billion, but actually goes after this in a way that doesn't compete with the Department of Defense budget. So think about like a OCO budget, but now it's separate from the Department of Defense, and it is for the purpose of warfighting a very sophisticated economic and supply chain war that I would get after in a very robust way. And then on the other side, I would change the acquisition system, the enduring acquisition system, from a capabilities-based acquisition system to a threat-based acquisition system. And so maybe you'll have to invite me back more later, and we'll talk about what exactly that looks like.
Well, that sounds like a plan. Thank you all so much for joining. This has been a fantastic discussion. I really appreciate you all's time. I want to thank our audience for tuning in, and the next session will begin in a few minutes.
The world today is on the brink of remarkable technological transformation. A new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence will bring forward new possibilities for businesses, governments, communities, and individuals across the globe. The rate of innovation is moving faster with each year that passes. This belief led to the creation of Evoke, Comtech's innovation foundry. Evoke creates new solutions that empower global communities by providing access to technologies others never imagined possible. Working across businesses with partners, suppliers, customers, and academia, our innovation foundry serves two vital purposes. First, Evoke is pioneering new technologies to disrupt existing markets and create future networks that are focused on better customer outcomes. Second, through our relentless innovation, Evoke is enhancing Comtech's existing offerings that will enable the transformation needed to usher in a new era of machine, human, and digital coexistence. Since the launch of Evoke, we have already forged strategic partnerships with market leaders, innovators, and technology disruptors that will help us push the boundaries of innovation and propel the world into a truly connected future. Together with our partners, we are anticipating the needs of customers and multiplying the value of our technologies to empower individuals, create value for our customers, and make the world a better place for all of us. Circle is combining their leading network technologies with Comtech's expertise in location-based services to deliver real-time analytics and intelligence at the edge of the IoT. Together, Comtech and Circle are delivering smart-enabled solutions to provide customers with extraordinary insights and new capabilities that can create substantial impact by exploiting the full power of IoT networks. Descartes Labs is integrating their industry-leading cloud-native supercomputer and data processing capabilities with Comtech's communications technologies to provide customers with powerful insights and services. Today, Comtech and Descartes Labs are infusing the power of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and monitoring insights to deliver real-time, actionable intelligence of developing situations. Wishnish brings leading distributed ledger solutions to further enhance Comtech's technologies and improve secure information exchange and enhance privacy applications available across industries, institutions, governments, and developers. Together, Comtech and Wishnish are integrating highly secure, flexible distributed ledger technologies to build trust in a democratic fashion and drive automation from the outer boundaries to the very core of a business. Arna Network's leading zero-touch edge and 5G service orchestration and management, combined with Comtech's dynamic cloud platform, is opening the door to groundbreaking cloud-native network services. By integrating cloud-based network technologies, Comtech and Arna Networks enable customers to add and manage applications that can significantly improve business performance across public, private, and hybrid networks. But our partnerships don't stop there. We're also forging alliances with leading universities worldwide to ensure we empower future leaders who will build connections that set ideas free. As we innovate to deliver intent-based, insightful, on-demand technologies and services, Evoke will transform global technology landscapes to empower the world. Welcome to the new era of connectivity and collaboration. Welcome to Evoke.
So we're back. I'm Dave Hamilton, founder and chairman of America's Future Series, and I want to thank Ben McNally for doing that great conversation. It was stellar, right on point, as always. Want to thank him. And up next, really thrilled to have John Saad, S-A-A-D, joined by Maria Falkowski. They're going to have a fantastic conversation. I want to thank Guidehouse for being the gold sponsor of this event, and I want to thank them both for participating. Maria is with, I think, Defense Aerospace Report, and I want to thank Defense and Aerospace Report for their support of this program.
Great to be part of the America Future Series, and I'm honored to be here with Marie Falkowski for Modi and I. My name is John Saad. I'm a partner and national security segment leader at Guidehouse. We do government and commercial technology and management consulting. So Marie, first of all, thank you for joining me. This is great to have this dialogue. Why don't we start by just going through your background? I know you have a very extensive background in national security, a lot of passion that's come from years and years of service. Maybe talk about how you came upon this journey to where you are today.
Yeah, sure, John. And thank you so much for having me. This is quite an honor. Thank you. I'll start with my passion for national security, which is deeply rooted in my family. I come from a long line of people who have served our country as far back as the American Revolution, everything from enlisted to officers, scouts and spies, to those who enabled supply lines and worked in early state and federal government roles. So there are strong relationships in my family to our country's founding fathers. So for me, the goals of democracy are inherently personal. As far as my leadership journey, it began when I enlisted in the Air Force in 1990 as an intelligence specialist, and within weeks of training, Saddam Hussein had invaded Kuwait. So I found my 19-year-old self giving current intelligence briefings to very senior officers, just kind of thrown into the deep end of the pool for a real-world situation. And during my military career, I served both on active duty as well as a civilian. And I'm a veteran of Desert Storm, Desert Shield. I served in the Combined Air Operations Center at Incirlik, Turkey during Operation Northern Watch. And so much of my experience naturally has a counterterrorism slant. And all of it is what we would call kind of joint positions, where I worked closely with big intel community agencies, which was a little unusual. I've also spent a few years at the Department of Energy, where I got a very interesting view of working in a cabinet level organization and with the national labs. In those roles, I served as the Deputy Director for Counterterrorism and later as the Director of Operations in the Office of Intelligence and Counterintelligence. So it was about, I want to say 2010, when I went to the CIA as a senior analyst and later led their Middle East and terrorism efforts for open source intelligence, and eventually became their first CTO for the CIA-led open source enterprise. And that's really where I cut my teeth in the technology space, and more recently as the Director for AI and Data Analytics within the CIA's Agency Data Office. So in my current role, I work for the intelligence community's Chief Data Officer as the executive lead for IC Mission Analytics and Technology Acceleration. And because I have such deep and varying experiences, I think it's made me a better advocate for using tech for mission while understanding the urgency that we face in today's very hyper-connected, digitally transforming world.
Marie, that's fascinating. And I mean, first of all, thank you for your service and your continued service, and just the very depth of experience and expertise that you're bringing to the mission today. Clearly, you have a passion that spans your entire career and even growing up. And one of the things we often say is the folks that are most effective in supporting our government counterparts are those that love the mission first and want to tackle those problems. And clearly, you're one of those people as well, which is just so great to see. Now, you talked about technology advancement and the role it's played over the past 15 years. How has that changed from you being in the battlefield all the way to the roles that you play today? How are you seeing that transformation occur? And are we getting there fast enough?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. There is a great deal, I think, to be said about the democratization of technology, and with the development and how ubiquitous the use of mobile devices, the advancement of cloud computing, and the increased global access to the internet for people, for businesses, and for governments. Everyone has incredible access these days to data information that they didn't have maybe 5, 10, 15 years ago. And I can remember a time in the mid-90s when my fellow airmen and I were first introduced to a Microsoft user interface so that we could sift through intelligence messages. And it was such a game changer. So prior to that, it could take me a full day to read maybe 1,000 intelligence messages and a week to write a product. So now we have the ability to automate alerting and indications and warning. We can use natural language processing to summarize large sets of documents, derive intelligence insights from near real-time streaming data, and use things like computer vision to automate image classification and object detection in photos and videos. So when you think of technologies like, say, AI, in 1 decade, this technology has gone from what I think is funny, finding cats in online videos, to enabling a string of text to create artistic renditions of any image in any situation. And so this evolution has taken us from large-scale object detection and image classification to generative AI within a decade. But I would also say that this democratization of technology is also a challenge for national security. You can take misinformation and the ability for things like deep fakes to be so realistic that they can challenge even a trained professional. And these tools that generate misinformation are increasingly available. So it's not just somebody with advanced tech skills that could use them, but anybody with a computer or smart device. And another example I would give is commercial drone technology and its increased use on the battlefield. You can consider that non-state actors and terrorist groups and insurgents typically had little to no access to military air power. They didn't have the money, they didn't have the skills for such capabilities. But now these drones can be flown autonomously at a fraction of the cost with no casualties. We saw this back in Iraq in 2016. We see it today in the Ukraine, where Ukrainian forces have been able to use commercial drones to destroy Russian tanks. So, the price of a commercial drone and some explosives, about $1,000 at a pop, and taking out a tank, which costs hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to build and maintain. So there are kind of two sides to that democratization coin.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? The barrier to entry, unfortunately, for those seeking to do harm to us and our allies is much lower because the technology is more ubiquitous, whether that's the way they analyze data and, to your point, leverage misinformation or just use technology in rudimentary ways or ways that it wasn't even developed for to inflict, damage and harm. So yeah, it is a fascinating challenge. So I think this next question sort of plays a little bit more on, are we doing enough as a nation from a government perspective, from the private sector, the defense industrial base? There are lots of organizations out there like America's Futures and BENS and others that are working hard side by side with their government counterparts to make these things happen. But do we have the right infrastructures in place to think through policy changes at the rapid pace of technological change, or the way we sort of procure services or products and others? Maybe just your thoughts on where that stands and where we can do better collectively as a country.
Yeah, this is such a great question, and it's a big topic here at the ODNI. I would say in a recent interview, Director Haynes had indicated that we had to do more than just improve relationships, but we have to change our philosophy and our approach. So in one example, we have to stop viewing the private sector as just vendors, but an extension of the national security mission. So one way we've started to tackle this issue is that our office has launched what we call the Future Now series of events, where we're bringing partners from the private sector and academia together with IC leaders, which includes the DoD, as well as several law enforcement agencies. So we can talk about common challenges and how we drive solutions. And our most recent event was actually just this week, where we held the IC's first ever Data and AI Summit. This is the first time that we brought together the IC's what we call the digital C-suite, or our preeminent senior technology executives that are responsible for enabling the missions of each IC organization and private sector. And the theme of the summit was AI readiness by 2025. So this was a Chatham House Rules invitation-only event that was designed to allow the participants to feel very comfortable and engage in open dialogue. So can't really get too much in the details, but I will say that we learned a great deal. We're going to use some of the themes and some of the recommendations in our upcoming strategic planning efforts. But we have to do more of those things where we just feel comfortable talking to one another. And we're also very closely partnered with the Department of Defense and how they're implementing CJADC2 to drive a more data-centric approach to technology. But the bottom line here is that we have to recognize that we all have something in common, and that very thing we have in common is data. And the more that we view data as a national security asset and not just think about it from the point of fact of where it sits in the system that it's housed in, we start to peel away some of the myths and the dependencies that have inhibited closer collaboration in the past.
Yeah, very well said. And I think, obviously there's been tremendous advances in collaboration in the years since 9/11 across the federal entities and how they engage and think of the private sector. And, there's clearly continued need to evolve those relationships and collaboration. So you talked about AI. Everybody talks about AI all the time. And if you think about it, both from an internal organizational perspective and sort of an external mission tool, can you comment where you see that landscape changing over the next 10 years? And, obviously keep it high level, but just sort of, give everybody a preview of how we're thinking about that.
Yeah, well, in my opinion, data and AI will be just as ubiquitous as your smartphone. It's going to drive all aspects of decision making, all the way from strategy to operations. And the technology that we're seeing today is going to change how we work, how we play, how we fight, and how we live. And it will do things like power gamified and immersive approaches to operations planning, medical readiness, you name it. But one of the things that is kind of a choke point for me is to date, we still use the term innovation to mean introducing something new or cool to the workforce. But really, at least in government, we're still in the novel phase of using AI for intelligence and military operations. So for me, innovation is taking those cool new things and changing the way we operate. And in order for our data and AI to be used by warfighters, law enforcement, intelligence officers, diplomats, policymakers, in order for them to use that more holistically, we're going to have to consider the guidance and the standards that have to be in place to advance adoption. And I always like to give the example of electricity, which is so essential in modern life that many of us have no idea what it's like to live without it. But it wasn't until there were standards that were accepted, AC versus DC, that made electricity less expensive. You could distribute it and create the means to power large areas. And that's when electricity became an innovation and changed how the world lives. And I just think about AI and the use of data in that lens.
Yeah, and I'd like to pick up on that theme a little bit because I completely agree with your perspective. I think we should be looking at AI not as something to replace what we do, but rather to be a tool in what we do to be more efficient or effective at it. And I think right now, a lot of the dialogue quickly goes to AI will do this and we the people won't do this anymore. And I don't think that that's the right discussion. Is how can it enable us, like so many technologies and advances, to do what we do better, to focus on the things that you need humans to drive and make those sort of analytical decisions or those subjective decisions, leveraging technology. And I'm very excited to see how that's playing out, not only across government, but also industry as well. I think it's given us all a lot to think about how we design and structure our organizations, how we train people to leverage these kind of technologies, and then how we think about deploying them. And as you said, that all sort of new sets of rules and ideas come forward, governance, policy, usage, rights, et cetera, et cetera. So it's fascinating. I'm glad to hear you comment on that. I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of your current role as the IC CDO and what you view first as the biggest opportunity, in terms of leveraging the data that we currently have going forward. And obviously there's no opportunity question that doesn't come with a challenge. So be ready for that one, Marie.
No, that's great. Yeah, no, that's fine. And I work for the IC CDO, Lori Wade, and it's just been a fantastic opportunity. I've been in my position now for about 9 months. And I think, my experiences in the past have really kind of made me ready for these roles. From my perspective, I would say the biggest opportunity I see is there is a realization across the intelligence community and the DoD that the IC is a data organization. So really, no matter the discipline, the byproduct is always data, and it has to be shared and it has to be analyzed across our community with our partners in order for the U.S. to really maintain global leadership. And with the launch of the IC data strategy last year, we are all driving how the IC will innovate to discover, access, manage, share, and analyze the collective data holdings that we have. This starts with end-to-end data management, which kind of can be a little bit, passe for some, but it's really critical. We should know why and how and with whom we must share our data as we make collections decisions. And this really gets to trustworthy technology. All intelligence professionals and decision makers at every level require an assurance that the data is available in the right quality and quantity to train AI and machine learning algorithms responsibly and ethically, whether they're collected by our officers and platforms or if they're commercially acquired. So we have access to, like today, the power of multiple cloud service providers. We're also focused on building a strong and agile digital foundation with the compute resources and the infrastructure that is securely available to access this high quality data at scale so that we have the necessary automation and tools that work at the speed of mission. And this is a mission where timeliness of decisions increasingly must be made at fractions of a second rather than months or weeks. So I would say when it comes to challenges, the biggest challenge, as always, is culture. We have the technology available to us. We have strong cultures. We have strong microcultures, well-established processes across and within our organizations. And I would say we have experienced some remarkable successes in the past few years, but we have to find ways to make those gains more fluid across organizations. So working to break down cultural barriers and enable processes that focus on secure data sharing is really going to be the truest test of our success over the coming months and years.
Yeah, and it's great to hear you say that. You talk about culture. The other thing that always comes to mind in thinking about change and initiatives is sort of workforce transformation or the workforce availability. And
Yes.
how do you see that? Are enough people joining, the profession to be in government, to be in the IC, to hold those highest levels of clearances that have the skill sets that, the job requires today? And are people that are currently supporting getting upskilled to be able to do this? Can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing? Is that transformation occurring? And is it occurring at a rate that you think is going to keep up with the change in the way we do things?
No, I think that's an issue, and it's a great question. I think that's an issue that we see across all established organizations that have varying degrees of experience and working through their digital journey. The intelligence community, like any established organization, is going through that digital journey. And part of that is working with the workforce so that you're bringing in the right talent, that you're upskilling your workforce so that they have more digital literacy, and you're able to maintain a high quality workforce. I think what we're going to have to do over time is take advantage of more of these private partnerships, public-private partnerships, where we can have an exchange of individuals coming in and out of public and private sector institutions so that we can share information. But also, we probably will have to manage our expectations too, that individuals won't be serving 20, 30 years in one organization. This generation that's coming into the workforce, they are digital natives. They are used to working technology, and they're going to be interested in moving around, getting different opportunities, and seeing different things from multiple vantage points. So it's not going to be the way that people look at their careers and how they stay in government is not going to look the same as it did when I had joined the Air Force back in 1990.
You're so right. And in fact, it's not unique to government. I think it's just across. We see that in the private sector all the time as well. And I fully support that. We have to find structures and models to allow people to sort of fulfill their passions and support the missions they care about, kind of lower the barriers to the greatest extent possible. So we're getting that information sharing more organically. We have an audience today that is comprised of senior government executives and senior executives from the private sector. If you were to sort of reach out and ask them how they could best support and help these missions and the work that you and your colleagues do, what are some of the things you'd love to see, as a community that cares so deeply about national security?
I think the number one thing that I would like to see from the folks in this audience is, come in with an open mind. Again, we're an organization, we have some very established workflows and processes, and we do have a culture that is really focused around secrecy. and maintaining national secrets. So it's very important for us to establish trust with other organizations that we partner with, to make sure that we know that they understand what we're asking for, and also sometimes help us understand what we're asking for. We don't always know. We spend a lot of time behind what I call an artificial firewall, and working out a daily grind during world events that can often be chaotic, and we don't have a lot of time to produce whatever information that needs to go downtown, needs to go to the president, needs to go to that warfighter. So it's going to be a lot of trust that is going in, and feeling less like something's being sold to us.
Perfect. Well, Marie, first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to sit with me and answer some questions. I really appreciate your perspectives. Marie Falkowski, the Senior Director of OD&I, so grateful, and thank you again for your service.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, John.
Well, thank you, Marie. Thank you. I really want to appreciate you. I want to say thank you and appreciate you doing that great interview with John Saad. I also want to thank Guidehouse for being the gold sponsor of the two-day summit, and also of the reception that we're having right now going on outside our studios here. That was fantastic. And next, I also want to thank Josh Carlson. Joshua Carlson has been a longtime supporter of the America's Future series, and he's moderating a discussion with Brigadier General Damon Feltman, Nicole Robinson of Comtech, Ben Reed, the CTO of Quantum Space. It's going to be a fantastic conversation. We're going to turn it over to you guys.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josh Carlson. We are having a panel on leadership in space, technology, and partnerships. I am joined here by an outstanding group of people from both government and industry, here to talk about exactly those topics. So real quick, as we go around, if you could please introduce yourself and discuss very quickly your organizational R&D approach. Nicole, if you could open up, please.
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Josh, for having me here. What an esteemed cast of participants we have here today. Really looking forward to the discussion. I'm the Chief Growth Officer of Comtech. Comtech today is really leading new ways of developing ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime. We've been about this business for 50 years or so with proven technology in the ground systems infrastructure domain, modem technologies, really bringing capabilities from a satellite communications perspective to those unconnected, helping to bridge the digital divide, empowering our customers globally with access to critical insights and connectivity where they need it most. In my position as the Chief Growth Officer here, R&D is actually near and dear to my heart here, and as is the evolution of our business. So I'll try to connect those two together succinctly. Over the past year and a half, we've been hard at work here at Comtech, taking what was previously 14 different disparate operating units, bringing them into 2 different segments. We have our satellite and space portfolio and our terrestrial and wireless portfolio. Why that matters for an R&D perspective, our entire approach to the market has evolved. So in the past, as a product-oriented enterprise, as you might imagine, you're developing product, you're developing componentry, putting it on the shelf, pricing it, and pushing it to market. We've evolved in that ecosystem, bringing all of those different critical communications and connectivity elements together to now more of a solutions orientation. So when we think about R&D, instead of starting with the product, it starts with our end user's requirement. So if we understand that our customers need insights to the tactical edge to get their geospatial data to those who need to make decisions in the field most rapidly, we're then in position to integrate a solution for both the connectivity layer as well as the geospatial layer coming in as an example. So our R&D philosophy has evolved, as has our organization over the past year and a half, and really exciting times here for Comtech and a lot of the connective tissue going on with some of the government and industry colleagues here on the panel today.
Colonel Neasley, if you wouldn't mind next.
Well, thanks for having me. So my name is Colonel Rich Nisley. I am the senior material leader for the Commercial Space Office here at Space Systems Command, part of the United States Space Force. And really what my job or my organizational's mission is to search out relevant and game-changing commercial technologies that help us stay ahead of the threat and to stay aligned with our mission areas and to integrate those capabilities into our overall technical roadmaps and mission area roadmaps to get those capabilities out to the warfighter faster to stay ahead of the threat. We do that in 4 distinct steps. First, identify, which is really what are the needs for our mission areas? How can commercial capabilities help bridge a capability gap or build resiliency? Or is it robust and mature enough that we can pivot to that capability and get it out there? Implement is that second step, have the most flexible contract available and sometimes not necessarily own that contract, utilize contracts through our partners in the NRO, the NGA, possibly even some of our partners in NASA or the Space Development Agency if they have an open contract. But then it's actually integrating that, making that capability, getting it out there to the warfighter, building it into our concepts of operations, our exercises, and ensuring that this is something that gets after the need. But then that last step, which is assess, constantly looking for innovation, making sure we leave openness in those contracts for innovation because the pacing challenge always gets a vote, and we need to stay proactive to those threats. So going back to your question of my philosophy on R&D and also the Space Systems Command philosophy is to stay ahead of that pacing challenge and to go fast. In order to stay ahead of that pacing challenge, we need to go fast, which means we need to get on contracts sooner, which means we need to move money faster, but also not confine commercial industry and allow them to come up with the solution. So lower the stringent requirements and allow commercial to come up with some of those solutions. But like I said, my last piece of it is to leave room for innovation. With R&D, don't just lock it in and you're in production and don't look back, but constantly leave room for innovation, whether that be through open standards, open API, allowing other technologies to influence the end result.
Excellent, thank you. Damon, if you could go next, please.
Sure, thank you, Josh. My name is Damon Feltman, and I am the Chief of the Space Data Transport Cell at Space Development Agency. SDA is one of Space Force's special acquisition organizations. We were established at about the same time as the Space Force under OSD R&E, Office of Secretary of Defense, Research and Engineering. And in 2023, we were moved under the Space Force as a special acquisition organization. Our principal activity there is to field what is called the Proliferated Warfighter Space Architecture, which has two major lines of effort. One is a transport architecture, space data transport architecture, and the second is a missile warning, missile track architecture. And inside of those architectures, we have major technology increments called tranches. Right now, we have Tranche 0. That is our tech demo tranche that has been launched over the past year and is proving out some of the technology concepts that we have. Our first major operational offering tranche will start later this year, where we will launch approximately 126 space data transport spacecraft, followed by 44 missile warning, missile track spacecraft, all proliferated LEO. And then after we check those out and get those operationally accepted, we will then transition to Tranche 2, which will add more capability, both in terms of numbers and new systems and capabilities for the architecture. In my role as Chief of the Transport Cell, that is one of several technology-centric cells inside of Space Development Agency that looks at the state of technology that is available to put onto the tranches. And then the tranches are run by specific program directors who are responsible for managing the contracts that are building the spacecraft, getting them on orbit, and getting them checked out. With respect to Space Development Agency's R&D philosophy or R&D approach, I would characterize it as having kind of two major lines of effort. First is the fact that we let contracts and launch spacecraft on approximately 24 to 36 month centers. So about every 2 years, we are all setting a contract for a new spiral of spacecraft. So for that to occur, we can't rely on state of what might be in 3, 5, 7, 10 years. We have to go with what's in the state of the ready. So what is the tech maturity in the market right now, or that will be ready in 2 years when we're ready to launch the next spiral? So there's a deliberate effort of making sure that we are using high TRL capabilities for our next tranche coming up. But in the background, we are not neglecting what is in the future. So we work with the labs to collaborate. So the service labs like Air Force Research Lab, Navy Research Lab, et cetera, to understand where the state of technology is going. We also have our own tech roadmap that is managed by our technical director. And as those technologies advance in their TRL, we look at those through our SBIR program. In fact, just this past week, we had a SBIR close out that had a whole suite of technologies that we were looking for. And then as those technologies mature, we then advance into a broad area announcement for what I would loosely characterize as operationally representative capabilities. So something that is very close to being ready for operational implementation, that might be ready for putting on to a next tranche, or be usable by one of our end users. So it is a looking at what is ready now, but we don't take our eye off of what's coming around the corner.
Excellent, thank you. And finally, Ben, if you could please introduce and talk about your R&D philosophy.
Very good. Thank you for inviting me. Very excited to be part of this panel. So my name is Ben Reed. I am the co-founder and Chief Innovation Officer at Quantum Space. My background is 22 years at NASA, where I was involved with both human and robotic servicing. In particular, with robotic servicing, my division was focused on robotic refueling. The sky is filled with fantastic satellites that do amazing things every day. And when they run out of fuel, they're decommissioned. So we were focused on bringing to operational status the ability to refuel satellites. And I certainly have carried that over into my new role with Quantum Space. Our R&D philosophy at Quantum Space is to focus first on the mission, focus first on the end state, bringing value to our customers. We are passionate about enabling infrastructure, not just in LEO, but in GEO and beyond. The LEO market is very well served with choices with different rockets, with different GNS service providers, with different ground port entry sites, both domestically and internationally. GEO and beyond, much fewer options for both the national security element, the civil space agencies, as well as commercial. So we are investing our IRAD dollars into mobility and logistics services and data services. Mobility and logistics, the ability to host a payload, deploy a spacecraft from our multi-mission orbital transfer vehicle, OTV. And then that OTV, rather than simply decommissioning itself, it then becomes a data hub for comms, for alt PNT, edge processing on board with AI/ML, so we're less dependent upon the ground for making decisions, but they can be done in orbit. So the philosophy is not to fall in love with the technology. We don't develop a particular widget or a particular subsystem to the exclusion of others. We search for best in class from the commercial aerospace community here in the United States. If there isn't something available, we'll develop it in-house, but we look at what is the existing supply chain, and that allows us to bring best-in-class, shortest timeline so that we can bring our systems to bear for our customers as soon as possible.
Excellent. Thank you. So thank you very much for introducing yourselves, everyone. So as we move into it, so we talked all about the research, what each of your organizations are doing independently. I want to ask a question about how we're all working together, because together your companies comprise a notable part of the space architecture, both government and commercial. So I wanted to ask, what are your organizations doing now to partner in order to win? In other words, both intergovernmental, so between SSC and SDA, for instance, intercommercial, so between Nicole and Ben's companies, and then also in private-public partnerships, so between the government and commercial. As applicable to your organizations, could you talk about that for a minute or two for each of you, please?
Yeah, very well. Happy to do that. Couple different ways. I'd say, maybe start off with MOSA. So we're actively today at Comtech a member of the Modular Open Systems Architecture Alliance and very active participant in the Agile User Terminal Group as well. That specific group, the Agile User Terminal Group, is sponsored, in fact, by the Space Force. There, it's about working to define next generation management and control architectures and interfaces between government SATCOM terminals. So we're very thrilled to be working with MOSA today to help those standards and also help to build next generation architectures that helps the Space Force enable their vision for SATCOM. We also participate in a number of other organizations that are focusing on enabling that collaboration and setting the standards across the space and the satellite industry. Some of those include the DIFI consortium, which is the Digital Intermediate Frequency Interoperability. That's why we call it DIFI. It's a lengthy one. That's looking to create standards-based digital ground architectures as well. And in the U.S. Army, even if we take that example of collaboration, they've recently signed a contract with Comtech to deliver what we call our EDIM modem. That's Enterprise Digital Intermediate Frequency Multi-Carrier. Again, we love acronyms, but the EDIM modem is really helping the U.S. Army SATCOM digitalization and modernization program. So our EDIM modems today are designed to support multiple satellite providers, multiple orbits, multiple frequencies, and really positioned to become one of the primary modems used by military writ large, even beyond Department of the Army. So programs like those and others really put us in position to believe that enhanced collaboration across government and industry really helps to bring about these next generation capabilities and maintain that strategic advantage across all domains.
So I think I'll go next. Let's see. So my organization has many different areas under the Commercial Space Office. And it was really good to see this panel come forward. And it was awesome to see how my office is actually integrating with many of the different members and the companies and agencies that are on this panel. So even starting from the top, so Comtech, we are able to procure their capabilities through our commercial SATCOM office, which is the one-stop shop for commercial SATCOM needs for the Department of Defense. So we're able to procure their capabilities and get those out to the warfighter. Another area under my office is the Space Systems Command front door. We felt it was a big need to have a one-stop shop, if you will, for industry to figure out how to do business with the government. I think you mentioned earlier to us, well over 500 companies, and a lot of them are coming from startups and don't understand how to do business with the government or even who to talk to. So we set up and actually unveiled a brand new website and share tool powered by Salesforce this past August. And Quantum actually has come through the front door. So we've been able to understand the capabilities that they can bring to the table, especially with regards to SAML, and introduce them to the respective decision makers through that can help understand their technologies and where they fit into those roadmaps. But then also the Space Development Agency, and as we heard earlier, putting out those tranches, getting after our space data transport needs, as well as being a huge help with missile warning and missile track. We are flight following and integrated with those capabilities through my office, where through SpaceWorks, we actually run the SBIR budgets. So working with them, funding some game-changing technologies to get after the fight and maturing those technologies so that we can get them out to the respective mission areas. But also through our Space Systems Integration Office here at Space Systems Command, that is working together to stitch together the overall space enterprise and understanding the enterprise effects. So they run the Program Integration Council. One of the members there is the Space Development Agency. So we have a huge forum of government coming together and talking together, both from the acquisition side as well as the operations side. So now that we do have a Space Force and a U.S. Space Command, the conversations have never been higher, where we're reaching out across the community and understanding what everyone's doing to get after what that collective goal is, which is to stay ahead of the pacing threat.
And I'm sorry, real quick. I know, Damon, you're going to jump in a moment, but Colonel Nisley, you mentioned SAML. If you could just define the acronym real quick.
So that's our servicing, assembling, manufacturing, and logistics mission area. So, think of refueling in space, possibly maneuverability in space using another satellite or a vehicle to possibly deorbit a vehicle, or at some point having the ability to do repairs in space. So what that's going to allow us to do is extend satellite mission life, do more passes with a certain capability, and through refueling, or if there was a malfunction in space, instead of that just being a dead vehicle, having the ability to do that repair, whether that through the use of a robotic arm. There's a lot of different innovative ideas that are actually coming to bear and maturing right now. But this is something that U.S. Space Command has asked us to look into, and through our Assured Access to Space mission area, they are doing that. And through the Commercial Space Office, we're bringing them the companies that we feel can do that, and working with Space Works maturing that, and then the PEOs taking those on as a program of record when it's time.
Awesome. Thank you. I just noticed the acronym. I wanted to make sure that we were all level set on that. Damon?
Sure. Thank you so much. As Colonel Nicely mentioned, we do work closely with Space Systems Command on several items, and I'll touch on that in just a moment. We also work very well across, as I pointed to in my opening comment, working with Department of Defense labs, as well as other organizations. So DARPA, Strategic Capabilities Office, Air Force Research Lab, Navy Research Lab, NIWIC, the Naval Information Warfare Center, those types of places. And we do coordinate a lot with SSC, Space Systems Command, and I'll pull on that one in just a moment because it also touches the public-private partnership aspect of it. Probably the place where we are collaborating the most right now is in the next generation of our optical comm standards. So SDA developed and published a optical comm standard as part of building out Tranche 0 and Tranche 1. That was a collaborative effort across government and with industry, and it was built principally to support building out our mesh network capability and consolidating competing technical aspects of where the state of technology was. And as a result of that, we now have we're on our third generation of the standard 3.1.0. But that standard is a public document. It is open on our public-facing webpage, along with several other standards that we built along the way to help facilitate commercial actors to see what we're doing, to see if they have an opportunity for their technology to become part of our architecture. And now we're in the process of building the next spiral of that optical comm standard, and it's a place where we're working closely with SSC. Along with others in the community to make sure that not only can we communicate at the PLEO layer, but what are we looking forward to be able to communicate to MEO and GEO with laser comm technology. Then I think the last thing that I would point out is that with our public-private partnerships is we are very active with communicating to industry through public releases for RFIs and industry days and specialized studies. For instance, we did a special study this past fall with several commercial companies on looking at what the future might look like if PWSA was interconnected with commercial architectures in a direct fashion, not connected at the ground level, but what would it look like if we were connected at the space layer, and what are the technology considerations, the cost considerations, the other cyber and data security considerations that would go into something like that. So we feel like we do a good job of communicating with industry and working with others inside the DoD and government.
All right. So commercial to commercial activities or coordination. We are active members of CONFERS, Consortium for On-Orbit Servicing. This is a purely commercial consortium There's 80 or 90 companies from both the U.S. and international that are working in common safety standards. Colonel Nisley had a very good description of the benefits that SAML or ISAM is going to bring to the global community. Having lots of rendezvous and docking or touching or grappling in space, we don't want that to be an opportunity for lots of collisions in space. And so the community is working hard to coordinate within itself on interoperability, on standards, so that we together can move forward with secure and reliable servicing in the future. So we're active participants in that, and my background at NASA, leading that group for the last decade, it helps me with that community. On the government to commercial front, I'm on the steering committee for COSMIC, which we love our acronyms. Thank you, Nicole, for that. So COSMIC is the Consortium for Space Mobility and ISAM Capabilities. The difference being this is a purely governmental consortium. So it's government agencies talking to themselves about how they're going to develop, implement, and one day procure commercial ISAM services. So why is Quantum Space, a private company, involved? Is because they have a steering committee with input from industry to help them as they think through the roadmap for implementation. And so we are honored to be a part of the steering committee for COSMIC. My last duties when I was still at NASA was to stand up a activity within our group to promote the transition of NASA-funded technologies, particularly for servicing, to get them out into the U.S. aerospace community so that those taxpayer-funded technologies and capabilities could be brought to bear for government activities at commercial cost. So now that I'm on this side of the fence, we are actively pursuing several licensing opportunities with these technologies to take advantage of bringing capabilities to bear sooner, less expensively, at scale for national security as well as civil endeavors. So we are happy to do that. I'll also mention quickly, I think that my company and the commercial sector writ large has an opportunity to collect the various requirements of national security and civil, for example, or two different groups within national security to come up with solutions or capabilities to be brought to bear that doesn't require government agencies to have a joint program. I'm going to botch it, but Admiral Rickover has a great quote, the late, great Admiral Rickover from the Nuclear Navy, where he talks about he would rather march on a road to hell than to be involved in an intergovernmental program again. It is difficult with, budget cycles and requirements and stakeholders. So I think commercial companies like Quantum Space have a role to serve here, where we can serve 2 different or 3 or 4 different government agencies with one commercial service where they don't have to combine their programmatics.
Thank you, everyone. So we've talked a lot about it. Obviously, there is a lot going on in space. There is a lot going on in space R&D-wise and in partnerships. But kind of the next question looks at, where do you see, we've talked a lot about what we are doing. Where do you all see possibilities for improvement in partnerships, in personnel, in processes to help? I believe it, Damon, I believe it was you that was saying that we need to go fast to beat the threat, that moving quickly is key. And Colonel Nisley, I believe you said that as well. And so how do we help to accelerate that? What sort of areas do you see for improvement in this area?
Sure, yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, sir.
I'm sorry. From my seat, I think the place where we're seeing opportunities for improvement are in the government-to-government coordination because and Colonel Nicely can probably attest to some of this as well, that as we are attempting to accelerate inside of the DoD, inside of the Space Force in particular, the requirement setting cycle, the contracting cycle, the build and launch cycle, those things are now outpacing the rest of other government cycles. So, SDA is awarding contracts and launching on about a 2-year center, and the budget cycle is 5 years, is 5-year based. The legacy processes for when we were doing, 10, 15-year development cycles, where you had a lot of time to collaborate and coordinate with external government agencies, whether that would be NASA, Department of Commerce, Department of Transportation, FAA, FCC, international, et cetera. Those people get a vote in the overall process, and so we're at risk of outpacing them in some cases. So the places where there are opportunities, I think, are on the U.S. government policy side to make sure that at the national level, there are efforts made to unify the pace at which the government wants some of these regulatory frameworks to work together and work on a better timeline than where they are today. So I'll stop with that and hand it over to the next commentator. Over.
Yeah, I'd love to kind of dovetail some of the points that Damon just made. In particular, there's a variety of improvements we can make on the processes and policy side for sure. When we think about improvements on the technological side, a lot of the things that we've discussed today, we need simplified hardware and software, open interfaces, and a network that has self-healing and auto-scaling capabilities. We also discussed convergence and the move towards smart networks earlier in this panel, really to take advantage of that full benefit, the benefit that hybrid networks bring to bear, and the convergence of satellite communication technologies. There's a couple of core elements that I think are important for improvement. Continued and enhanced industry collaboration. We won't get there alone. This is one of those that we're, as a the interoperability across the variety of constellations and orbits and frequency is particularly important. Gone are the days where the end users care about which transponder they're on and which frequency and which orbit. They just want to know they have always on connectivity and it's going to be available where and when they need it most. Standardization is a huge area to help us achieve that outcome, as are open interfaces. Virtualization to make this faster, less onerous from an equipment perspective, and really permit access to additional capabilities, inclusive of cloud-based infrastructure. So when you look at the implementation and the fielding of new technologies, the importance of spanning and bridging those legacy systems with the emerging systems is oftentimes overlooked. So I think there's an opportunity there for us. You think about how do we deal with integrating and mixing legacy and new systems in the field during multi-year implementation and deployments. It will mean the difference between success and falling short of critical mission goals and objectives. I mentioned before our EDM program with the U.S. Army in terms of having multi-orbit modem technologies to help in that path of virtualization and digitalization of the infrastructure, that we're really excited to see that momentum and really tip the hat to the Department of the Army for being able to move as quickly as they have. The SDA, of course, as you've heard from Damon, you're hearing from others, they are tip of the spear in innovating and bringing this new technology to the tactical edge. And we're certainly pleased to play any role that we can in that developing ecosystem. But I think all of this shows a healthy amount of foresight and understanding that it probably will take us a few years to get a system that's fully proliferated. And you must support those legacy capabilities through that transitional period. What we're probably most excited about at Comtech are the capabilities that aren't yet fully formed and that we'll continue to see fielded over those next 10 years of, as launch costs continue to drop and compute power continues to increase. Those elements will, again, also take enhanced collaboration across the industry partners and between industry and government, like we have here today in this panel. So we're very excited to see what that future holds.
So thank you very much for that question. So I would say, since, we stood up Space Systems Command and where we're at now, I mentioned earlier about open dialogue with industry. I would say before we stood up Space Systems Command, we would normally have maybe 4 industry days a year. And a lot of it was the government, preaching to industry, this is what we're doing. And it wasn't really a conversation, but it was just more of, like I said, us briefing and industry receiving. We kind of changed that path. And in 2022, we started having more industry days and specifically gearing them more towards what we're calling reverse industry days, where we would provide industry a problem statement or a vignette. And we would have one-on-one dialogue with industry, and the vignettes and the problem statements were things that we were looking to get answers to. And industry would propose what those answers would look like. Not so much a marketing pitch, but here's how we would tackle this, because I still view industry as the smart people. And they're going a mile a minute, and we need to tap into that innovation. So in 2022, we had over 20 industry days alone. And in 2023, we kept that pace with over 17 industry days. And we're about to kick off our very first industry day of this very young year on the 30th of January down in Orlando. We're about to have our second annual Space Mobility Industry Day, where we'll be looking at assured access to space, but we will also be having panels and discussions on SAML. So we invite all of industry to come to that and really get engaged and have that dialogue with the government. But a lot of the feedback that I hear from industry is, we need to understand, what does the government need? And we have, in addition to industry days, we talk a lot more about what our requirements are, what are our needs. We are engaging on threat sharing. I would say that I'm very close to signing a memorandum of agreement with the Space ISAC. Through open sharing goes into cybersecurity threats that are out there, and talking with industry about cyber vulnerabilities. And that's only going to make their enterprise stronger, but it's also going to help them understand where that pacing challenge is going as well. I'm also working harder on getting the commercial industry involved in our exercises and our wargaming, because what I like to tell industry is, especially from a space standpoint, it's like no other domain that's out there. In space, we are all working together, whether it be military, civil government, private industry, different companies. We are all in the same orbits, co-located together. And you're even operating over what we call the area of responsibility, where a lot of these pacing challenges are. So all the more important that, we are all one big space enterprise that's out there right now. And we need to start doing more cooperation, more working together, and tapping into the commercial industry innovation. How we are going to do that is, and it was kind of alluded to already, is understanding our requirements, making sure that those requirements aren't strict, that basically pushes out industry, because we need them more involved and integrated with us. But it's also the budgeting process. A lot of this that I'm talking about is great, but industry will also say, show me the money. How we have to fund our companies as well. So we are working out ways to carve out new budgets, utilizing our SBIR dollars to increase technology maturity, and finding budget to catch those technologies and move them over to what I would call more of a program of record, and where we can potentially pivot from an organic build in the government, or take on that commercial capability to build resiliency and field capability gaps. But the government budgeting process is very geared towards systems. And we need to, in the government, figure out a way to break that mold and build more towards capability. With that, it's not so much you're linked in hardcore to a system, but you are looking at what's the best way to get after a capability. And then I think there will also be ways to be more fluid with your dollars and be able to move within the financial system and not have it so strict. So a lot of that are ways that we are doing better, but I've also named some ways that I think we can definitely improve on our relationships together.
Thank you, sir. Hey, Ben, I'm sorry, we're running up against the back of our time. If I could actually, I'm sorry, we might have time to come back to you, but if we could go to the last question real quick, and this one will be for Nicole to start with. So we've talked a lot about what we are doing, what we can do better. As we start winding down on this panel, what is the one or two things, speaking to the audience, which is very broad and includes lots of people from commerce and government, where do you need, what highlights would you want to provide? What opportunities do you have to partner right now with your group to help make some of this a reality?
Oh, I love that you asked that question. Thank you so much. And I think the way we started this conversation is maybe the way I would, put a bow on it towards the end. And that's in our R&D philosophy. What you heard from most of the participants here, whether it be industry or government alike, was that our philosophy is to innovate and evolve at the pace of relevance, and even more so ahead of the pace of need. So the opportunity here to be very collaborative across government and industry through wargaming exercises, through predictive indicators and understanding what are you seeing in the field today that's a challenge to you? How might we continue to lean forward so that we're able to integrate the incredible technology that's coming out of industry today, line up as industry partners to bring that multi-orbit, multi-frequency, multi-modality capability to the tactical edge, so truly we can do things at speed and continue to save time, money, and lives. That collaboration is central to all of that. I know we've seen a scrappiness come across the industry in the last couple of years in particular. I think we've all kind of caught the startup bug and learning from what some of the new space companies have put forward. And the bigs are taking notes, and they're learning to innovate at the pace of need, ahead of pace of relevance, and something that only can be made possible with that frequent and early dialogue and exchange across industry and government. So really thankful to have had the opportunity to have such a thoughtful discussion with the colleagues here, and I'm grateful, Josh. Thanks.
So where does the government need help? I think, kind of like where Nicole was going, I think we need to, number one, we need to continue the dialogue that we're having. I would say definitely come to the Space Systems Command front door, where there we have a list of all of the industry days that we're going to have. We also even mentioned the ones that are, not SSC sponsored events, because a lot of times we actually attend those. So, you'd be able to see a lot of the government folks there to have those dialogues. But what the front door also helps is some of these newer companies really get their foot in the door and understand what we need. So it's important for them to go there, but also through the front door, we're able to capture your information and understand better the mission areas that you want to get involved in. And from there, we can make those connections to those appropriate mission area owners. So that'll help you understand the requirements, where those problem sets are, and it'll help kind of guide the company's innovation and the R&D. But like I said earlier, we are really leaning forward on getting industry more involved in our exercises and wargaming. Another aspect that I want to talk about is the Commercial Augmentation Space Reserve that we are working to stand up, which is really going to be a voluntary partnership with industry to put industry on contract for a peacetime level amount of capability, which is going to allow us to integrate that capability and exercise it. But through the contract, we will be able to surge or scale that capability across the spectrum of conflict. And then it also provides the reliability that we need because you will be a partner with us in that space enterprise. So please keep your eye on that. But the foundational pieces of that are threat sharing exercises and a good incentive plan for industry. But kind of echoing what Nicole said, thank you very much for having me here. I always look forward to having this dialogue and definitely getting the mission of the Space Force and Space Systems Command and how we look forward to working with industry in the future.
Yeah, I'd like to bring up a topic that I don't believe we've touched on yet, and that's billets or SCI clearances and how we're kind of in that. We think there's a little bit of a catch-22 that is preventing the U.S. government from taking advantage of more investor dollars, more commercial innovation. There's a lot of opportunities that, for very good reasons, are only released on the high side in the classified environment. Companies, young companies that have access to a lot of investor dollars here in the domestic market are unable to see those opportunities for a lack of billets, and therefore are unable to let the investors know, hey, if you provide me these funds, we'll be able to bring these innovative ideas and capabilities to bear on the U.S. government. So the U.S. government misses out on getting access to those investor dollars because these companies aren't able to see the opportunities. And of course, you can't get SCI billets until you're on contract with the U.S. government at that level to be able to get it. And so I understand why or how we're in this box, but if I would leave that to this group and everyone listening to this summit to think about how to break this cycle so that we can get more innovation, more investment dollars to bring to bear on these very challenging problems. Once the problem is able to be talked about in the open, then the front door does a great job of making the community aware, as does SDA for its things and many other open opportunities that are put on SAM.gov, for example. So I leave that as a challenge to the community, as a way to help both industry and help the government get access to more capabilities that they might be missing out on.
Hey, Josh, thanks to you for moderating. Thanks to America's Future for putting together this panel and this event. And of course, thanks to the panel members for such a great conversation. I'll take the topic of the opportunity and step back one layer and maybe talk about the opportunity for the space enterprise, the space ecosystem here in the United States, and not just unique to maybe the government or a particular commercial enterprise. I think the great opportunity that we have here is to rethink workforce development inside of the United States in order to leverage the space economy that we're right here on the bleeding edge of. So there's tons of focus on STEM-related development, and that's well placed to do rocket science. You need rocket scientists, and that's an engineering-based kind of function. But to take a successful technology and scale it into a market and run it in the economic setting requires a whole library of skills, some of which are STEM-centric, some just require to be STEM literate. STEM just requires STEM awareness. and others need to just have a place for folks who have a passion for space and can work great with their hands. So what I'm talking about is space is infinite, and there should be a place for every type of work skill in the space economy, whether it's STEM or the arts or business schools or trade schools. The skilled workforce who can fabricate the pieces of equipment that we need is just as critical a skill as the folks who design those pieces. So to me, that's a great opportunity that we have before us. And I hope that those who listen to us here in the compiled session, when this is finally put together, will take that to heart and maybe figure out a way that they can affect the education of the workforce. Thanks.
Thank you all. Thank you once again to the panel, everyone involved. Thank you for your very thoughtful comments. And thank you for your time. I personally appreciate it all. And hopefully everyone listening got a chance to learn a couple of things today and knows the next steps that they should take. Damon or Ben, did you want to add anything?
I'm good, thank you.
Just want to thank you for the invitation to be here. Very, very privileged to be with this august group in discussing these important matters. Thank you kindly.
Well, thank you, Joshua. That was fantastic, as always. Really appreciate your pulling this group together. I want to thank Damon Feltman, Brigadier General Damon Feltman. I want to thank Nicole Robinson of Comtech. And I also want to thank Ben Reed, CTO of Quantum Space. I really appreciate you guys coming together, sharing your insights. That was very interesting, and you guys are at the cutting edge. I next want to thank in advance Joshua. He's going to be coming back, and he's going to be bringing in Dr. Joel Moser with the Space Force, a very, very accomplished technologist. Looking for your conversation. Thank you so much for doing this.
Hello, everyone. So this is our fireside with Dr. Joel Moser, previously the Space Force Chief Science Officer. Very happy you can join us and very much looking forward to the conversation.
Well, thank you, Josh. Thanks for having me.
Sir, so just if I could have you introduce yourself. You're probably well known by many, but some might not know much about you yet. Could I get you to describe your career for maybe 30 seconds to a minute or so?
Sure, and I don't know how well known I am, but as you said, I just finished a stint as the Chief Science Officer, the very first Chief Science Officer of the United States Space Force. I've done that since the stand-up of the Space Force back in December of 2019. Before that, I was the Chief Scientist of Air Force Space Command, so did essentially the same job for the Air Force Major Command before the Space Force stood up. And before that, I spent most of my career at Air Force Research Lab doing research and space experiments as part of my daily job. I've had a great career in all aspects of space, and even before that, terrestrial research that I was doing. So I have the pleasure of being able to retire just at the beginning of this year. So I'm 2 weeks into retirement, trying to figure out what to do with myself, but glad to be able to chat with you here today.
Outstanding. And I really appreciate you joining us. That really leads very nicely into the first thing I wanted to bring up, which is as you've retired, obviously you've had a couple of weeks at this point to kind of think about your time in the Space Force. I wanted to get your thoughts on the vector of the service, and especially as it relates to science and technology, which was really your wheelhouse.
Yeah, no, thanks for that question. Bottom line up front, I think the vector is pretty good. We're off to a good start. We're 4 years into it. From a science and technology perspective, there were a couple of really positive decisions made by the first Chief of Space Operations, General J. Raymond, when the Space Force was being stood up and the fundamental essence of the space staff was being determined. And one of those decisions that he made was that he wanted a presence of science and technology on the space staff. So somebody that's on his staff to give him advice, but more so look out after how to convert his commander's intent and top-level strategy into science and technology projects and priorities. And that's significant because it was outside of the acquisition system. A lot of times people think about science and technology being part of acquisitions. We're fielding new material solutions, for example, and you need S&T, and that is true. But the fact that the Chief of Space Operations had an office, the Office of Science, Technology, and Research, which I led, it speaks volumes in the importance that the Space Force put on science and technology. General Raymond would go around saying we're going to be the most technologically advanced service the world has ever known, which is true. If you think about it, we can't operate one iota in space without some of the deepest technology that we have. So science and technology is very important to that. So that put the Space Force on, in my opinion, on a very good vector when it comes to science and technology. It also shows that there's a long-term commitment. The Space Force is started out very small, and it's still very small compared to the other services. We're just a few thousand individuals, where the Air Force and the Army are hundreds of thousands or a million folks. So we're small. But we have to cover down on a lot of different things, and science and technology is one of them. And the fact that we have the offices that I led and worked in tells me that we have a commitment to the long term. Our force development process can take many years, going from a basic idea or a new phenomenon discovered in the laboratory to something that's fieldable and usable on an operations floor can take 20, sometimes 30 years before it reaches fruition. So you have to think, you have to anticipate and think in advance of where you need to invest your precious science dollars so that when the time comes, you're ready for those operational capabilities. And depending on the unexpected things that might happen between now and then, you have options to go in different directions. So that's another good vector that Space Force got off and on. And the third one I guess I'd highlight is related to the laboratories. So the Air Force Research Laboratory, which was principally the in-house government laboratory for the Air Force, now supports the Department of the Air Force, so both the Air Force and the Space Force. And Major General Heather Pringle early on in the stand-up of the Space Force, came up with the mantra, one lab, two services. So it was really recognizing that there was a duality of the mandate and the leadership and strategies that were going to drive what AFRL does. And that was a big challenge for the labs to be able to figure out how to work that out and make sure that both the needs of the United States Air Force and the United States Space Force were taken care of. So that's a very good thing. I think there's still some challenges there because of things like the other services, the Navy, the Army, the Coast Guard even have capabilities that are relevant to the Space Force that we need to take advantage of. And we have burgeoning partnerships with those other service labs, but we need to continue to develop them in the same way that we have with Air Force Research Lab. And similarly for other interagency collaborations and partnerships, such as with NASA and NOAA and Department of Commerce. So I think we're on a good start. There's a long ways to go. I think we have some challenges ahead of us. The future will tell how well the first 4 years provided a baseline for us to springboard from, but I think we're on a good start.
Yeah, just two things to highlight about what you said. One of them being that we're a small service, we're getting bigger, but we're still very small. If I remember correctly, I looked at the budget numbers for the Space Force. By budget, I believe the Space Force is about 16th largest military in the world. If it was just the Space Force was the sole service, so it's a very small service trying to executing a lot of dollars because the size of the mission is huge. But as you said, there's not a lot of people.
That's right, and that's also a testament to just how technologically advanced and hard space is. So one of the reasons we have such a large budget is because we have to invest in hundreds of million, if not billion-dollar satellite systems and constellations that achieve our mission. So it's a very expensive domain to operate in, and it's reflected in our budget.
Yeah. And then the other one that I wanted to highlight, as you mentioned, it was 20, 30-year cycle between when we were doing the basic research, applied research, prototyping, and then finally a system of record, and it gets out on the operational floor. I mean, to put that in perspective, like we're on this year, 2024, we're on the iPhone 15. So the iPhone wasn't out 20 years ago. And I mean, that's ubiquitous everywhere today. And that 30 years ago, you're talking about the beginning of the PC era. To put that in perspective, that you would be, in other words, if this was a space program, it'd taken that long, you'd be just starting to put some PCs on satellites for comparison.
That's right, and that's actually very significant that you bring that up, Josh, because we are in a point in history where we're seeing technology grow at a faster rate than we've ever seen it before. And that's pointed out in places like our national defense strategy. It's also a time when technology spreads faster than it's ever spread globally, whether we want it to or not. It's very hard to stay on that leading edge and keep in front of the technology when things are happening that fast and spreading that quickly. And that really gets back to the point I was trying to make is, the military in general, but Space Force just as much as any other service, have processes that we develop new capabilities, new force development capabilities. And it's a good process. It's stood us well for many years where, for example, when a new concept is developed, where somebody has a new idea to do something, use GPS for navigation, it would be a concept. Then we develop that concept. We think about all the tangential concepts that might feed into it. We war game it. We develop doctrine and tactics and procedures. And then when we've done a lot of that kind of thought, we will then start defining requirements and acquiring the system and then fielding it and operating them and applying the full .no PF entities to that capability. And that's the part that takes the 20 to 30 years to go through that sometimes. Now that we're in this era where technology is growing so quickly and spreading so fast around the globe, we really need to figure out not how to short circuit that force development process, but to figure out how to make it more agile. So as new technologies are developed, we have to be able to insert them midway through that whole chain of things and insert the new technology or respond to a new threat, technology that's a threat to us. And so that's part of the challenge that we as a nation need to face is how we become more agile in our institutions and our systems when it comes to science and technology.
Yeah, I would agree. I think speed and agility are absolutely essential. And as the Chief Science Officer of the Space Force, you also were leading a lot of what's referred to as strategic foresight efforts. Would you mind talking about how the Space Force has applied strategic foresight, especially as it relates to the future of the space domain and how that influences what we invest in today for the fight in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to talk about that. And it relates to what we were just talking about, because when you're trying to develop agility in applying technology or responding to technology, one way to do that is to anticipate conditions in the future, not necessarily predict the future, and I'll get back to that point in a second, but anticipate things that could happen in the future and be ready for them. So being ready means investing today in technologies that will provide us options in the future. So when the time comes, something unexpected happens, we at least can go to the shelf and look at some of the fruits of that early investment. So that was the whole point of the strategic foresight that we developed under the Space Force and continue to carry on. The tagline I like to use is prognostic future operating environments is something that a lot of folks in the military strategists do. We try to predict what the most likely or the most dangerous future operating environment might be. And then we build our force to meet that challenge. And that's absolutely important. Have to do that. That's critical to making sure we're secure. Strategic foresight, on the other hand, is all about preparing for the unexpected, the things that we don't anticipate, we don't think is most likely or we can't see coming. And so that was the whole idea of the strategic foresight's efforts that we started all the way back in 2018 before the stand-up of the Space Force. And we've had about a dozen space futures workshops with lots of subject matter experts who participated from government, intelligence community, academia, private industry, other places to come give us their thoughts about what's possible in the future. And so in 2019, we published a report. It's called The Future of Space 2060. So we were looking 40 years out, just trying to define a set of scenarios that cover the waterfront of how things could possibly evolve. And we looked at three different things. We looked at the space economy, how big that was going to grow or not, the number of humans that live and work in space. Today it's a small handful. Some people talk about in 40 years it might be tens of thousands. And then leadership in space. Is it really going to be led by Western liberal world values, open sort of approach to leadership in space, or is it going to be more authoritarian? So we published that report in 2016. And that, again, was defined to try to just map out some scenarios. And we came up with 8 different scenarios that were different corners of that parameter space defined by humans in space, money in space, and leadership in space. And the idea was to have some tabletop exercises and some strategy sessions where we tried to think through some dilemmas that the United States Space Force might be called upon to resolve in each of those scenarios and develop some strategy around that. We did that. In one of the interesting things that I like to point out these days, so that was 5 years ago that we published that report, and lots of things have happened since then. Lots of unexpected things have happened since then. So just to put a finer point on it, is hard to predict the future. And trying to understand exactly what the future is going to be like is impossible. You can only come close. So just think about, since 2019, what has happened on the world stage. And I like the construct of STEEP: social, technological, economic, environmental, and political. Just 5 different things to look at. In the social world, we had a pandemic. We lost 7 million lives worldwide. One thing about that is 8 out of 10 of those people that died from COVID-19 were above age 65. So in a sense, we sort of lost a generation. Those were our fathers, our teachers, our sage mentors. We just lost a generation. Kind of associated with that, we had the Great Resignation, where 36 million Americans quit their jobs. In the realm of technology, lots of stuff's happened in those 5 years. The size of the internet has tripled. It was in 2019 about 41 zettabytes. Today it's about 120 zettabytes. So that continues to grow. We've seen just over the last year or so the rise of generative AI and large language models, ChatGPT. Just think about the conversations that have happened around that technology over the last year. About a year ago, we saw the first net positive fusion reaction. Quantum computers back in 2019 were 10 or 20 qubits at most. Late last year, IBM announced their system with over 1,000 qubits, so 2 orders of magnitude increase. So lots of technology changes. In the environment, global warming has marched on. We've seen global change, lots of different effects, including the increase in global average temperature by about a degree. We saw fires in the West caused about $20 billion worth of damage in 2019 alone, or 2020 alone. In space, we've seen orbital debris grow 10 times, especially between 500 and 600 kilometers altitude. The amount of stuff up there is just growing crazy. And economics, the size of the space economy is almost doubled. We've seen the space industry grow to about $450 billion a year. It used to be about $250 billion a year. And of course, in political realms, we've had things like Ukraine and Israel. So just in that 5-year period where we were trying to predict 40 years out, there's all these things that happened that we didn't anticipate. And the whole idea behind strategic foresight is not necessarily to anticipate the specifics, but to at least understand what the range of possibilities are, so that we can invest again in the basic and applied research that will help us have options for there. And you asked what's come of that. One of the things that's come out of that strategic foresight is that the Space Force, with the help of Congress, has decided to invest a lot in academic institutions, in setting up American universities. We still have the best universities in the world, and let's put them to use for solving specific problems for the Space Force. So we've stood up strategic space technology institutes, for which you are the program manager of. So you can speak very much in detail on that. But essentially, those are virtual institutes of multiple universities coupled with industry around key technology areas, things like system lunar operations, or power and propulsion, or advanced remote sensing, cyber data trust in space. We're standing up those things, engaging the best minds in academia to help us with that, because we know that the future is going to be uncertain, and those are the areas that we've seen we need a strategy. So that's my pitch for strategic foresight in a nutshell.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, that was a very thorough answer. Thank you. I mean, we've talked about what the Space Force is doing, all of the good things we're doing. I wanna invite you to make a little bit of a more pessimistic turn here as we look at what if the USSF fails to protect the nation's interest now and in the future. What sort of stuff would that look like?
Yeah, that's a very important point and good question, Josh. The Space Force and the space, national security space in general has a very difficult challenge ahead of them along two things. So the first is, and there's a lot of, in the community, a lot of debate about what's the real role of the Space Force and Space Command. Is it to support the joint terrestrial warfighter, or is it to more generally protect us in space in case war extends into space? So that what we've come up with through our strategic foresight work is something that we call the dual mandate. And that really refers to the two different fundamental jobs that the Space Force needs to organize and train and equip for. One of those is to provide the communications, the PNT, the surveillance, and all the other pieces to the joint terrestrial fight. So as soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines execute their missions, they are dependent on services from space, and the Space Force absolutely has to take that seriously and provide those services. That's one mandate. The other mandate is protecting the nation's interest in space, which could involve things like protecting commercial satellites or constellations from attack, or even as we expand out to cislunar and beyond out to Mars, providing the infrastructure and the capabilities to ensure the security of the nation's interest in that domain. So it's sort of the looking up part of the mandate. So the challenge is that we got to be able to do both of those things on a limited budget with limited manpower and do them well. So the challenge is to do that in a balanced way. So I think one thing that could go wrong there is if we spend too much time debating which one of those two things we need to do more of, whether we need to be a quote blue water Space Force or a brown water Space Force. If we divide ourselves too much on that's going to limit our ability to do either one of those missions. The truth of the matter is we have to be able to respond to whatever the need is. So if we're going to protect our nation's interest in space, we need to be prepared to go and do whatever it is that's needed to be done to do that protection. And that's where staying on top of the technology, staying in front of the technology is critically important. And even bigger than that really is, we can't get too focused on either the war fighting or the security aspects of space in isolation. Truth of the matter is we are in a strategic competition for technological superiority in space with strategic competitors, China and Russia. In China in particular, the PRC has stated goals to become the premier technologically dominant nation in cislunar space. They are pushing very hard, just as they have in other areas of technology, everything from 5G to biotechnology and artificial intelligence. They're investing in a big way in becoming technologically dominant. I think we need to understand that if we fail to invest in a large way and to stay in front of that curve, we will come in second place as a nation, not just as a Space Force or a DoD. As a nation, we will find ourselves behind the curve. And I don't think that's something that the American public will enjoy much at all.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I would point to the relationships that China enjoys or does not enjoy with its local neighbors, and I would argue that it is definitely a negative world to live in, one dominated by a Chinese and Russian system. So looking for that, definitely a very pessimistic consideration, but one that has to be looked at realistically. In order to avoid that, and if you were not even like CSO or president even, because both of those positions have limitations, if you were emperor for a day, what sort of things would you institute? What sort of things would you change if you had a completely free hand?
Yeah, well, just to wish it were, right? You know, if I had my way, one thing that would be very important is just what I said is, you know, I think that the American public needs to realize that our technological dominance is being challenged. We've been surpassed in certain areas, and that space is an area, because it's sort of the next frontier. It's an area that's expanding quickly. We're seeing new use cases for space, new revenue streams forming in space. We're advancing the technology to use it better. It's a primary place where technological advancement will happen over the next decade or so. And, you know, the first thing I would do is, if I were king, is to get everybody to realize that we're either going to be competitors in this race or not. And it's very important, you know, going back to concepts like, what is the United States fundamental grand strategy? What is it that we hold most dear? Our ability to do things and have technology that allows us to see what other people are trying to do to us and going other places. So that would be the first thing. You know, how do you respond to that, though? You know, it's clear that the PRC has very definite investment strategies to become technologically dominant. Their 5-year plans call out specific technology areas where they want to invest in. Space is one of those, and they follow through. They have, if you look at their fraction of research and development that they're putting in of their gross domestic product, they are very, very rapidly catching up to what the U.S. invests in basic and applied research. So we need to up our game in that area too. We need to figure out what are the key areas that we need to invest in, that we need to stay technologically dominant in, and invest in those areas in a big way. It's kind of like the moonshot in the 1950s and 60s, where we were developing technology because we wanted to demonstrate to the world that we would be technologically advanced in being able to put the first man on the moon. We need to do those things again, and we need to make sure that the world knows that we're serious about that. So, you know, it's easy to say double the amount of money or triple the amount of money you spend in science and technology, but there's some other things that can be done too. Things like integrating across the civilian space institutions, NASA, the military institutions, the Department of Defense, and some of the commercial institutions such as NOAA and the Department of Commerce. There's great work happening in all three of those things, doing important jobs. There's something to be said for putting those space-faring organizations together more holistically than they are today. So if I were king for today, that's one thing I would look at. Maybe a United States Space Service that encompassed all three of those things. Not that they're not doing great things together, but we need better synergies amongst the interagencies, and the precious federal dollars that we're investing need to go further. So if we can communicate and strategize together a bit better, that would be good. And then finding ways to have public-private partnerships. So a lot of the advancements that are happening in space are not government funded. They're happening from industry and entrepreneurs who are finding new ways of doing things. That is absolutely fantastic. We need to encourage that. However, we can't completely cede all of our national security space to commercial entities to develop, because clearly there's a different motivation that an entrepreneur has than a national security agent would have. But we need to find ways to partner across those two things. So we need to figure out how do we incentivize from a government perspective industry to develop in positive ways for U.S. superiority. And that can be through seeding basic research, technology investment, putting investments in universities, as we talked about earlier. Maybe it's policy, maybe it's more legal realms that we need to make some changes. But we need, if I were king for a day, I would want to develop a great strategy so that the private commercial entities and the government national security entities and exploration through civil space would find a common set of goals that we could, again, have sort of a moonshot type North Star vision in space that would drive the technology. Don't know if that helps, kind of big picture, but that's where I would go if I were king for a day.
Well, thank you. And as we're getting ready to close, I want to ask you a question. I'll talk for about 30 seconds here to give you a chance to really consider your answer, and then we'll come back. So the question I want to ask you as we close, for the audience across industry and government, if you could communicate one thing to them about what they can be doing at a personal, business, governmental level as individuals, to them, to help with this, what would you communicate? As you consider that, I do want to say you mentioned that there's a second space race, or that there is a space race going on, very similar to the moonshot in the 50s and 60s. And I've often heard it referred to as the second space race. That the first one was for national pride and a demonstration of technology. The second one is ultimately a competition. There is also ultimately a technological competition because you can't do it without that in space. But it's ultimately one of economics and national power, being able to be the cornerstone of the future space economy that radiates out from Earth first into cislunar, and then you mentioned Mars and even beyond. And so it is, I don't think it's too strong to say that it is in many ways an existential conflict that we are in fact in. And so with that context, if you not to put too much pressure, but if you could communicate one thing, what would that be?
Yeah, no, excellent question. And I agree, it's an existential conflict that we're in, whether we realize it or not. It's a challenge that's going to make or break us as a nation, along with many other similar challenges that are being put out in front of us. And if there's one thing that I would emphasize with down at the individual level, individual companies, individuals, government organizations, it would be to emphasize the need for highly technical workforce. So we need to, all the usual things of promoting STEM education, increasing diversity, getting more folks to go into these not only high-tech fields, and it doesn't have to be space, it could be biotechnology or cyber, lots of different areas, but we need a broad base of workforce because everything else sprouts from that. And everything else comes from having the trained capability. And just this morning I was reading a report that was co-written from the NASA, Department of Defense, and Department of Commerce for the National Space Council meeting that happened in December. That really was pushing the idea of getting a better, stronger workforce prepared for advanced manufacturing jobs in the future. And that includes space. So, everything from additive manufacturing, advanced materials, hypersonics, thermal protection systems, digital manufacturing. We need to grow those areas quickly because we're facing threats across the board in all of those areas. So, encouraging your niece or nephew or son or granddaughter to go into a technical field that could support this future technological advancement for the nation should be a high priority for lots of folks. We need those people in the future.
Well, thank you for that. And as we close, once again, thank you, Dr. Mosier, for your time. I really appreciate getting to have you on and getting to have this fireside chat. Certainly, thank you for your time, and hopefully we can do more stuff like this in the future.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is great to join you from the LBJ Washington Center, part of America's Future series, and what a great virtual summit this has been already. We look forward to sharing a few words of insight into what's going on. A huge shout out to America's Future series and the leadership that David Hamilton provides on a daily basis to bring together experts from across national security to talk about the problems that we face as a nation and the solutions, more importantly, that we're going to get after. So we are absolutely thrilled to be here. David has often challenged me of, I can help assemble the panel that I'm asking you to lead, or you can come in with some like-minded folks. And I always go for that option because I have assembled a group of not only professionals, but friends that share in this space, and I'm sure are going to blow your socks off by their insights and their thoughts and their vision of where they want us to go. Now, by way of introduction, I've assembled this panel, and we call it America's Digital Future, Charting a Path Forward by Harnessing Technology. The way that I'm going to handle this, I'm going to offer a couple of introductory remarks, and then I'm going to introduce each of the panelists one at a time, let them offer some remarks, and then if we have time at the end, we'll kind of get some engagement going, ask a few questions, and see where we go from there. By way of a spoiler alert, the way that we've assembled this panel is a little bit of enterprise and worldview, and then all the way down to the state level. So tactical to strategic, world to state. And so that's a little bit of a spoiler alert about who you're going to hear from today. But by way of introduction, my name is Chad Radegui. I had the privilege of serving our nation as an officer in the United States Air Force for 29 years. I recently retired about 2 months ago. And here I am, and broad new vision, broad new ideas. The idea was to start chapter 2 by doing something meaningful, and my meaningful search began in the August timeframe of last year, where I cast a wide net, and I talked to anyone that was willing to talk to me, and I garnered some ideas about what was going on outside of the military, what was going on outside of national security. I've always been impressed by the innovation, the speed that our industry partners have been leveraging for many, many years. And so I thought maybe we get into that type of business. And so my chapter 2 was pretty simple: find something that was meaningful. And so along the way, I've been able to have some amazing conversations and talk to some visionary people in industry, in national security spaces, and in academia. And so that's where I've landed. After 29 years of taking ourselves around the world, I brought my wife and I back to her home state of Oklahoma, where I have joined the University of Tulsa as the executive director of the Oklahoma Cyber Innovation Institute. This is a brand new institute that we have just stood up. The vision is to bring together all of the ideas of academia. And so the University of Tulsa is uniquely postured. They have vast experience in the cyberspace arena by way of cyber core programs. They have cyber doctorate, cyber fellows that study at the university, a remarkable cadre of professionals that are teaching about cyber in the future. So I'm coupled with that. I have the opportunity to think about workforce development across the state of Oklahoma. And so I'm truly excited about K through 12 and beyond, and what's the cyber education that we need to get after for not only the state of Oklahoma, but more importantly, for America's digital future. And so really inspiring work there. Couple all of that with a little bit of responsibility of building out and supporting the digital ecosystem that is building up in the Tulsa area, as well as the state of Oklahoma. And so as we have businesses that are coming in with their ideas, entrepreneurs that are coming in and wanting to stand up tech projects and tech companies, We need to marry up the workforce with them and get them going. And so I get to be at the intersection of all of those activities together. The research, academia, the workforce development piece, as well as the entrepreneurial spirit and some of the great work that's going on. And so I feel like I found some meaningful work in my chapter 2, and I'm excited to launch. By way of some initial thoughts from me before I introduce each of our panelists, I've been thinking about this a lot. Believe it or not, I'm on week number 2 of my job, and so I'm less than 10 days into the job. A lot of my work up front, kind of studying for my exam, if you will, was researching what's going on across the enterprise. The White House has provided some remarkable guiding principles with their workforce task force and their technology workforce, the work that has been going on with our National Cyber Director. And so I've done a lot of reading on what they are trying to inspire at the U.S. level, and then how we can incorporate that into the state of Oklahoma. And so there's some great work that's going on. What I've learned and what I have observed over many, many years is that the real power comes when you team people with technology. They cannot work in isolation. Technology without the right people is just a tool. People without technology, you can't move fast enough to keep up with the digital world that we work in. And so it's marrying those two concepts, the people and the technology together, is what's going to inspire us moving forward really into America's digital future that we aspire to. And so I think that this is goodness. I think that the White House vision of where we want to go enhances all of the things that seem to be important to us as voters: national security for our nation and the economy. And so those two things coming together, people and technology, are going to drive us forward into that. And so I'm really excited about that. The work that I'm trying to do in the state of Oklahoma that I'm aspiring to is to build some unity of effort in the way that we think about marrying those people and that technology together. And I think that it's really some unity of action and unity of vision that is required up front. When you have the state house and the state government involved, when you have academia, when you have the businesses that all are collaborating and talking, and then you bring in the individual person, there's real power and real unity of action if you can get all of those things working together. And so that's what I'm trying to do, at least up front, is build that ecosystem where you collaborate and talk to one another about technology and how do we harness technology for our future. And so some goodness going on there. The recognition is that everyone is going to need some sort of foundational educational skills. And so we're going to look at how do we take cyber and digital and tech down into each and every school, every K through 12 student, every teacher that's in a classroom, give them the tools to teach our future, that of our students, what they need to know about securing our digital future. And so I'm excited about that. There's also a recognition in this new role, and finally, is that we need to have some continuing education. It's one thing to get in and have a conversation with a student and give them the entry-level skills and education that is required. But it's another thing to build up some sort of ecosystem that supports their continued growth. It could be clubs, it could be professional organizations, it could be skills, it could be training, it could be resources that we allow these students to grab onto and to bring their skills into the workforce. Really excited about where we're going. I'm really excited about the role that I'm going to play in helping pull this unique ecosystem together for now my home state. And so thanks for a couple of minutes of letting me tell you what's going on in our part of the country and our state. So the real reason you're here is to hear the experts that we've assembled on this panel. And so I'd like to introduce our first panelist. I had an opportunity to work hand in hand with Lauren as she was leading the innovation efforts for our Department of the Air Force and our Department of, that includes the Air Force and the Space Force. She played a unique role in helping collaborate, bring together innovation as our Chief Innovation Officer for the Department of the Air Force, and then our Chief Information Officer. And I got to witness her abilities, her ability to pull together a vision, and then more importantly, communicate that vision across the entire Department of the Air Force. It was an inspiring message. She had buy-in from the leadership in the Pentagon to our youngest airmen on the flight line, and I got to see her in all types of forums. More importantly, I saw her tested as we went through COVID together. And what I will tell you is that many, many late night calls and calls around the clock trying to figure out how to transform our Air Force seemingly overnight to enable them to continue national security. And so she has just been a remarkable teammate and someone that I have looked up to for many, many years now. And so it is my privilege to introduce now in her new role as the Chief Innovation Officer for SAIC here in Washington, D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Ms. Lauren Knossenberger. Lauren, over to you.
Well, thanks, Chad. And it's great to see you here again, too, transformed from General Radigi to Mr. Radigi here.
The hair's a little longer?
The hair is longer. You get traded in the camo for the suit.
Yeah, indeed.
Very well done. Very well done. And and great to see another old friend and colleague on this side from Microsoft, and then new friends, of course, from Oklahoma. You always have to have more friends from Oklahoma for sure.
Sure.
So, it's so funny as you were talking about COVID. It almost, I know it's yesterday, but it kind of feels like a lifetime ago too. And I think back to 2020, the Department of the Air Force, and actually a lot of corporations around the world valued in-person work a lot more. And in the military, culturally, it was just like, if I don't see you, you're not actually working. There's no way, being remote work, working from home was kind of how people felt about it in the military at the time. And we went from no capacity to work from home to a merry band of people from around the world, more than a merry band, a pretty lethal force there, deploying within a matter of weeks, really, getting all 750,000 plus airmen plus contractors across multiple networks digital. So, yeah, I hadn't thought about that in a minute, and it is something that we should continue to feel pretty proud of, and the kind of the digital and cultural transformation that came from that. And that's fantastic that you're looking at the next generation of kids and how can we bring people into that field. I'll share with the audience just because I'm sure there are a couple of folks out there that don't know me, but a big part of my story is that about 8 years ago, I accidentally joined the Air Force, was effectively tackled by a bunch of three-star generals, and I had never met a general before in my life at that point. But I was told I needed to serve my country because I was passionate about the problems that were faced by the department at the time, and I really just wanted to come in and see what I could do to bring emerging technology into the Department of Defense. And just found a really incredible community there, still have a deep love of the Air Force and then the Space Force, which came along during my time there. Just as I thought I was going to escape to go back to private industry, was asked to stick around another few years to be the Chief Information Officer. And we'll say, I guess how many years did you have in?
29.
29. I'm still 29, so so not as many years served. But I have to say that the 7.5 years that I spent, it was such an honor to be able to serve beside these airmen and guardians and to get after these problems. And if you look at what really motivates people, at least probably a lot of your crew is too. When you can get in and solve problems that you can't solve anywhere else, I mean, there are some gnarly problems in the DoD. And we got to be on the front lines of solving those, and it feels amazing. And so I am only a little bit more retired than you are. I retired from the department in June. I guess I didn't get to stay retired for long. I did travel around Europe this summer, spent some time with my little girls, and then in October jumped into SAIC. And it actually, if you'd asked me in June, are you going to jump into the defense industrial base? I would have said absolutely not. There is, actually, I probably would have said something close to what I said to General Bender when he first said you need to join the Air Force. I said I'm incredibly honored, but the probability is approaching zero. I think I said something along those lines. That's what I would have said actually about the defense industrial base. But as I kind of went through the summer and thought about what was really important, I kind of felt like I wasn't done solving some of the problems, but perhaps maybe from a different vantage point. And I actually had lunch with Josh Marcuse today, he's now at Google. He was with the Defense Innovation Board, which has been such another great power for good in our Defense Department, with insights from folks like Eric Schmidt and Adam Grant and Neil deGrasse Tyson, Milo Medine. And it was just kind of good to go back a few years and think about all of those problems that we've moved the needle on, but we have some new things to go. Mm-hmm. And so one of the things that drew me to SAIC, first of all, I'll say the big one that got me interested in the conversation is Tony Towns-Whitley, right, who was most recently the president of regulated industries at Microsoft. So I'm sure you all know each other well. She's an amazing person. She is an amazing person, an amazing leader. SAIC chose her to be their CEO. Right. And what that told me was, this is a company, it's a trusted company, but it's not, it wasn't, I didn't think of it as the coolest company, in June when I was thinking about this. But it's like, okay, that's bold. Hiring Tony Towns-Whitley, that is bold. And then Tony asking me, hey, we have some good capabilities as a company. We want to really, really double down on our capabilities. We want to be the defense industrial base company that our DoD truly needs. And pretty much all of the things that I care about, Tony cares about, as she's trying to grow this already Fortune 500 company to continue to solve these problems. And so being able to look at how do you bring emerging tech to not just the DoD market, but to the civilian market through the lens of an integrator who truly can look at what are the best companies in Silicon Valley, and how do I then de-risk that technology, help that technology scale, do some real vetting, maybe help a company get FedRamped, right, and bring that in to make a more cohesive solution, probably partnering with a Microsoft or another hyperscaler, bringing in capabilities from any number of software vendors. We certainly do a lot with ServiceNow and others as well. And to truly look at that end-to-end at scale, making sure that things are secure, that is something that I remain passionate about. Mm-hmm. And especially, I saw Honorable Heidi Shue recently put out some new language on digital engineering, mm-hmm, and it was so timely, because those are the things that actually SAIC as a company has invested in so heavily over the past number of years that I am personally very passionate about. And so it was pretty cool to see language come out that basically validates, hey, you are on the right track. And then as well with some of the AI capabilities. So whereas you and I were, deep in the trenches trying to make sure that we could operate in this digital world and that we could keep our workforce engaged, whether they were, at the, in their bedroom in Oklahoma or, I don't know, I guess having a, in a really beautiful, probably nature-themed room over at Microsoft. Yeah, right. Or in the halls of the Pentagon. Yes. We can be proud of that. And then I think over the next few years, it really is going to come down to even beyond digital, how can we truly bring information to people's fingertips at a speed that we have never seen before? And generative AI, is a huge player there. With ChatGPT, well invested, right, good job. And some of the other competitor capabilities in generative AI, it is for this generation now and for us kind of the same thing that happened with us and smartphones and the internet. It is that much more powerful and pretty neat too. I'm curious to see what happens with kind of the software development life cycle over time too, because more and more developers are leveraging generative AI to at least help with code. We don't want to have it write our code for us yet. It's kind of going to give you C+ code, not the programming language, but on your paper. And so, it'll be really interesting to see. But I'm glad to be back in the game from a different vantage point. It is, I have a great kind of new cohort over at SAIC. I do run our corporate strategy as well as our innovation factories. So I have the guys that kind of build the cool stuff for the corporation, and that's been a lot of fun. So it's a new challenge for me. It's a new way for us to partner, and kind of a new way to contribute to mission. We'll see where it goes.
Perfect. Thank you, Lauren, for your comments. And it's great to have you back in the game.
It's good to be in the
I
game.
think I speak for everyone in DoD that you were probably the hot free agent that was out there, and we were all waiting to see where you were going to go. And I'm thrilled to see that you've landed someplace that you are doing some meaningful work and bringing your talents to our defense industrial base. So,
all right, we're ready for that Super Bowl ring over at SAIC.
There you go. There you go. Well, thank you very much. We look forward to having a conversation with you as we move forward. Our next panelist, it is my privilege to introduce, and I don't know what your family would say about you, but I want you to know that I would consider you one of the most interesting men in the world.
What an introduction.
Well, hey, there's more, and so part of that introduction is USA Water Polo. He is a presidential scholar with the George W. Bush Presidential Center.
Wonderful organization.
He's a retired Marine fighter pilot. FA-18 flew sorties all over the world, involved in some very big missions, important missions for our national defense. But what I think is so unique about you, and we've only had an opportunity to meet each other in the last couple of months.
Right.
You were part of that Chapter 2 interview that I was doing, of finding people that I was drawn to, that I was excited to work with, that I loved the vision and the passion that you brought to a game. And that's what you do on a daily basis. And so I'm excited to see how all of our circles are going to start interacting. But I really do call you one of the most interesting men in the world. And what I think is really cool about you is you have found your why. And so I know you may go into that a little bit.
Sure.
But you finding your why and bringing that to work every day for a big corporation like Microsoft is inspiring work. And so
I think we're going to have to hand him a Dos Equis.
I know, maybe.
It's like we're
that may
missing an
that
opportunity.
may come after this panel.
Okay.
But ladies and gentlemen, he is now the general manager for security solutions for Microsoft Federal. Please welcome Mr. Vishal Amin.
Well, thanks for
Sir,
having
over
me.
to you.
I don't even know how to follow that introduction. My family would probably not agree with you, especially my 3 young children. They don't think what I do is exciting anymore. I think your initiatives should hopefully change that with the K through 12 initiatives. I think when my son and daughter go to the flight line now and they say, "Wait, you used to do that? Why not anymore? Why are you behind your computer all day?"
Right.
And I think that's the realities of what I do now. But I think making cyber exciting is something amazing. It's funny. You said you joined the Air Force as a mistake.
Yeah, by accident. It wasn't a mistake, but it was an accident.
Quick sidebar. When I originally enlisted in the Marine Corps, and when I originally enlisted in the Marine Corps during Clinton's administration, I had no intention to join. And the cold caller called my house, or the recruiter called my home, and my father or my mother picked up, and they said, "Hey, Vishal's not here." And I was living in another state at the time, playing water polo. Mm-hmm. And I came home, and my father said, "Hey, there is this," he called it the Army guy. So the Army guy called, "You should go down to the office and get your name off the calling list. They've been calling here every week." And, we had
the yellow pages and the white pages, and at that time we used to trade those in for ice cream cones at Thrifty during spring break. But I said, all right, I'll go down to the office, and I rode my bike down to go take my name off the calling list. I mean, I was a 17-year-old, had no backbone, and I mean, they read me pretty good. I walked through those doors, and I wasn't about to leave those doors without an enlistment in the Marine Corps, and I didn't know how to say no. Was no national security events going on at the time. It was just, they had convinced me to enlist. And I remember coming from a large family, a lot of doctors and professional folks. I walked my bike home that day because I was too scared to share with my mother that I enlisted in the Marine Corps. And when I told her that, she was crying, and she's like, you can't do it. And I said, it's okay. I'm only 17. You have to sign the consent. And my father actually looked at me and he said, hey, in this family, when you make a commitment to something, you do it. And they signed it, and I went back and I enlisted in the Marine Corps. Best mistake I've ever made, 21 years later, right? Commissioned, got to fly in some beautiful aircraft, do some amazing things, both on the ground, in the air, back on the ground, and then here. So
That's
thought I'd
awesome.
share that quick sidebar. I mean, what we do at Microsoft is amazing work, but I think it's those types of moments in my life that have shaped my why and my commitment to our industry. I think this panel is really fascinating and amazing simply because all of us come from different walks of life. We all do different things, and we all ended up here for different reasons. I'll briefly go into my why. There's a whole plethora of my career and my history of deployments and things I've been able to do, both on the enlisted side, on the officer side, leading Marines in joint organizations and units. And in 2015, I got into cyber. And sure, I do cyber at Microsoft. I have some brilliant folks on the team that do security, compliance, identity. We have sales teams, we have business program management teams, we have individuals that work with our engineering orgs and our CELA orgs, and they've been doing this forever. And I ended up having the privilege to work with these folks like I did it in service in uniform because we are all connected because we're so passionate about cyber. And in 2015, I was involved, I entered the cyber industry because the Islamic State hacking division released all my information all over the public media. And I found out that my data was compromised from CNN with my name, my picture, my phone number, my address, everything on there with a message saying, go to this person's home and go kill them and kill their family. And for 2 years after that moment, I lived under protection and extra vigilance. And I chose to retire shortly after and dedicate my life to protecting the identity and data. And from someone who hadn't worked with networks and connectivity and data, my thought was, before that, national security was what we did when we operated overseas, when we went and did these missions, when we retrieved personnel from embassies, when we went and flew sorties and supported Marines on the ground with surface-to-air and air-to-air fires. For me, national security was doing our country's bidding and defending democracy. And I spoke about this a little bit this morning with some of our Department of Defense family, the Air Force and Navy. And I shared that 10 years ago, we probably wouldn't have grasped that cyber and the importance of data and analytics was almost part of this maneuver warfare. It was part of our national mission set. It actually triggered or was influential in everything we did. And what I realized when my name was targeted, when my family was put in jeopardy and at risk physically and tangibly, it happened, and we had intercepts to our home months after that, that it didn't matter what you did, how you did it, when it affects the human, when it affects the things you love most in this world, your kids, your family, your home, and you're not overseas. You're not behind these physical and digital barriers. It triggered a whole new different level for me. And that's where I find my why. That's where I find my passion. And I taught myself our industry, and I learned so much from individuals like yourselves, like the innovations that happened. When I joined Microsoft, I joined on March 2nd of 2020, and 4 days later, COVID. So I went from an organization that was pushing on the boundaries of innovation, that had a partner with industry to totally change the way we're doing things. And I wasn't even working with the Department of Defense. I found that calling about a year into Microsoft when I came back into the industry and said, we need to do more for our warfighters. We need to do more for our civil servants and our communities. So I know we'll get into this a little more, and I don't want to chew up all the time, but I think we are all here for different reasons, but at the core of what, if you have a why and you can understand how innovation and how data fits into the outcome of what all of our organizations are trying to do. I mean, you mentioned what SAIC is doing, and you know, I would say organizations like the DIB aren't just building new technologies and fostering growth. They are the core and the central portion of how we are innovating. With the declining workforce, with the cyber skills gap, organizations like SAIC are now manning, staffing, and building innovations to carry out these national security missions moving forward. I mean, I look at some of the most innovative healthcare organizations in the world, like the VA, who in our community, many folks say, well, the VA is not innovative. The VA was one of the first healthcare organizations to create gaming for wounded warriors when they came back. I mean, and that happened years ago. So data and innovation is at the core of all of our why and all of what we're trying to do. And I'm really excited to have some of these conversations with you today. So I'll pass it back over to you.
Vishal, thank you very much. It is inspiring that you have transformed your why into action, and to see what you're doing from your workspace, but also the associations that you have with America's Future Series, with Cyber Patriot and others. Thanks for what you're doing. It's great to have you as a teammate. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce our third and final panelist. Now, this gentleman from the state of Oklahoma is actually this is the first time I've met him in person. He was part of my Chapter 2 conversations that I started having. And as I started kind of dialing into where I wanted to go in the world and the industry that I wanted to be in, I had an opportunity to make a phone call. And we had a late night phone call where on the spot, you described your vision for not only the state of Oklahoma, but beyond. And I read passion in everything that you said. And so I can remember on the spot,
struggles that we are facing here in the United States, monetary and fiscal issues, the issues that we're facing with demographics, whether it be educational, whether it be aging population, is that we are in a period of transition, and there needs to be a vanguard willing to take up the mantle of pursuing that into the future. And if not us, then who? So taking that on as an opportunity to lowercase L lead, not by virtue of, I guess, anything that I think that I'm doing special other than pursuing it. And so I did want to comment. I actually joined the Marine Corps on purpose, not on accident, but I did get into cyber on accident. And so I joined the Marine Corps. I'd already gone to law school. I'd already graduated. Already passed the bar, and was already practicing. And I had what I affectionately call my quarter life crisis of conscience, in that I was right up against the age limit on joining. And it was one of those: if you don't do it now, you're never going to get to do it. So I intentionally went to the recruiter and joined, but I got into cyber on accident. After I came back, was actually decided to restart an education career, went to a job fair, and someone misread my resume and forwarded it to a cybersecurity contractor, thinking that I had a clearance that I did not actually possess. They were very interested in interviewing me. We had one interview where they actually read the document, and I was not hired. But fortunately for me, one of their clients was looking for someone who was more in the policy space than in technical. And they said, well, you're a lawyer, you understand what's required from a policy perspective. Would you be willing to do it in cyber? And I asked, does it pay? They said, yes. And I said, well, absolutely, of course. And that was the city of Tulsa. And so I started was now a 10-year career in cybersecurity, and then have branched out into other novel and emerging technology spaces, and then proposed to then Attorney General-elect what is now the job that I have, a role that we would be willing to demonstrate leadership in economic and business development around novel and emerging technologies, with an emphasis on dual use or defense innovation. Is that there's going to be a real need in 5-10 years for the work that we're doing today, but we have to put in the work today. And so that's really why this job exists and what we're intending to produce, and look forward to expanding on the conversation about where that's going and the way we think about it.
Amazing. RJ, you're living up to it so far.
All right.
It's great to meet you in person. I look forward to doing good things with you in the state of Oklahoma, and hopefully we branch out from there and take some of these ideas and vision and take it to the national level. So thanks for being here. The way that we assembled this panel, and I want to thank each of you up front for agreeing to be part of this. It's been amazing leaders with amazing visions and your whys, and you've inspired me in many ways. And so thanks for coming and being part of this. I'd be interested as we kind of structured this. I thought about the enterprise or worldview versus the state view that RJ has, and so. Going with the theme of our panel, the digital future, how are you thinking about that with your companies, and then perhaps at the state level? What conversations are taking place at Microsoft headquarters and SAIC, and then in the state of Oklahoma, to think about digital future, and how are you unifying that? And so, RJ, maybe if I can start with you, and we'll kind of build from tactical to strategic.
Sure. So I will actually start off really with kind of two observations. One, that digital future, we could kind of get meta and drop the digital and say that the future, speaking now nationally, the future of the United States is a digital future. There's no distinction. And so if you think in the one sense, on the one hand, we have the information domain that is an abstract concept, and then we have the physical domains, land, sea, air, now space. Where those things used to be tangent was inside of our heads. You'd make, right, the OODA loop. You'd make an observation, that is data that occurred. You would take that, you would orient it, which is turn data into information. You would make a decision, and then you would act back in the physical space. Now that tangent occurs more and more, and perhaps ever increasingly, and almost sometimes exclusively, through some type of platform. Whether it's a technology, whether it's C5ISR, we could get into the details, but there is now a technology nexus where those two places are tangent. And I would call that the new logical domain that is cybersecurity. So the future of the U.S. is going to live in that littoral. between the abstract and the physical worlds that is the cyberlogical domain. So that's the one element. And then thinking about technology from the state's perspective, if that's the future that we are pursuing from a national or global perspective, how can we as a state be an integrator for those who are doing those very difficult things in technology space? Can we build and develop the systems and processes that make those things easier? And so the conversation that we're trying to have in the state of Oklahoma is effectively a public-private partnership, a tripartite partnership, where the state is working in concert with the federal government. How can we be a better partner to you, the federal government, particularly in the DoD? Again, emphasis around dual-use defense innovation. How can we be a better partner to you, private industry? And how can we facilitate interactions between the two? So can we establish laws, statutes, regulations, systems, policies, processes as a whole of state effort to make what you do easier to do in the state of Oklahoma? The intent following from that is that we want to be the premier jurisdiction for that type of innovation space. And so it's less about the technology, more about the process for us. How do we help facilitate things being done in the Marine Innovation Unit, at AFWorks, at Naval X? All of the things that we recognize that if we stay platform specific, that will calcify and grow old, but the process of innovating and developing that next thing, if we can create a competitive advantage there, that translates not just for the state, but for the United States, and then, again, a strategic overmatch that hopefully averts great power competition becoming great power crisis or conflict.
That's great. Love what you're doing at the state.
I see how he convinced you to move to Oklahoma.
I know.
I mean, it's inspiring, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm going to start rumors that he was the recruiter that pulled Vishal into the Marine Corps.
Probably.
That's a good rumor.
It depends on what part of the Clinton administration. I might have been a little young.
We'll just pretend.
Just
You're
pretend.
just
Just
timeless.
I'll take that. Yeah.
Vishal, what are your thoughts? How do you think about the digital future at Microsoft?
So Satya years ago said something, and I think some great leaders have said this. Every organization is a security or a technology company and a digital company. The way I look, and I think as Microsoft looks at this, and this is my opinion, the way we should look at it, is less about the products, more about the processes, but we have to still focus on the outcome, the people, the human behind it. I think every organization, when we build technology, when we build product, when we build services, when we build offerings, I think when we start getting away from the human element and the outcome-focused pieces of innovation, we lose sight of what we're doing and how we're doing it. A great example of this is where the cybersecurity community and large enterprises like Microsoft have come. Years ago, you can look at Microsoft as a single entity and say, hey, it's a platform, it's a technology platform. We have all these Defender products that protect servers and infrastructure and IoT. And now I look at our strategy as, how do we actually partner with industry, with AWS, with Google, with SAIC, to open up our ecosystem so that we can actually make things easier for the end users, how we can make it seamless for those individuals in all of our critical infrastructure sectors. And what I mean by that is when we work with hospitals, when we work with the Department of Defense, and the Air Force was amazing to work with. One of the things that we spoke to the Air Force a lot about was, there's products and services that in the Navy that these warfighters use on the edge in air-gapped environments that really help them achieve mission and gain visibility. You don't want to just rip and replace the technology. How do we bring some of those legacy processes, those technologies into our fold now and boost them up so we have continuity of operations? And I think we have to look outside of the traditional spaces where Microsoft has played in the past and where we are currently, similar to a lot of our other cloud organizations. A majority of our business in the past has been in software and has been in cloud. But I think it's important to see, when you said end to end when you started, I now look at end to end not just as our devices and endpoints and identity. I look at it as, for me, I look at it as my home. And then I look at it as mission. And there's people on both ends, not just devices and telemetry. So when we talk about where we need to be as an organization, we need to open up our ecosystem and do more than just protect servers and infrastructure. We have to start looking at things like misinformation and disinformation. We have to start looking and working heavily with and partnering with our U.S. government allies on secure elections. And we have to start doing things that actually affect our democratic processes, our way of life here. I mean, and again, Microsoft, I look at us now as being more of a conduit to mission and an enabler to do more good, right? We are not the end state. We're not just the mission objective. We need to be the individuals that bring in all these collective partners, open up our ecosystem to do more good. And that's where I see the role of enterprise technology. The reason I keep referring earlier on, and even now, where I see organizations like SAIC, I think the DIB space specifically, and not just for the industry, not just for defense, but these service integrators are let's call them the OGs of companies that actually had to bring in all of our different products, all of our different services, attach people to the processes, to the technology, and say, listen, Microsoft, you're doing it this way. Google, you're doing it this way. AWS, you're doing it this way. We're going to actually have to tie this all together and make it real for our customers. And I think all of us in enterprise technology have to get there. We have to do more in that space. We have to be more inclusive. So hopefully I answered your question a little bit. I really think there's a new wave of investment we need to make in enterprise cloud and enterprise technology. And you mentioned we're all moving to platform. I look at Microsoft as a platform, a digital platform that enables more good, that helps us protect more individuals, that helps us drive more innovation and drive more change. When we spoke about COVID, the mission wasn't to get everyone virtual. The mission was, how do we get people to talk and collaborate and continue the mission without being in person? Had nothing to do with the technology, had everything to do with the outcome of what we needed to get done. And I think the DoD and the Air Force specifically did an amazing job of getting that done in such a short period of time. I mean, we were proud to be part of that, but just like every other organization, it had nothing to do with the technology and had everything to do with making the processes and putting the law and the policy behind it, and then making sure that the outcome was met from the warfighters, the sailors, the guardians, the Marines, the airmen, and I'm sure I left out a few, but again, the technology was just in there, and that's what we have to get to. We have to start thinking outside of the box a little bit.
Well, I know Lauren's smiling because you gave the Air Force credit for our COVID response, and she was the one leading that effort. And so we have a lot of pride in your words. Thank you from a customer standpoint, former customer of yours, the work that you're doing to take that integration piece off of the customer. Too often, we were responsible for trying to assess all of the technologies that were out there, find best of breed, and figure out the interoperability between them. To hear your vision of where you're trying to go, where you're getting into that space and helping solve and come in with a solution is amazing.
Can I add one thing real quick? I think it's also important for us as a technology industry to be transparent and honest about things. I mean, I'm in the cybersecurity space, and I believe, and look what happened to me personally. Everyone goes through a compromise. Everyone goes through incidents, and as a DoD, we all do it. And I think that's the key differentiator that we see in these successful companies now is we're honest, we're transparent, we see the issues, we mitigate, and we overcome, and it shows resilience. And I think that's a key portion of this innovation journey that you're alluding to is having that open and honest and transparent conversation.
It's amazing. Innovation journey. We're racing toward our finish line where we're going to get cut off, and I can't think of a better person to bring us home. I'd love to hear your thoughts, Lauren, on the digital future and how you're thinking about that at SAIC.
All right. Well, first I have to say it's been a pleasure to be part of this joint task force today. Air Force and Marine Corps here taking over the world together. It's always a good thing. For me, I think one of the biggest, most important words right now is going to be focus, probably, because if I look at what we truly want for our government and for our military, we're all citizens. We all want our government to be really effective in the way that it takes care of our citizens. We also want it to be efficient. We don't want to waste a bunch of time. We don't want to waste our time as we're getting these services. We don't want government employees wasting time. And even more important in the military, if you have somebody who is willing to sign up at 17 to serve, you want folks to be able to focus on the mission. And people on mission is always going to be, the most critical asset and the most and the least available. And so anything that we can do to keep people on mission and to keep our government and our military moving forward with the data and information needed to make the right decisions, that people are equipped and they're able to do the mission at hand and not distracted by something else that is just, when easy things become hard, which still happens. And there's plenty of work to do in those areas. If I look at what I want to see for SAIC toward solving those problems, we are going through right now, with the new CEO, with me coming in, we're looking at what are the things that we truly believe we can do better than anyone else, that we uniquely can bring to the fight. How do we really focus on those things? And I have, my own thoughts at this point, 2.5 months in on where are we strongest? And then what are the problems that we care the most about solving? And we are a very DoD and federal civilian both focused company. But what are those national imperatives, those things that we must do as a nation really well? And how do we especially take those things that we do best and apply those to that problem? And I kind of use that framework as I'm thinking about myself and career choices in life too. And I think we all do. Anytime that you can take what you do best and you can contribute to something that you uniquely can do, just everyone wins. And so that's really my goal over the next year. So I'm with a company that just does incredible work, both in kind of the digital space and in digital engineering. And how do we take those things, double down, and apply them to some of the most critical missions? One for sure that I know we'll be focused on is C5ISR, and the civilian equivalent of that typically is enterprise to edge. And how do we really drive home some global solutions to those problems? So I think that's, really it all comes down to solving the most important problems and, just being pretty clear about what your conviction is around those. And so it'll be fun. I hope we all get to kind of work together on some of these problems, and it's been a pleasure being here with you.
It's been a pleasure indeed. Thanks to each of you for sharing some time. It's amazing how fast an hour goes when you're having fun and inspired by the words that are being shared. So thanks for being part of this. Again, thanks to the America's Future Series for this opportunity. We look forward to future events together. Until the next time, thanks everyone. Out from here.
Hey.
Hey, we appear to have
Hello, everyone. So this is our fireside.
You know, it's a real honor to be here today, not just as a member of the Guidehouse team, but also as a veteran. You know, here at Arlington, this is a place I've come all my life. Now it's a place I come to visit my own father, many of his colleagues that are here, friends that didn't make it home.
Present.
So doing this is very personal. And so I can't tell you how proud I am that Guidehouse did this today and that the VAN network made this happen.
Well, hello, everyone. That was a fantastic conversation, and I want to thank Brigadier General Chad Radegui for hosting and moderating that. I want to thank the panelists for their comments and insights. Lauren Nossenberger, it's always great to have her with us, et cetera, and share her thoughts. Great to have Mr. Jackson from the AG's office in Oklahoma. Brilliant young man who's doing some important work, things you wouldn't think that AG's office was doing, that trying to really make a difference for our nation. And I want to thank Vishal Amin of Microsoft. He has a great story. Met him. He's a brilliant guy, and we've asked him to be an advisor to the America's Future series. So thanks for all the support that we've gotten from those folks, et cetera. And I really want to say thanks to Kim Kagan, who's coming on. She leads the Institute for the Study of War. She and General Petraeus and her colleagues have been a huge support and inspiration to us. She's joined us in the past, et cetera. She's with us today. And she's going to have a fantastic conversation with Vance Surchuk. I'll let her make the introductions. I just want to say thank you. I'm going to get out of your way. I hope you have a great talk. And again, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. It's such a great pleasure to be here today to join you, David, and the team at the America's Future series, and actually to introduce someone who is an incredible person and an incredible friend, Vance Surchuk. And Vance has a suite of accomplishments in his life, and he's now at KKR, where he is the deputy director of the KKR Global Institute. But I've known Vance since I came to Washington in 2005. I think Vance might have been the first person I met in Washington. And I've had the great pleasure of watching his career from his time in a think tank at the American Enterprise Institute to his time on the Hill working for Senator Joe Lieberman and then on committee staff, and then out into the broader world. His many accomplishments and achievements include a degree from that prestigious Yale Law School, which he did part-time, or I should say full-time, while also doing all of his work in Washington. And his service now actually includes service with the United States Navy. Vance is a tremendous patriot and a tremendous friend. I really feel honored to be able to interview him today and to chat with him about the geopolitical risks that face the United States at this critical moment. So Vance, thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Kim, thank you so much. The pleasure and the honor is more than reciprocal. Thank you also to David for the invitation to be part of this important series. Kim, we have in fact known each other for what is now an embarrassingly long time. All I can say is that likewise, from watching the time when you first arrived in Washington, D.C., and something that you've done, which is that you've actually built something. You've built something which really, and I always cite this as an example to people, you kind of reinvented what the think tank is. You created a new model, and it was something which then has now become such an integral part of our national security ecosystem, relied upon by government, relied upon executive branch, Congress, our media. I think that there may be some rule that the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, I'm not sure a day goes by that they don't have a graphic, which comes courtesy of the Institute for the Study of War. And you built all of that. And so whenever there are people going to Washington, I always cite you and the example of what ISW has become as it's a case study that innovation is possible in Washington, in our national security space. And moreover, it was the best kind of innovation in that it created and provided something that people didn't even know that they needed. But once it was there, the thought of living without it was impossible. And I can go on about the stories about you briefing people like Senator McCain and Senator Lieberman, about people from inside the executive branch, including from our intelligence community, coming and telling us, actually, to be totally candid, the work that ISW is doing, which is open source, is better than the work that we're able to produce, and we're trying to figure out how they do it. So I hope for all of those reasons, this can be a two-way conversation, not just a one-way interview, because I'm as eager to hear from you, as always, about how you're thinking about geopolitics, geopolitical risk, as well as geopolitical opportunity for the United States. Frankly, much more so than offering my own thoughts, which I'm not sure are going to live up to much. But let's get it going.
Wonderful. Well, Vance, thank you very much. That was extremely kind and a great honor. It's wonderful, I think, just to point out to everyone in the audience that it is actually possible to have long-term friends in Washington. And I hope everybody gets lucky.
We haven't gotten through the discussion yet today, Kim. Let's see where we are.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I thought I would actually start with a question for you, because I know that you're recently back from Japan, from Tokyo. And on the one hand, I'm incredibly jealous because someday I want to have sushi with you in Tokyo. But in the meantime, what I'd really love to hear about is your thoughts from the region. You had written in a Wall Street Journal piece that the Ukraine war hasn't doomed the balance of power in Asia. Instead, it may be stabilizing it. And that's a piece that you had authored from Japan. So tell me, what do you mean by that? Why do you think that the Ukraine war may be stabilizing in Asia?
So I wrote that piece now almost a year ago for a previous trip to across the Indo-Pacific, and I described what I wrote at the time as aspirational / fingers crossed inspirational. Mm-hmm. And the argument was basically this: there's a school of thought out there which is not, I think, unrooted in actually some reality, that the biggest challenge that we face is long-term, medium-term from the PRC. And that anything which distracts us from that challenge, anything which draws resources away from that challenge, is a huge vulnerability, an incredible risk. And therefore, as terrible as the situation in Ukraine, as terrible as the situation might be when things arise in the Middle East, we just can't afford to get drawn in anywhere else right now. And it reflects the state of our defense industrial base. It reflects the fact that, our munition stockpiles are not what they need to be. And I agree with all of those criticisms and critiques about the state of our defense industrial base, where versus where we need to be. What I was arguing, however, was a bit of a historical point, which is if you think back to the early Cold War, the principal theater of the Cold War was in Europe. And by the end of the 1940s, 1950, we had put in place a set of institutions, most importantly NATO, for that European theater to include the Article 5 security guarantee saying in the event that the Soviet Union attacked our European allies, we would be obligated then to come to their defense. The problem was that while we made those commitments, they were basically hollow. It was a bluff. We did not have the military infrastructure in Europe. We didn't have the forward presence. We didn't have the defense industrial base. We didn't have war plans. We didn't have a military commander for NATO in the event that actually that got called. So what happens? What happens is the Korean War. What happens is that North Korea in 1950 invades South Korea. And all of a sudden, this turns out to be a massive wake-up call for the United States, for the West. The realization that, oh my God, we live in a world where, in fact, these communist regimes really can engage in cross-border aggression against our side of the line. And so in addition to responding with our intervention in South Korea, we end up with NSC 68, right, which had been sitting on President Truman's desk, and he had looked at it and said, this is going to be way too expensive. I can't afford this. But in the aftermath of that North Korean attack on South Korea, what are the consequences? We end up actually putting a very large forward deployed presence into Europe for the first time since World War II. We appoint a Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, this person named Eisenhower, who had done a couple of other notable things. We actually start developing war plans to say, well, if we actually have to defend Western Europe, how would we do it? And a whole set of other things, right? So that's the consequence. And in this bizarre kind of way, this conflict, which was in a peripheral theater of the Cold War, often Northeast Asia, a place that everyone thought had secondary importance, ends up actually reinforcing the position of the United States, the West, with respect to its hard power capabilities in the principal theater of the Cold War. So my aspirational plea a year ago was to say, well, look, what can the Ukraine war do if we are try to turn this tragedy, this horrible act of aggression by Vladimir Putin to our advantage? Well, it should be a wake-up call. It should be a wake-up call about the things that we need to be doing differently, not just in the European theater, but even more importantly, in the Indo-Pacific. And the country which I think was on the leading edge of trying to kind of galvanize this response was Japan. So Japan, in the aftermath of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, set about to make a really dramatic commitment to double its defense spending. And when you're the number 3 economy in the world, doubling your defense spending is actually a pretty big deal, right? This means that they're moving up, and by the end of the decade will be, if things track out and if they're able to meet their commitments, they'll be the 3rd largest military spender on the planet after the United States and after China. So that's a pretty profound thing for the overall military balance. And, the things that they're focused on are all about how do we create a sense of deterrence. The Prime Minister Kishida's argument throughout 2022 and 2023 was, we don't want Europe's present to become Asia's future. Ukraine was a failure of deterrence. We can't afford that here, so therefore we need more hard power capability. My hope was 2 things. One, the Japanese government actually now has to execute on that. And it's one thing to make the pledges. It's another thing to then actually have to follow through on them. Second, my hope and my plea was that I hope that the United States also takes broader inspiration from this. and that we use the Ukraine war again as a kind of wake-up call as we recognize that not only do we need to be able to be producing more munitions for the sake of the Ukrainians, but also because, as now is been very thoroughly and publicly reported, when there are exercises and war games about the Western Pacific, they often end in ways that are pretty unattractive because of insufficient stockpiles of things like long-range fires. As I said, as you mentioned, I was just back in Japan, and I would say that the progress has been mixed. Some good news. They are continuing and are actually making meaningful ratchets in their defense spending. So those numbers are meaningfully going up. The budget forecast for next year is about 15-16% year on year. They're actually pulling to the left certain key programs, including their domestically produced cruise missile. And the focus that they have, I think, are a lot of the right systems, which is to say long-range fires, unmanned systems, very large numbers of small things, kind of turn anti-access area denial against the PRC. So those are all positive things. They have passed a very meaningful revision of their export controls, which will allow them to sell back to the United States weapons that are produced in Japan under a license, like Patriot interceptors. One of the things that we were discussing is, are there ways that can be accelerated and actually ramped up? Japan obviously has very meaningful manufacturing capabilities. We need all of our allies that have manufacturing capabilities, that aspire to manufacturing capabilities, I think, to step in to the fore with respect to being able to add to a collective defense industrial base. But there's also still a number of things that are more challenging on the Japanese side, which we can talk about, including just the overall diminished political momentum and strength around this particular government, and some of the frictions that emerge. And then secondarily, I would say on the U.S. side, unfortunately, I think you look at sort of the state still of our defense industrial base, of some of the reforms that have been discussed but are not yet really in practice. I wish I could say that I saw sort of an NSC 68 galvanizing change. I don't think that we're there yet. I think we're still probably under the Winston Churchill line about, Americans will do the right thing, but just after they try everything else. But look, I'd love to hear from you a bit about how you see the geopolitical landscape. And in particular, you've been spending so much time on the war in Ukraine. ISW is the go-to source for understanding what's happening in Ukraine. We seem to be at a very grim moment for the war, where 2023 obviously did not bring the gains that many people had hoped on the battlefield. There's now a bit of a deadlock in both U.S. and the EU over funding for the Ukrainians. How worried are you about what 2024 is going to bring for Ukraine?
Thank you so much, Vance. I think it's actually important to begin by stating that the war in Ukraine is actually vitally important to the security of the United States and its allies and partners in Europe. This is the first major war on the European continent that we have faced since the end of the Second World War. It is a large and bloody conflict. And American soldiers are not there on the front lines fighting and defending against Putin's unwarranted invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainians are there defending Ukraine, and in doing so, they are actually taking a lot of military assets and depriving the Russians of their ability to use those assets elsewhere in Europe in support of Putin's expansionist and aggressive revanchist vision. And so the war is important precisely because Putin does have a revisionist vision, that he, in fact, does wish to undo the end of the Cold War and return to a status quo anti-Cold War ending and status quo anti-1991, in which many of the former Soviet lands are gathered within Putin's sphere of influence. In other words, he's out there trying to revise international borders by use of force. And those are international borders that Russia agreed to in 1991 in a series of following agreements that followed. I think that's very important because the first thing that's at stake in Ukraine is the principle of sovereignty and of whether an armed aggressor can revise the international order by use of force. And we can't lose sight of that because, among other things, the world is watching to see whether or not Ukraine can withstand Putin, and whether the United States will actually stand with Ukraine in its defense and in the defense of Europe. Because if the United States does not defend Ukraine, what does that say about the United States and its willingness to defend other allies and partners, let alone our Asia-Pacific allies and partners, and those who are not in a formal alliance status, such as Taiwan? Well, Xi Jinping is watching what the United States is doing, and he's watching how we behave. Our credibility as a nation is at risk, and it is being tested right now. And Putin is triumphalist in his speeches, in his rhetoric. He is actually saber rattling and issuing threats of a low-grade kind right now against Finland and a slightly higher-grade kind against Moldova and other neighboring states. And the reason I think that's so important is that Putin is interested in Ukraine as a stepstone to Europe and as a stepstone to undermining NATO as a security alliance and undermining the credibility of the United States. So we absolutely must focus on this outcome, and we must recognize that the outcome of the war in Ukraine has huge ramifications for Asia. And as we take a look at what those ramifications could be, that is, I think, just vitally important. The second thing that I think is tremendously important here is that the Ukrainians can still win and they can still lose. And so this war is not stalemated. It is not stalemated. It is positional. That means that there aren't large maneuvers that are able to be underway using mechanized forces on either side. But the lines are more static than we had expected, but that's artificial. That's just a product of the fact that that's a product of how much the Russians have mobilized, how much they can mobilize, and what they can't actually do. The war in Ukraine is winnable by Ukraine, and it's also losable by Ukraine. And the biggest difference between whether Ukraine wins and whether Ukraine loses is first and foremost whether the United States, its allies and partners in NATO, and other like-minded countries actually provide the financial and military support that Ukraine needs in order to sustain the high-scale combat operations that are actually required to continue to whittle away the Russian army at the rate that Putin is mobilizing it, and to regain maneuver capability on the battlefield, to regain some terrain. So 2024 depends, obviously it depends on the Ukrainians, but it also depends on us. And so I think we mustn't be too complacent in Washington that what is going on here in a debate and discussion is abstract. It's real, and it is protracting the conflict in Ukraine. It has caused the Ukrainians to have to go on the defensive. And it is giving Putin little gains, none of them meaningful, but little gains that actually help him boost his reputation with his people and increase the pressure of mobilization on his population.
Kim, I agree with all of your analysis. I mean, I think one of the things which is you occasionally hear is this idea that says, well, look, what does it really matter in the event that Ukraine is lost? It's not a member of NATO, and moreover, we have potential interests with Russia. Maybe we can try to pull them into some sort of relationship with us against China in the long run. Wouldn't we be better off if we simply were able to bury the hatchet with Russia on Ukraine, even if it's at the expense of Ukrainian sovereignty? My pushback on that has always been, essentially the argument boils down to, look, if we give Ukraine to Putin, if we concede the point, then he will feel safe. And I think that the challenge with that is that when you look at the totality of Putin's history, of Russian history, the idea that you're going to be able to ever make him feel sated or secure is just really unsupported by the facts. During the Cold War, Soviet Union had half of Europe. It nonetheless felt profoundly insecure and had expansionist tendencies, which is why we had to create NATO. So the idea that they'd stop at Ukraine, I think, is just unfortunately false. So the question rather is,
Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Vance. I want to thank you both again for joining us again. That was a broad-ranging conversation. You covered everything from Korea to Houthis to Hezbollah to Israel to Ukraine, et cetera. We have a lot of geopolitical threats and challenges going on right now, and it's really important that people like you express those concerns, those threats, and get people to address them. And I don't think there's been a time recently, at least in decades, when we as a nation need to come together more and be aligned and focused and invest wisely in the kind of technologies and the efforts where we put our emphasis than we do currently see today. So thank you for that very important conversation. We have another very important conversation coming up, looking at the aerospace and defense, the sort of investment outlook. As I mentioned, we have to invest wisely. Every dollar is precious, especially when it comes to providing the capabilities for our people on the front lines, putting capabilities in the hands of the warfighter faster, and the partnership between the investment community, the commercial world, and DoD is really important. So I want to thank Preston Dunlap, who is a great friend of the America's Future Series, for hosting this conversation. Preston, thank you for all the work you have done. Thank you for the service to our nation, and thank you for leading this conversation.
Great. Well, thanks so much, David. Appreciate you having us here. I am very excited about the conversation we are about to have. We've got some incredible guests with us today, some of the foremost experts and investors in private equity, growth equity, private credit, and an intersection with aerospace and defense tech in general. So I think you're in for a treat. Certainly an honor for me to be able to host this conversation, having been on the outside in startups and on the inside as part of the investment committee at the Department of Defense as we think about how to spend about $750 billion a year and running the diligence teams that were evaluating those choices that we had. And a privilege to be now here on the outside, having left with a strong and compelling conviction that we need to increase capital investments in our economy, in the U.S. and allies and partners for many reasons, both commercially and from national security. So with that, let me open it up here for our panel of great experts from a number of firms here. I'd like to have each individual briefly introduce themselves. I'll go through, call it name by name. We'll start with Daniel here in a moment. And to open us up today, as we think about this, I would love for you to say, who you are, and what your firm is interested in and what you particularly sort of do and your scope is of the firm. So Daniel, we'll start with you, please.
Sure. Thanks, Preston. Thanks for having me. Nice to see everybody. I'm Daniel Charnoff. I'm a principal at Bain Capital Private Equity. I oversee our efforts in diversified industrials as well as aero and defense in North America. Bain Capital is a large global asset manager. We manage just over $180 billion at the moment, of which about 80 is in our core global private equity business. In that business, we invest across the wide range of industries and asset classes. So sort of anything and everything is kind of within the scope. For me, the focus is on the wide range of industrials, including aerospace and defense.
Fantastic, Daniel. Thanks so much for coming to be with us today. David Caden.
Sure. Hi, Preston. Thanks a lot. So I'm David Caden. I'm a partner at Blackstone. I look after investments out of our tactical opportunities business, which is a global opportunistic investor. I look at opportunities across advanced technologies, which includes aerospace, defense, industrial technology, transportation and logistics, some healthcare, sort of a wide range of ways in which new technologies are reshaping the commercial landscape. Blackstone itself is the world's largest alternative asset manager. We've about $1 trillion in assets under management, and pockets of capital that look at everything from institutional credit all the way through large-scale public buyouts.
Great, thanks, David. Appreciate you making the time to be here today. Kirk, you're up.
Thanks, Preston. Good to see everybody, and excited to have this conversation. I'm a managing partner at A Industrial Partners. We're focused on aerospace and national security companies, mostly in the middle market. I focus my time on that national security bucket. Pretty agnostic in terms of types of companies. We can be very forward thinking around technology, but also can be thinking about way upstream in terms of the market, investing in base materials. We're focused in late stage buyout. That's most of our AUM is about $5.5 billion. We also invest in venture capital and growth equity.
Fantastic. Thanks, Kirk. Appreciate that intro. And Richard, over to you.
Thanks, Preston. Thanks for the opportunity to join you all. So I'm Richard Wells. I'm a partner at Insight Partners. We're a specialist firm focused on growth capital and focused on software. And I've been here for about 20 years. I've also been the sponsor of our effort in the national security arena, which is pretty new for us and still relatively modest relative to our scale. And we started that really a couple of years ago.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks, Richard. So I think one of the things that I think is fantastic about this crew, we've got some extremely senior individuals at some of the most influential private equity firms that we have on the planet. And so we get to hear from them. We're gonna have a few lenses as we think about in this hour. We're gonna think about sort of private equity classes in general. And the state of that and the future of that. And then we'll hit more on the wave tops of defense and aerospace and defense in particular as we round out the conversation. Given that we're talking to a number of folks that are watching and listening that are serving in the defense community or government community on Capitol Hill in an elected office or as staffers and companies that are interested in serving them, there's a general sort of sense of mission or purpose behind the folks that are listening here. I thought it'd be helpful if we could hear from each of you that you could have chosen to work in a variety of fields. You picked in certainly a lucrative career, but a very difficult and challenging career in focus areas in industrials or defense that you could have gone in other areas. So would love for each of you the opportunity to share with us sort of the why and what is the mission behind why you're doing what you're doing at the firm you're doing it. And we'll just go in the same order. Daniel, if you would mind kicking us off.
Sure. Well, I'd say, Preston, I would answer the question, sort of there are multiple questions embedded in that question. One is why private equity, another is why industrials or why A&D. I think for me, the why private equity, it is sort of endlessly interesting. I get to deal with a pretty wide range of topics in any given day across, multiple businesses, and come across really talented people in a wide range of domains, most days. And that makes for a really rewarding, I think, career experience, and a really kind of constantly challenging one in which I have to keep learning to get better. So that's been, I think, for me, the most appealing part of the career. Within private equity, I think industrial is a really interesting area. First of all, it's just kind of cool. I'm a geek about manufacturing and walking plants and seeing, physical stuff move around. I think that's fun. And I also think it's a very attractive area for investment, in particular for investors to build a career. It's probably got the best supply-demand imbalance of talent, I would say, of any of the sectors that we invest in at Bain Capital. There's not, it's a little bit less crowded than technology or consumer tend to be, but it's a huge part of the economy. It's where a lot of value creation is happening. And it's also, specific to this conversation, it's the locus of a lot of innovation. So I think, over the last 20 to 30 years, certainly software was a huge piece of, where growth and innovation were happening. I think one of the things you've seen the market appreciate over the last few years is increasing innovation in the physical world. And, whether that's emergence of renewables, a real inflection in EV adoption, a range of industrial technologies kind of penetrating into defense applications and otherwise. It's actually quite a dynamic space, but it's one that maybe young investors don't pay as much attention to or clamor to get into quite as much. So I think that makes for an attractive investment landscape.
Yeah, fantastic, Daniel. And I think you all heard it here first, that PE is not about financial engineering or spreadsheets, but it's also about the manufacturing and production floor and building product and value. So great. David.
Yeah, sounds great. So I came to Blackstone from the government, and my last job in the government was on the National Security Council, and my first bunch of years at Blackstone had nothing to do with national security adjacent businesses. But one of the things that we try and do as a firm is look at the relative balance of economic activity around the world and make sure that we are in the right neighborhoods. And I think over the last decade, we have increased our exposure to national security adjacent businesses because we see it as a good neighborhood. We see it as a good neighborhood for a couple of reasons. One, I think as we've talked about for the last 2 days, and we'll probably talk about a little more over the next hour, there are more opportunities for private capital to play an important role in giving companies of all sizes, young, old, dynamic, and those that are just an important part of the industrial base, the financial oxygen that they need to grow and provide the support to whatever mission they're a part of serving today than there have ever been. And there's actually more private interest in providing capital into this space, I think, than there's ever been. And that's because the opportunity there exists to make an attractive financial return. And so I think at Blackstone, we saw that opportunity as driven by long structural tailwinds that merited us spending a lot more time thinking about how we wanted to be exposed to that across different parts of the capital structure, right? Credit, opportunistic, and kind of mainland equity. And so it's been fun to be a part of that. But I think it's ultimately driven by the underlying attractiveness of the space over a really long time.
Yeah, great. Thanks, David. It's great to hear too about starting in one area and moving into a different area. We're going to get back later in the conversation to what extent is it a good neighborhood. So hold that thought, and we're going to get back and dive into that a bit later. Kirk.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer that you're excellent in the things you love to do, and you have passion for. We have passion for aerospace and national security at AAE. That's the background of everyone here, whether they ran companies or invested in these companies. Well, that we in our free time, we like to look at jet engines. We like to go to rocket launches. We like to fly drones. That's the stuff we like to do, right? So I think that passion flows into our professional lives. Outside of, like, obviously everybody's trying to make a living and do well in their careers. We love what we do, right? And I'd say the other part is we have a focus on family founder-owned businesses. We love being the first institutional capital in the companies. We love being partners with families and founders. That's something that we have a lot of passion for. It's their life story and what they poured their time and resources into. We get to be part of that journey. That's really something we have a lot of passion for. And look, we have a passion for the mission, right? It's important to us. We think a key competitive advantage we have versus our adversaries is our capitalistic economy and our venture capital and private equity capital source. We think that's an important part of the U.S. Advantage, and we like to be a part of that. So I think we'll get into the specifics of why we think that, but that's why we do what we do when I do what I do.
Yeah, fantastic, Kurt. Thanks. And after the broadcast here, I'm happy to direct you to our recruitment team at the U.S. Air Force and Space Force, where you could actually do all those things in the seat if you want to. So we'll talk later. Richard, over to you.
So, investing in growth capital and in growth stage technology companies, look, you can't pick something that's been more dynamic or growthful over the last 20 years. And I probably tripped and fell into it. I'm not a technologist by training. And look, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. When you just so happens you came into it as software started eating the world over the last couple decades. The way I came to the national security world was fairly straightforward. I don't have a background in it, besides maybe reading too many Tom Clancy novels when I was younger. And then, however, my dad was a Vietnam veteran. My mom's an immigrant. There's no way I would, from where I started, where I would be if it was any other country but the United States. So always grew up very well aware of that. And did think about the service academies for college, decided I was tired of being poor, so went the commercial route. And but I never forgot that and became involved once I had 2 nickels to rub together with a couple nonprofits that have focused on helping our veterans, particularly the folks that just served in the wars of the last 20 years, with the Semper Fi Fund and then the Honor Foundation, and have really been fortunate enough to support them and as they build their organizations for scale. So that's really how I came originally to this topic. But, look, at the end of the day, I think Daniel's not wrong. I think we're very well aware that the unit of, as software continues to eat the world, the unit of consumption may no longer just be a license for a SaaS application. It could come in the form of a molecule, could come in the form of a fintech application, probably won't come in the form of a crypto protocol, but you never know. Bitcoin's up again. And then it could come in the form of these other units. So that was really where, and we had some in-house expertise around some of these topics, so that it helped our portfolio. A big part of what we do is help our companies kind of move through their awkward teenage years of being a startup to something that is a real company, can sustain growth at scale. So that's how it all came together. And, candidly, I think we're still figuring it out. I think, we made a number of investments. We've, lived the hard realities. And I think we're still exploring what this big onflow of venture capital, early stage venture capital, is going to yield in terms of ingredients to build real companies over the next number of years.
That's great. And certainly appreciate the head nod to the crypto challenge there as well, which I feel your pain. So, okay, Richard, I'm going to stick with you for the starting us off for the next one, but everybody may want to mute your mics for this question here. So I'm going to give you a quote from Senator Warren. She says, "Private equity firms were already gutting companies and killing jobs before COVID-19, and now they're drooling over companies to exploit during the crisis. Private equity firms get rich off of stripping assets from companies and loading them up with debt and leaving workers, consumers, and whole communities in the dust. End quote. We've just spent time thinking about the mission and purpose behind what each of you do. So would love us to talk a little bit about what's private equity's role, what's its responsibility here, if it has any, in strengthening the U.S. And its partners in technology or industrials in the areas that you care about. Richard, I'll have you kick us off.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can go from the theoretical in terms of, I'd say, when you go through, whether it's the aftermath of the financial crisis or even when you see some of the challenges that, are emerging under the hood of the Chinese economy, that's at least what we know in the public realm. I think, the notion of marking to market and capitalist forces making things happen and making things more durable and better. Sometimes it can be rough during the period of transition or change. But I think ultimately, personally, the economy is probably better for it. I think, look, the more specifically, though, and practically, what I'm focused on in general, and then in this realm is, and we spend all our time around, is taking a product that is real, and we know it's real because some customers have bought it and it's growing and there's some good people in that company, and then trying to turn that into something that is a business that's capable of sustaining growth at scale, and basically taking capital and expertise to that table to do that with. And, we're not the brightest bulbs, but we've been doing this over and over for decades. So, we just have discovered walls by ramming our faces into it. So we're able to bring that to our portfolio companies, and hopefully they're able to help them avoid running their faces into walls. I think generally that is not a bad thing. I mean, our metric of success is we invested in a company that was a certain size. Now it's a hell of a lot bigger. Usually it means there's a hell of a lot more employees. Just about every office I walk into when we're getting ready to exit a company is a hell of a lot bigger than the office we walked into, usually nicer too, than the ones that, at the time of our investment. And so, and look, I think as it relates to this particular sector too, we are trying to figure out how to invest capital into that kind of stage of company in the national security domain. I think if we're able to find investments and put them through that cycle, that's great. And by the way, if we're not, that will be important feedback for the industry to get better. Otherwise, you're not going to attract more capital, and you're not going to be able to perpetuate the growth that you could if you did. So it's a biased view, but.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Not everybody has to respond, but I would love if somebody else would like to chime in on this one.
Sure, President, I'm happy to give some thoughts. So look, I agree with Richard. As we have spent more time in this space, we spend more time talking to operators and folks on the execution side, to authorizers and folks on the appropriation side, and the acquisition professionals involved across the areas in which our portfolio companies have direct engagement with the government, or sometimes where they're deeper in the supply chain. And almost all of those people want more private capital to go into this part of the economy. They see opportunities to bring technology from the commercial side of the world into the public side of the world. They see holes in investments that the industrial base is making without private capital, and they see opportunities around the world to use private capital to strengthen our hand in terms of how the industrial base supports our national security objectives. So I think if you have private investors who are interested in being a part of that and are looking to create those outcomes, I think the politics, hopefully, at the end of the day, will take care of itself. We certainly see that where we back businesses and our partners who, to a T, are extremely mission driven, which actually makes them wonderful people to partner with. That those businesses seem to have really good relationships with their customers, and those customers are thankful that there's more and more capital flowing into this space. In our experience, I think as Richard noted, we're still early days here, and there have been lots of ideas that have attracted capital that are still in their infancy or maybe teenagerhood, and we'll see how that goes. Right? Not all of them are going to be successes, and not all of the calibrations that have been made as to the appropriate valuations to put on this technology before it gets adopted by the government will be correct. And we could have a long conversation, and maybe we will, about what we've learned about how the government acquisition apparatus works in ways that could be changed or modified to support more private capital. So there's a lot to learn, I think, on both sides, but I think it's hard to make the case that private capital isn't helpful, or at least as long as we have folks on the other side who are encouraging us to look at this seriously, we're interested in doing so because we think that there are good opportunities.
I agree. The only thing I would add to that is, I think a dynamic and entrepreneurial kind of capitalist economy is a critical aspect of national defense, but also just one of the things that makes this a great country to live in. And to me, the private stewardship of capital is integral to that dynamic entrepreneurial economy. And Kirk mentioned earlier the concept of being the first private capital in buying family businesses. That's something that Bain Capital also prides itself on, and we try to have a decent chunk of each of our funds partnering with founders to sort of help create the next best version of their businesses. I think one of many reasons that private capital is critical to sustaining entrepreneurialism is, number one, it gives those founders an incentive to start the businesses, and then number two, it's often those partnerships that kind of ensure that the businesses that they founded will outlive their own careers. Maybe there's not somebody ready to kind of inherit the business, and so professionalizing it is kind of key to creating long-term sustainability. So I would say that's a sort of a critical part of the value that private capital brings to the overall economy and to the defense space in particular.
Yeah, I think those are great answers. I think PE is good. Just don't buy Subway sandwich. That's I think the lesson from the Hill here. Kirk, I'll have you kind of start us on the next one. When I left and wrote the Defying Gravity paper with my team, I sort of agreed with the thesis that you all have just said, which is that it's impossible for the U.S. government and its allies to be able to sufficiently bridge the gap between new entrants or early stage or VC and sort of the big programs inside the defense arena. Therefore, something needs to be able to span the gap. A bridge needs to be made. One clear opportunity here that helps companies, people, Wall Street to Main Street is private capital helping to fill in that gap. So I'm sort of with you on the potential here, used responsibly. That said, over the last year, S&P's latest report says that private equity transactions have declined by about 35% last year and the year before that, going from a peak of about $1 trillion of transactions to under about $500 billion worth. Deal counts cut in half each year, all of which were lower than 2019 before the pandemic. So at the same time, it's harder, as perhaps many of you are also feeling, to be able to raise funds from LPs and then deploy that capital. So question, Kirk, you can kind of kick us off here. Is we have all of these sort of dynamics happening at the same time, yet I think we're very reliant on private capital to solve some of these challenges from a commercial and a national security perspective. So what signals are you looking for to get deal making back on track, and LPs are looking for to start sort of strengthening their investments again?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think you had last year and somewhat the year before, right, denominator effect of public equities coming down, so asset allocators had to reduce their exposure to private capital. So I think what you'll see this year and maybe going forward, right, as public equities rebounded last year, right, you'll have the reverse happen, right, where there will be asset allocators looking to expand exposure to private capital. I think interest rates obviously are a factor, right, in deal making. As interest rates went up over the last 24 months, right? That hurt deal making, that hurt valuations broadly across all deal making. I think we're still seeing a lot of activity in what we're focused on, national security and commercial aerospace. We're seeing several large transactions happening. We were active in a few transactions. I know some others on the phone here or on the call here have also had some activity last year. So I think we're seeing still interest in private capital. I think it's taking longer to raise funds, but the best managers and I'd say national security focused investments are still getting funded and deals are still getting done.
Daniel.
No, I agree with Kirk. Look, I think things that are expensive become scarce and things that are cheap become abundant. Capital has grown more expensive, so it has grown a bit scarcer. I think that's true across asset classes, including private equity. We tend to lag a little bit some of the other asset classes just because of the denominator effect that Kirk mentioned, and because our valuations tend to move a little slower than maybe they should. But I think it's a cyclical industry. It's going through a cycle. The one thing I would point out here is if you look at the fundraising activity over the last year, certainly LPs are allocating fewer dollars to the sector. That's not evenly dispersed. So rather than everybody's next fund shrinking by 20% or 30%, what you tend to see is some managers continuing to grow and others failing to raise funds or with far sharper cutbacks. And so I think these cycles tend to kind of surface performance issues where those exist and reward managers that have been disciplined and focused. So hopefully everyone on this call is in that latter bucket. We'll see as the next couple of years play out, I'm sure. But I think it's sort of part of the natural cadence of the industry is to go through these cycles every once in a while, and certainly a higher interest rate environment is going to catalyze one.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. And I'd like to sort of inside the same category, think for a few minutes about growth equity inside private equity. We'll go to Richard and then David on this one. Sort of as according to the last sort of public sort of release here, Blackstone's got a growth fund, raised a second fund, about 20% less than the first fund, so $4 billion versus $5 billion, about $5 billion in dry powder. Insight Partners similarly was shooting for, I think, a $20 billion fund, publicly said, look, there's a great tech reset, I think was the quote from Insight leadership, and reduced the target down to $15 billion. Much of what we're talking about in this bridge is going to fall into some of that growth capital. Maybe it's not quite ready for buyout or control. Is growth equity sort of a dying class? What are you looking for to be able to get that growth engine moving again? And I'll go to Richard first and then David.
Yeah, I mean, it is growth capital in the technology industry where it pretty much lies, is going to resize as we adjust from a lot of end of cycle behaviors, and no one ever knows it's the end of the cycle until it's the end of the cycle. So we'll call it late cycle behaviors to we're at the beginning of a new cycle. So and so that means you have huge swaths that were there and really impacted the market in a lot of different ways, from crossover funds and basically the public sector moving, the public investor market moving in. I think that's gone. I think there's also been huge swelling in the very early stage venture market. I think that's going to contract because most of that was from individuals and first-time managers or second-time managers. And then you just have a bunch of companies that were not built the right way. And so it's going to be a period of consolidation. And consolidation isn't pretty as an industry works through it. All that said, look, whatever the fund sizes ultimately end up being, it probably makes sense that we don't need as much money as we might have thought we needed a couple of years ago. And then you've produced consistent returns over 15 plus years. You're going to 15, 20 years, you're going to be able to raise more. And I think any significant asset allocator will sit there and go, yeah, so maybe I don't want to do the crossover strategy. Maybe I don't want to do this or that, but really, I'm not going to have anything in growth at all. That makes no sense. And so, and I think where we are is, in a lot of ways, what happens when you go through this end of cycle to beginning of a new one is you go back to your basics. So if I look at the investments that we've done over the last 18 months, they are exactly of the ilk that you would have seen over the last, basically where Insight built its track record and reputation. But you continue to adjust too. So we are very eagerly looking for, out of these cycles comes a new wave. And so we are very actively pressing that market with our full force and scale, looking for what those next areas of growth are going to be so we can pounce and then help these companies build. And that's one of the reasons why I continue to spend some time in this sector of national security, although we'll get into, it's really hard.
Thanks, Richard. David?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that I kind of agree with Richard. I don't think the growth equity is gonna go away. In fact, in the current environment, we see an enormous amount of demand, both from limited partners and from companies that need growth equity. It may be that valuations are more rational, which is probably a good thing. I think that if I'm listening to this conference and thinking about the application to national security, the kinds of companies that are raising capital at various stages that are applicable to national security are operating in a different framework than the rest of the economy. And so while they're influenced by macroeconomic factors and the broader market is going to determine the cost of capital for many of them, I do think it's important to kind of zero in on what is the state of those businesses, because some of them are benefiting, and in some cases maybe hurting, from acyclical factors that are driven by the unique need that the customer has for what they sell or could do for them at any given moment that is detached from how you price some high growth financial, technology business or some new commercial products company. And so, for us, we've actually spent a lot less time applying our growth equity dollars to national security adjacent businesses and focused our national security adjacent investments on areas where the technology is more proven, the business model is more proven, there are real earnings that the business generates, and the question is scale, right? How do you get from a business that has proven they have something that they want to buy and turn it into a company that has enduring value and maybe will one day become a core part of the industrial base? That's been a model where we thought that our capital was solving a problem. And I think that's been more of our focus in part because there were so many other challenges associated with closing the business case around some of the more growth equity oriented investments that when you pile those valuations on top of some of those operational issues, we just struggled with those in the national security adjacent domain. And I think so I see all of that sort of continuing as it goes forward, right? There'll be growth capital, there'll be more private credit, there'll be more equity capital for all of these businesses, but there will be differentiation among those businesses that prove that they have a business model that is enduring and successful, and it will be harder to raise capital for businesses that are more speculative. And that ultimately may be a healthy thing, both for the industry and the country and certainly the market.
Yeah, I love the way you ended there, and I want to take our general conversation in that direction. Before we get there, David, since you sit at a fund that has multiple strategies in TAC Ops at Blackstone, if you could just talk for just a minute about, and you mentioned this, private credit. So Blackstone, you said hit the 1 trillion mark, which is fantastic. About equal amounts now in private equity and private credit. The State Street Index has private credit beating private equity returns in 7 of the last 8 quarters. Is private credit going to eventually eclipse private equity? What do you think the future looks like there? And then after you answer, we'll turn it to another question focused on defense.
Yeah, so I think this is, I think we were one of the first to call it a golden age for private credit, and we believe that, and we think that the macroeconomic fundamentals and some of the regulatory limitations in the core banking system do create opportunities for private credit that didn't exist before, and it will be a wonderful period for private credit, and our private credit business is terrific and growing. And I think there are hopefully more opportunities to use that capital to support national security adjacent companies. I don't think it's realistic or sensible to think about private credit as eclipsing private equity, right? Companies are going to need equity and credit, and there's an appropriate balance to that. And we've been through a lot of boom bust cycles when if you over lever a company with too much credit, you wind up in a pretty unhappy place as the economy turns or the fortunes of that company move. So I think figuring out what the right level of that in this sector is, obviously public companies in the defense sector and the aerospace sector tend to be a little bit lower levered, and certainly our businesses that we hold in our private equity funds are lower levered to mirror that. But I think that there will continue to be healthy demand for equity and credit across the economy more broadly and in the national security adjacent space.
Yeah, great. Very, very helpful, David. Thanks. And we'll see where that goes. But it's very interesting to see the increase and now sort of even mixture of credit and equity at multiple firms. Let's take the lens to earlier you talked about the aerospace and defense area sort of being a good neighborhood to be able to be in. So let's talk as a team here a bit about get to the brass tacks here. If I'm a company and I would love for Bain or AE to acquire or get a large stake from Insight, what are the things that you're looking for? What makes me attractive and actionable for each of you? Daniel, would you mind kicking us off?
Sure. Look, I think regardless of the sector, we generally are looking for businesses that are winning in good industries for reasons we think are enduring, but where there's also a good to great story that we can partner with a great management team to help accelerate. And so, that applies in the A&D world just as much as in any other industry. We look at sectors that have strong returns on capital, businesses that have real competitive moats, and management teams that are there for the long haul and interested in improving. We think we usually there are 1 or 2 things that we can identify with a management team that they can really focus on over the next 3 to 5 years to bring the business to the next level. And so when we find teams that have a similar outlook and approach and are looking to identify those handful of really high value levers to take a business that's already really successful and make it even more successful, that's typically the sweet spot for us.
Richard.
Yeah, I mean, in the national security domain, it's interesting because we're kind of figuring it out as we go along. Typically, and I'd say, maybe it's helpful to map the difference between, the vast majority of our business and heritage, again, is in business-to-business software. And so when we show up, usually, there's revenue. It's growing pretty materially. it could be as little as, single digit millions of revenue. It could be as much as hundreds of millions of revenue. But usually the growth is at the very high end of what you would see for businesses of those whatever stage of scale that they're at. And the simple reason is there's a good product and a good market, and there's a lot of pull from the market. And then the goal is to go add more push and then build it so the whole thing is a real company versus just a bunch of people pulling and pushing. In the national security domain, it is really uniquely hard because whereas in a software application, you can go, it's got software, business software is the best business model in the universe. I mean, it just all recurring revenue that renews at 95%. Most of those customers will expand. So you could do nothing, not a new customer, and you're going to grow. You produce phenomenal gross margins and EBITDA margins and return on invested capital. And the balance sheet is just a warehouse for cash. And, it's just a beautiful thing. In the national security world, every dollar of revenue you're going to see is not from a permanent contracting vehicle until many years into the life of it. And so you'll have revenue and validation, but it's probably more in effect non-dilutive capital than it is actual true revenue the way I would look at it in a software company. So what are you looking for? What you're looking for is substantive progress. Substantive progress in terms of, yes, we are getting these points and we are getting, we've done all the different acronyms that my colleague here would rattle off better than I would. In this group is probably more versed in than I am. But whether it's the different classes of cyber, blah blah blah, and then you have all these new vehicles that are popping up for the Valley of Death bridging. Again, it's all good to provide capital, but it's not real revenue. What you want to see is progress. I'm making progress. I'm getting validation. I'm making things possible. And I'd say the second thing is very strong connection to the end user and the end user value prop. If I look at what Hawkeye or what Shift 5, two of our national security investments have done, they are doing that in spades. And then the third thing would be to be able to visualize in some way, shape, or form how there will be a significant return on invested capital. Because during these awkward teenage years, these things are ugly. And I mean, look, even the bigger versions of this, the Andurils and the Shields, are burning tons of money. And so you really got to be able to visualize, how does this turn? And all these things could take different forms. It could be a much smaller company, it could be a much bigger company, it could be something in between. But those are the key things that we're probably focused on.
Yeah, Richard, I gotta ask, as juicy as the SaaS and software world seems, why spend the time trying to figure out the national security model? You are, so why?
Yeah, I ask myself that sometimes. The short version is because I want to see if it can work. Because we have made a couple of investments that will work. And the right answer may end up being, this isn't going to be a big, in our capital allocation, portfolio construction spreadsheets and whatnot, it's going to be a sliver. And maybe that's the right answer. But we are stewards of other people's money, so it needs to make the same return on invested capital hurdles that everything else has. And frankly, I think the hurdle rates are higher here because of all the stuff that I just complained about. But I think there is that orientation to trying to see if we can do it to make money for our investors and do some good for the country.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Appreciate the transparency there. Probably good to turn it to Kirk now, who might have a more larger focus percentage-wise on the aerospace and defense world than perhaps our other guests here today. So, Kirk, what to you makes a company that's interested in being acquired or invested in actionable and attractive?
Yeah, I'm asking myself why I'm not doing B2B software, but no, similar to what you said. Look, we're looking for great teams, enduring businesses, companies that are critical to the supply chain that they're in or the customer they're serving, right? And I think that's core to us. Like if you don't have you might have the best idea, the best business model, best product, but you don't have a great team, a great manager, then it's probably not going to go well. And I think we've experienced that in our history. I'd say the other thing is that and a theme we've already hit, right? We look for companies that have a rich history or a product that works and people want, but they have a scaling issue. They need help sort of taking that next step. Whether that's a York space where, they had history of making a couple satellites a year, but now they need to make dozens. They need to make hundreds, right? And we have expertise in our firm, scaling operations. We have expertise in our firm, scaling supply chains. How do you do that in an efficient and in a resilient way? And I think that's where we are best served to invest behind companies and invest in companies. Those are probably the core criteria we focus on.
Yeah, thanks, Kirk. David, last word on this question.
Oh, I think I'm joined here by three of the best investors in the sector and maybe any sector. So I don't have a lot to add to what they said. I think everybody looks for good companies and tries to use the things that are unique about their firm or themselves to find differentiation. I mean, at Blackstone, one of our strengths is our scale, right? As the largest investor, potentially in the world, certainly in alternative assets. We have the ability to bring scale to help our partners travel that journey faster. And as I think everybody on this panel has already said, that is a long and complicated journey that is more complicated inside the national security adjacent businesses because of the challenges associated with managing some of the customer and procurement dynamics. Ultimately, though, I come back to why we're all sitting here, right? Which is that we believe there are good opportunities to be found here. It's important that the capital go to these companies. And I think the fact that you are seeing more and more investors like Kirk specialize in this space and more capital from large institutions be dedicated to that space is an indication that at least some of it is working. And some of it's going to work and some of it's not going to work. And we're going to use those lessons to figure out how to make it work better. I think for Blackstone, national security adjacent opportunities will always be a fraction of what we do. But I'd like to see it be an important fraction and all of those opportunities succeed. And so as long as there remain opportunities to do that, I think we'll continue to plug away and try and use our scale and resources to have conversations with folks in the customer community that want to talk about how to bring more private capital to solve both general acquisition challenges and specific technology or program issues.
Yeah, thanks, David. Appreciate you rounding that out. Now, the government, probably does some things well and sort of does a lot of things terribly, depending on sort of your viewpoint and different areas. So let's think for a minute. Spent some time working with those on the Hill, and Representative Calvert's been leading the charge on the so-called hedge strategy, the chairman of our Appropriations Committee on Defense, which in some sense is thinking about a different way to be able to acquire and mature scale technologies. A lot of what we've all been talking about here in this session, but to sort of get a bit around the process and to be able to solve it and partner with private capital to make it happen. We don't all need to respond to this. Maybe a couple of you that feel particularly passionate about it or have specific examples would love to see, what is a thing or two that the government's getting really wrong in this area and maybe something that should stay the same?
I'll take a stab at it. I think one thing that I think even in the quote you read where they get villainized in the defense industrial base is profits, right? And I think if a customer gets a better product, more of that product, and it's cheaper, yet the supplier gets a more profit, that's not a bad thing. that should be celebrated as a good value proposition to the customer, and that's how you attract commercial entities. That's how you attract capital into your ecosystem, right? And I think that's one thing that I think we could be doing better as a defense community, is recognizing that profits, again, should be a celebration as long as the customer is getting more of what they want and what they want on time and at scale. I think that is, again, a perception that I think needs to be changed. I think what's getting right, I think things like what the SDA is doing within Space Force, right? That is creating a competition and inviting new entrants into a domain that historically has been dominated by large legacy primes, and creating competition for others to enter in, and testing out new technologies, and can these companies present new technologies at scale at a lower cost. I think is you're seeing it through the success of the SDA, right? Has been eye-opening, I think, for a lot of people. And I think you're seeing Lockheed and Northrop have to change their business models and how they think about developing technology and how they think about bidding on opportunities. I think that's something that the government and defense is getting right and should be replicated across other areas.
It's funny, Kirk, SDA was going to be my example as well. I think that, that's kind of universally appreciated, but I think it, similar to what you were saying on the, things that it gets wrong. I think that, speaking more from the generalist investor perspective, one of the things that makes investing in national security difficult when you get closer to the end customer is the lack of commercial terms. Where, and I think that, by the way, is part of the reason why investing in this area has often been dominated by specialist firms historically, because we're used to thinking about supply and demand, cost position, delivering great value to the customer, and those sort of kind of basic economic metrics as indicators of whether a business is going to be able to be successful over the long term. I think when you're far back in the supply chain in defense, that tends to apply. But as you get closer to the end customer, the diligence activities that you conduct to really think about the outlook for a business are much more oriented around, is it on the right set of programs? What's the spending outlook for those programs? And you get into decisions that are potentially more idiosyncratic and less grounded in kind of unchanging economic realities. I think when there are commercial terms at play, it makes all of that easier because it surfaces the winners and it punishes the losers over a long period of time. So I think the SDA is a remarkable example of how commercial terms can both take cost out in order to deliver more product cheaper to the customer, but also attract private capital. You look at the capital that's being invested in beneficiaries of the SDA, it's pretty remarkable over the last year or two. And that's because it's allowed a number of companies to emerge that are really impressive profit growth businesses, but that's grounded in sort of a fundamental technology or cost advantage that's much easier to underwrite than a lot of the ways that defense businesses have historically made money.
Yeah, thanks. I've as one of the small number of voices 14 years ago, starting calling for proliferated space architectures. I and a few others of us are currently updating our bio to include support from Bain Capital and AE Industrial. So appreciate that. Richard, did you want to get in a word? And then I got one final thing to wrap us up.
The things I would probably point to, if you look at the growth companies that are making substantive progress, and the few that you've even gotten some permanent financing or permanent contracting vehicles, programs of record or whatnot in place, you end up coming across SOCOM and DIU. And I do think those are two good examples. And unfortunately, you know, they're small, nimble, relatively nimble organizations. I got to credit Ash Carter for kicking the bureaucracy in the butt by creating DIU way back when. You know, look, I think those are they've been able to move fast and actually get innovative technology in. I think you're also seeing, look, you know, Replicator has been kind of gotten a lot of flat incoming, I guess, pun intended, sort of, on it. But, you know, I got to give a deputy secretary credit for when you put something out there, it's going to force a reaction. And it's a reaction in the broad scheme of things. It's something that, like, look, just read the newspaper. Look at a Twitter thread from Ukraine. I mean, it's clear as day this stuff's important. And you are starting to see some leaders stand up and say, you know, look, this is really important. General Fendicker, head of SOCOM, General Carrillo, the head of CENTCOM, have been standing up. And then, you know, the recently retired Marine Corps commandant and having a different vision for the Marine Corps. And then, you know, taking flack from all the former commandants coming down and basically chewing him out for 2 days, and him being very polite and said, nope, I'm still going to do it. You know, that's the leadership and if you go back to the 1930s and World War II, you know, how did we get carriers in place when people didn't want them? Well, there was this admiral and he knew this congressman. How did we get radar developed? Well, there's this guy, Vannevar Bush, and, you know, he just jammed things through. I think those are good examples of some things that are working in smaller scale. And I would just encourage folks that are out there to really lead.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. And folks, there's many sort of people have different views on that. If I was interested, happy to go. You can go to my LinkedIn, look at the Defying Gravity paper. Got 4 areas and a bunch of examples over the last few years where we've moved and tried to make change happen. And so you can see some very practical, very specific examples there. We're Defying Gravity on LinkedIn. We need to wrap up, folks. So just quickly, I do want to go around the camera here and just very quickly, if you sort of want to make a final statement that you'd like to react to, or to say something is up and coming at your firm that you'd like to just say, let's just do that very quickly around the horn. Daniel, to you.
Sure. Well, maybe in the up and coming category, you know, one thing we are very focused on, and I'm very focused on at the moment, is increasing our exposure to A&D in North America in particular. You know, it's an area, I think actually commercial aerospace in particular is a really interesting area at the moment, given the combination of cyclical recovery that's ongoing, challenges in the supply chain that are creating really attractive opportunities for leading suppliers to do more for engine or aircraft OEMs over time. And in the defense side, I think the emergence of defense tech as a growth area, where you're seeing kind of new business models emerge farther back in the supply chain that are ultimately, you know, whether it's innovation in electronics or more software oriented. There's a lot of innovation happening right now and growth, and programs like the SDA kind of creating the opportunity for commercial success to ride alongside innovative deployments into the defense arena. And so given all of that, and we've made it a priority to really find another platform or two to invest behind in A&D this year. So hopefully there will be some good announcements on that front in the near future.
Fantastic. David.
Yeah, I guess all I would say here is I think that as you have more investors, particularly non-traditional investors in the industrial base, like those around the screen here, the communication is important. This isn't a sector that you can sort of travel in and out of easily. And so I think things like this and increased communication, which goes both ways, comes from the government and comes from us, is ultimately going to be a really important part of making this a success. So for those who are interested in the success of this enterprise or the effort around private capital in this sector, I think it's terrific to do this kind of stuff, and I think more of it should happen.
Thanks, David. Kirk.
Yeah, I think the one thing I'd like people to take away is I think people around here on this call here are long-term investors in this sector, right? There's hype cycles that happen even within the sectors we focus on, whether that was space a couple of years ago. I fear a little bit of like defense tech. There's a hype cycle going on, right? I think what you're hearing around this screen is like, we're investing in great businesses, enduring businesses that are critical to our defense industrial base, and that's where we're going to focus on this year and beyond, whether there's a hype cycle or not.
Yeah, thanks, Kirk. And to wrap this up, let me just thank each of you for the folks that are viewing. I get the privilege of working with each of these folks. Trust them very, very much. They care about what they do, and they do fantastic jobs for their companies and the companies in their portfolios and for the nation. So thank you very much for providing the overview, and your transparent thoughts has been extremely useful and helpful. And thank you, viewers, for tuning in for us today. So with that, let me pass it back to David and to wrap this up.
Thank you, Preston. That was fantastic. We appreciate it. That is a star-studded lineup you had there and a great conversation. I want to thank you as always. We had a great day today, and as always, we
and partnership among industry, government, and academia is vital. Technology is important, and AI and quantum computing are game changer technologies. Data privacy and security are inextricably linked. We talked a little bit about the importance of workforce development, especially in the microelectronics area. We talked about innovation trajectories of the private sector, needing to be leveraging those more effectively to address the national agenda and the national challenges. And we talked about adjusting government processes to operate at the pace of relevance, moving with speed and agility, and Hondo Gertz mentioned in a network context versus in a centralized model. So I thought those were some of the themes. Those came out kind of through a variety of the various panels. But I made notes as I went through the day, and I'm going to go back on YouTube and watch a couple of these again, and maybe fast forward to certain segments where I think it's particularly compelling and thought-provoking. But we started the day with a great discussion on national security and privacy in the digital age. With Dr. J.R. DeShazo and Adam Klein, they discussed the role of domestic data collection here in the U.S. and its relation to national security. They talked about how our digital society is creating opportunity, but also creating vulnerabilities. They talked about the challenges inherent in fending off cyber threats and foreign actors in today's digital age. I thought the two of them had a really dynamic conversation, and I thought that was an enjoyable one, thought-provoking one to be part of. We moved from there to a panel focused on U.S. microelectronics production for national security. I think we all saw the reality of this importance during COVID when all of our supply chains were impacted. Bong Gumahad, the Honorable Alan Schaefer, Trent Overhue, Adrian Elrod, and Dr. Matt Kane discussed the progress we've made in microelectronics, especially as it relates to the CHIPS and Science Act. Recall that about $52.7 billion were approved in the FY22 budget to develop and incentivize companies to invest in domestic production of new semiconductors for the U.S. Alan Schaefer highlighted that the execution of the CHIPS Act is going pretty well, the first two awards going towards national security, and that all the CHIPS Act is likely to become more than just a one-time effort. This is going to be something that we see or predicting, their forecasting is going to be a recurring activity. They talked about the need to find better ways for government and private capital to work together to support this effort. And Adrian Elrod actually discussed the importance of workforce development, which is a more serious challenge than I appreciated before this panel was held. So I appreciated that. Then there was a great discussion in transitioning innovation to field lethality. Ben McNally, Pete Mataglani, Major General Cameron Holt, Zachary Mears, and David Rothside talked about today's threat environment, the need to accelerate, transition, and enhance innovation adoption. They discussed a move to a more rapid and iterative approach. And I believe they correctly stated that DoD requirements they stated the DoD requirement system is the third major enterprise process that's in dire need of modernization, especially given the current threat environment. So I thought that was interesting. John Said and Marie Falkowski discussed the future of aerospace and defense. Marie talked about some of the potential challenges inherent in democratization of data and technology. They talked about the need to stop viewing the private sector as just vendors of the national security mission. Instead, they should be viewed as partners. They talked about launching the Future Now event series as a new way to address this. And Maria talked about how, in her opinion, data and AI are becoming as ubiquitous as your smartphone. They're driving essentially all aspects of decision-making as we move forward. That's kind of a sobering thought in some ways. Comtech's own Nicole Robinson was on a panel on space, science, and technology, partnering to win, and it was with Damon Feltman, Colonel Rich Nisley, Ben Reed, and Josh Carlson. Nicole started the panel by discussing our approach to R&D at Comtech, the transformational changes we've undergone as a company in order to keep pace and get out in front of these technology convergences and market inflections. We talked about the benefits that come with our new One Comtech structure and our move to become a strategic partner, bringing more comprehensive value to our customers. Colonel Nisley talked about searching out relevant and game-changing commercial technologies that help us stay ahead of the threat, help us align with Space Systems Command and U.S. Space Force mission areas, and deliver those capabilities to the warfighter fast. Okay, I thought that was relevant. Damon Feltman talked about fielding the proliferated warfighter space architecture. It has two major lines of effort: a space data transport architecture, and then a missile warning and missile tracking architecture. He touched on the first major operational offering being this year, when the SDA plans to launch around 126 space data transport spacecraft and about 44 missile warning, missile tracking spacecraft, all in proliferated LEO. The panel also focused on the importance of collaboration. Nicole talked about our involvement, Comtech's involvement in the Modular Open Systems Architecture, or the MOSA Alliance, as well as our participation in the Agile User Terminal Group sponsored by the Space Force. She highlighted the importance of working with organizations like MOSA to help DoD and the U.S. Space Force realize their vision for SATCOM. Colonel Nisley shared insights about acquiring capabilities from Comtech other commercial providers via the Commercial SATCOM Office, gave insights on how to do that more effectively and more efficiently. David Feltman talked about collaborating on next generation optical comms standards. Ben Reed talked about CONFIRS, which is the Consortium for On-Orbit Servicing. So if you don't know about that, tile into that on YouTube and you can pick it up. The panel also talked about a myriad of other processes and policy improvements that are either underway or needed in order to leverage commercial technologies more effectively. We moved to a fireside chat with Josh Carlson and Dr. Joel Moser. They focused on reflections on science and technology development in the Space Force. Dr. Moser talked about one of the challenges we face as a nation is that we must be more agile when it comes to science and technology. He talked about strategic foresight, how hard it is to predict the future, but in fact, you can come close to predicting the future, and we need to be more effective at that. Strategic foresight has led the U.S. Space Force to invest more in academic institutions and to set up American universities, like the Strategic Space Technology Institutes. I didn't realize this. They talked about the size of the space economy doubling in just the last 5 years. Since 2019, it's $450 billion economy now versus just $250 million just 5 years ago. The importance of integration across civil space institutions like NASA, military institutions like DoD, and commercial institutions like the Department of Commerce. Once again, cooperation and collaboration among different entities to help us leverage the technology innovation right here at home in America among the commercial sector and put it to work for our nation. We then had a discussion about America's digital future, charting a path forward and harnessing technology. These panel members are people that here at American Future Series we know well. Brigadier General Chad Rudiger, Lieutenant General Harry Rudige's son, along with Lauren Naussenberger, Vishal Amen, and Richard Jackson. Chad Rudige talked about the new University of Tulsa Innovation Cyber Institute and its importance in accelerating workforce development. Lauren touched on the digital and cultural changes that have happened due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Vishal shared some of the things that have shaped his personal life mission, specifically a 2015 cyber event where the Islamic State hacking division leaked his personal information that led him to dedicate his life to protecting and securing identity and personal data. It was a very, I think, heartfelt discussion that I enjoyed listening to. There was, of course, a great conversation on current geopolitics with Kim Kagan and Vance Surchuk, and then we wrapped up the day with this last panel that David and I just observed, and that was with Preston Dunlop, partnering with a variety of the aerospace and defense investment group, people like David Caden of Blackstone, Kirk Connert of AE Industrial Partners, Daniel Sharnoff of Bain Capital, and Richard Wells of Insight Partners. That was a great conversation, I thought, on the use of private capital as a tool to accelerate technology innovation, apply it to the national security challenges that are increasingly complex and increasingly dangerous. Okay, so I thought the day was a good day. I once again, I'll say that as the chair and president and CEO of Comtech, we are thrilled to be your sponsor here for this American Futures Series event. Again, I thought day one, day two, both compelling, and I really enjoyed it.
Well, thank you so much. And you know, the reception we had with Secretary Ellen Lord and Hanno Gertz, because of you, we were able to do that and bring people together and connect people. That was fantastic. We're doing some similar work tonight in the evening at the Capitol building, and that's because of you. You know, when I think about what you do here at Wrapping It Up, I've decided we're going to put this at the front of our YouTube list. People should watch this first. If they want to know what to tune into and get a sense of what it's all going to be, what it's like, and you want to focus your time, right?
You're going to make this
watch this first, right?
This
is your, you know, this helps point you in the right direction as to what episode to look at, et cetera, right? So I appreciate you doing that. And then I want to look forward really to, I guess in a couple of weeks, we're going to celebrate your 39th birthday again. Is that right? 2 Tuesdays?
My birthday is on Monday. Yeah.
On Monday of next week?
It's Monday. It's 22nd.
Okay. Well,
thank you for reminding me.
Congratulations. I hope you get to do something other than fly on planes.
Yeah, I told you what I was going to do a little bit on a side conversation, so you can imagine how thrilling that is.
Yeah. He spends, you know, more air miles than probably the Air Force. Anyway, fantastic. Appreciate you taking time out of your very busy schedule, and congratulations on all your great success and your shepherding of this great company, Comtech, through this time of change, et cetera, and evolution and growth, and merging all these different programs together and positioning it to be a leading force in the future. So
thank you.
Congrats.
I'll tell you, you know, I'm the son of a basketball coach, and my grandfather's a basketball coach, and they used to ask my father, what does it take to be a great coach? And he used to answer, great players. So I can tell you that we're winning at Comtech. We're going through a major transformational change. We're growing faster than ever before. Our strategic vision is compelling, and our team is doing a great job. And we're adding to that team almost every day. And I'm honored to lead the team that we have on the field at Comtech because they're fantastic.
They're fantastic. And you're still taking the time to be involved and support thought leadership. And that's going above and beyond. So thank you so much.
Thank you, David.
Thank you to everyone. We had a great time. Fantastic. Look forward to you joining us. Come check everything out on YouTube. You'll see every single episode that was done today and yesterday. And look for you down the road. Thanks and have a great day.
Today's world is driven by access to technology and information. We rely on it for everything, from doctor visits and education to military operations and emergency services. Connectivity sits at the heart of it all. But a large amount of the global population remains unconnected, putting them at major economic and social disadvantage. Comtech has made it our mission to solve the toughest technology and networking challenges in the world. Democratizing access to smart connectivity, delivering meaningful insights, and empowering a truly connected planet. With more than 50 years of proven technology leadership across global satellite, space, terrestrial, and wireless markets, Comtech enables ubiquitous, smart-enabled connectivity anywhere, anytime, creating new opportunities for industries, businesses, communities, governments, and individuals. Leading the effort to revolutionize satellite and space connectivity, Comtech connects global communities through integrated, software-defined satellite communications technologies, virtualized multi-orbit solutions, and multimodality services. We also have our feet on the ground as one of the most trusted terrestrial and wireless technology providers in the market, delivering precise location-based services and next-generation 911 solutions with cloud-native networking capabilities. Comtech is leading the convergence of satellite, space, terrestrial, and cellular technologies to enable unified hybrid network infrastructures based on open standards and delivered through the cloud to connect the unconnected, bridge the digital divide, and deliver access to the latest services, technologies, and insights when and where they matter most. Comtech allows individuals to thrive, businesses to get work done anywhere, anytime, entrepreneurs to take advantage of new market opportunities, government agencies to provide essential technology-driven services to citizens, and first responders to anticipate, coordinate, and respond faster to emergencies. Smart-enabled, insightful connectivity from Comtech helps you enhance productivity and collaboration, optimize operations and create new ecosystems, visualize the supply chain, improve customer experience, and open the door to new possibilities. Fulfilling humanity's destiny requires seamless, smart-enabled connectivity. Only Comtech has the experience, innovation, and vision to build connections around the world that set ideas free. Learn more at comtech.com.